anyone's sacrifice pulse bag at 150% of what they paid for it.
Oh, that's bullish.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of cute. I want to see how he spins that. So he might not be so against Pulse, even though he might not be a big fan of Hex. We'll see how this plays out.
Well, let's look at just the facts, right? He's a guy who doesn't need to technically concern himself with Hex or Pulse because he runs a fund. Whether that fund is doing well or not, I don't know. I don't think either one of these products are attractive to his fund, maybe to him personally, but the facts are he did spend took an hour. He did take an hour out of his day back in December 2019 or 2020, whatever, to interview him. He seemed like quite uninterested at the time, but he was writing here and there about Hex. Then there was radio silence for 2 years, even though PulseChain was announced. Now, just yesterday, he came out of the woodworks, out of nowhere, just opening a thread out of on PulseChain. Like, why? You know what? That's what
Well,
I'm thinking.
well, that's why I asked you. It's not quite radio silence. He did a rather in-depth interview with Dev Kyle, and he was very adamant that he didn't interview with. He didn't want to be interviewed by Richard Hart. He wanted it by another member, and that so that he could have an objective conversation. And I think Dev Kyle was the obvious choice. But Dev Kyle was very, very professional and never got sucked into his trolling, even though he tried to. It was kind of disappointing because, as you know, Eric is very technical, and certainly Dev Kyle is too. And the majority of the interview dealt with Richard Hart type attributes, like talking about his character and some other things. And it's like, no, that's precisely why you didn't want to interview Richard Hart. Now you're sucking Dev Kyle to comment on all these things that are subjective and have nothing to do with the product. So I thought that was disingenuous. And then a couple other times in between that, he likes to troll in the chats. So he's come into the Hex Telegram groups and makes a presence. And like I said, he engages with certain individuals, pretending to be to want to learn and ask questions like a newbie. But he's very well prepared, and then he just kind of slams the door and starts to really attack. And I think he
Well,
does that for fun. Yeah.
everything you're saying leads me to believe he's got skin in the game. So that's all I can say. Why spend so much time trolling and going back and forth and spending your time on something that you're either not invested in or have no interest in investing, or even using your fund for, which I think you might not even be able to, right?
Yeah, I don't think he can use it on his fun. But Richard Hart's been always very cordial towards him. He understands the bigger picture, I think, and so does Eric. So I think they've probably had a conversation, outside Twitter and a personal conversation saying, okay, we'll do this interview. We'll talk about this. I'm not going to, do anything silly. And I'm sure there's an understanding. And I know Richard Hart has been very respectful of him in the past.
I think if I mean I'm not talking about like collusion, which is not a word you can even use here, but I do think that they in some way work together. And you sometimes need somebody to be the fall guy or the opposing view guy. I think Richard Hart had a couple of those who were friendly with him in private, but I think this could be one of those as well. And the reason why you need the opposing view guy is if you just have debates, so-called debates or interviews with people who just agree with you, it's sort of an echo chamber, and the people who aren't convinced and do indeed have opposing views as a viewer, aren't going to be interested. And I think they're going to be much more interested in somebody who's clearly opposing not everything, but has some opposing views. And I think that's extremely healthy, actually.
It certainly is if it's done with the right context and objectivity. And both individuals have, they keep on point and they describe the pros and cons of whatever they're discussing. And then it's a healthy debate, which is sorely lacking in our industry here. But certainly, if it's there, I welcome it too. I like it. I think it strengthens the merits of Hex and Pulse when you can have good arguments to show why it is good. And it's certainly one thing I think it's important is, especially with Hex, there's far too much misinformation out there. And sometimes these things clear up a lot of those misinformation.
Well, I mean, regarding the radio, by the way, there's Iva Harden, whatever, she has her hand up, he or she. Regarding the radio silence, I mean, it's been 9 months, right, since he last talked about Hex or something along the lines of Pulse. But one of the reasons why I think also why he came out now is because due to the fact that we're down in the deepest bottom of the bear market or somewhere around there, I think he feels a bit more confident to trash talk because the negativity is definitely there. I mean, nothing unusual about a bear market and people being negative. That's not unsurprising. It's just a easier spot to argue from subjectively. I don't think it's objective way of arguing, but yeah.
Well, his technical writings have always been in that vein anyway. So he's very well versed on blockchain and blockchain technology. So all his articles that he's written in the past has been in that kind of vein where he's objectively described certain limitations or problems with protocols or projects or even technology. So that is his kind of MO anyway.
Absolutely. I mean, I even agree with him that PulseChain is merely a fork slash copy of Ethereum and BSC or as aspects of it, and then changing some parameters around. But I think Richard never claimed it to be anything else. Sure, he's overselling it here and there, but just because you're not reinventing a wheel or developing revolutionary technology doesn't mean the thing will not work for the thing that it's designed to do, which is higher throughput, lower fees, etc. It is possible.
That's exactly correct. Not everything has to be designed from first principles. And he should know better, because I know that's an argument that he'll make, but it's not really a good one, because Bitcoin is the same. Bitcoin is revolutionary, but not really because of its technology, but more because it uses existing technology, whether it's encryption technology, it uses computers and software and certain things. And it was the ability to put them all together to form a one cohesive product that made it revolutionary. So he should know that too.
Chain itself isn't technically even a technology, right? It's just using existing tech to combine it into a different thing, which you could call its own tech, but it really isn't. So whenever this argument comes up, I just want people to be prepared for that. It just doesn't mean anything. Like, yes, you copy other people's code, make slight adjustments, and then you can say, well, all you did is copy code and make slight adjustments. Like, yes, exactly. That's how improvements over time works, right? You take a car, you take out the whatever, the back seats, make more space. Is that a revolutionary thing? No, but you have more space in the car now. If that was your goal, good job.
You know, one could even say that Microsoft as a whole has been that whole, they've copied everything throughout their entire history, you know.
Yep.
But they do it better than anyone else, and that's the key. So
Well, there's plenty of arguments to be made. Like with Apple, it's the same. It wasn't always a super technology driven company. It's heavily driven by market behavior, user behavior, etc. Like the focus was heavily in that direction rather than having superior tech. You make the tech fit whatever the user wants. That's the angle rather than the other way around. And that's, I think, one of his pitfalls. I mean, look, we need great people in tech who challenge these kind of things, but he is highly theoretical. Like I don't know what Eric Wall has done other than run a fund himself, like started or even finished. So, knowing a lot on a theoretical level is one thing, but then executing it is in my opinion, entirely different. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Somebody maybe unmute Iva Harden. Iva, whatever.
You do have a question, however.
No, not a question. I'm just astounded with.
Yep.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead. Tardigrade.
So you bring up Microsoft and Apple. Would PulseChain be more like Apple or Microsoft when it comes to developing, I guess, applications on the network, or more like Windows?
probably a little
Nothing I
bit of
can
both.
Right? You think in the middle would be the best, or more like Apple, where you have a massive app store and tons of people building applications on it? I mean, or,
No, the, the point I think we were trying to make was when you design something that is revolutionary, it doesn't necessarily have to come from revolutionary first principles. Sometimes the amazing part is just some subtle improvements that no one else has thought about. And that's what makes it go viral. That's what makes it go efficient, which markets love efficiency. And so we just tried to highlight some other companies that have been very successful that haven't been, always the revolutionary of technology. Apple has been, like, they have
Have you
revolutionized everything. Like,
have you
Apple has
seen
been very
have you seen the $1 billion code?
right? Yes, I saw some of that on Netflix. I think it was on Netflix. I saw,
Right.
or at
So
least
I mean, this is
Google
of
Earth,
course a
right?
story of theft, in my opinion, but similarly in any kind of product or tech development, things always get copied. Like it or not, innovation isn't always coming from first principles. Like nobody just reinvents everything. People will always copy existing stuff, and I think that's a good thing because that's how innovation can spread throughout the world. But the point is that Google went ahead and saw like a billion-dollar idea that somebody made, but they, these guys who were making it, they didn't have the vision, or well, maybe they had the vision, but they didn't have the means or the understanding of the market to make it. Give me one sec. They didn't have the means or the access to the market or whatever. So Google didn't do much different with the code. They made barely any adjustments to it, but they had other stuff. They had an audience, they had a way to scale it. Now people have access to the very vision that these guys had. It sucks for them. I honestly think they should have been paid royalties or something, but in the end, isn't it about it becoming a reality?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a lot of stories go like this, right? The original inventor is rarely credited, and if he is, he doesn't get a lot of it. It's a bit of a sob story often, but this is sort of the rate of innovation. Like you have the original creator, inventor. In this case, I guess you can say Satoshi Nakamoto or whoever, maybe even Vitalik or something, and then you make small adjustments to it, release it, and if it becomes 10 times more popular, it sucks for the original founder, but maybe not, because they're happy that their thing got taken to new heights, or should be happy anyway.
Would be wild to see Pulsechain reach trillions dollars of market value before ETH.
Hey Pepe, if somebody can unmute him.
Good morning to all the bottom buying hexagons.
Good morning.
Pepe, what's up?
Just riding the price down, buying hand over fist. Can't believe it.
I haven't been following the market, but apparently there's like I said, there's like a huge like crypto crash like going on right now, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the bear has its claws out and it's clawing our bags.
Damn.
On the upside, Ethereum weighs 14. So do what you have to do, guys.
Yeah, just
What's the
ended one
price
my
of HEX
stake.
right now?
I think around 8 cents. Something.
Really?
Yeah, it's sweet, man.
85. We could go down to 7, huh? 7 something.
Damn, I might have to buy.
Gets the old average cost basis down, which is a good thing.
How is the
Or
chat
up.
been recently? It seems like the chat has kind of been a little quiet as well. This is the most I've heard people talking probably in like a couple days, couple nights.
Oh no. That's maybe to do with the particular time of day, but I think yesterday there was about 180 people on here and it was getting a bit
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw 200 at one point.
Yeah, probably 200.
Yeah, I was unmuted pretty quickly, so that's nice.
Thanks for the lifeline, Elmeyer.
Welcome. I try to look once in a while I'm working.
Hey, Pepe, remember our talk about Eric Wall yesterday? Looks like
You,
all calls
you
were
called it.
mining.
You called it. I saw the first
I'm
wall
very happy.
heart discussion, and I think it's not going to be bloody. I think there's respect there for both.
Yeah.
Even though Wall has been trolling the Hex community.
Yeah, that's true. He likes to do that, but I think he's respectful with somebody who he can see somewhat eye to eye with.
Could somebody explain for the people who don't know, including myself, what exactly is happening in the market right now to make everything just like dip so low? Like, what is a crash? Like, how does it work? Like,
Do you
because
remember UST, Luna?
sorry,
You remember Luna?
no.
Not gonna go into details here because we're not technically supposed to talk about it, but you can Google those two. I'm not saying that's the only thing, but it's more of a catalyst of other stuff.
Yeah, you know what I think it comes down to? I think it comes down to the happening cycle with BTC. And I think somewhere around September, October was supposed to be the top. And then it just goes down into a bear for about a year and a half. And then you've got almost 3 years of bull. So you can say all you want that BTC and Hex are not correlated. But when grandpa tanks, it brings everything down with it generally. So that at a macro level is really what's going on. Now, what's causing BTC to go down? A, the halvening cycle. B, the NASI and the Dow are just getting pummeled because interest rates are being raised. And every time that happens, then, money flees the market. So you've got those two factors going on. Throw in a little bit of war, and you've got the perfect recipe for the bear.
Did you say war?
Yeah, Ukraine.
If that much
Yeah.
rock.
And like inflation and stuff like that, like it just the economy in general, I suppose.
It's
So
a number
now's
of
the time.
numbers that
Yeah, now's the time that you accumulate, get your cost basis down, and the inevitable bull is going to come. It's a cycle. It's very repeatable. It's happened twice in the past. It's going to happen a third time. And perhaps the genesis spark for the bull is going to be the launch of PulseChain.
some of us here have lived through at least two bears and, can tell tales about it.
Well, how many were there? How many years ago was it? And
Well, the
what was the cost
2018
basis?
one was pretty big and long.
When?
Was it 2018? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, 2017, 18 was horrific. The one before that, 13, 14, but there weren't as many investors then. 17, 18 is when the alts went down 95% plus, and it's just ugly. And it's probably going to be the exact same thing this time, be my guess.
The one thing you also have to understand about crypto specifically, I mean, maybe also other markets, but the bears are a good thing. Like the bear market wipes out all the garbage from the market, which there is a lot of in crypto. Like there's so many scams, rug pulls, just pointless coins, meme coins. Some of those might even survive, but then good on them. Actually, the ones that make it past the bear and survive, they will thrive often.
So what does this mean for the launch of PulseChain?
Well, Hex launched in a bear market. Well, I wouldn't call it like the worst bear market ever, but it was a bearish time. It didn't really have any negative effect, I think, except for maybe 30 days of downward pressure, and then it went all the way up. So if you can live with a couple of days, weeks, maybe a month or two of discounts to get into to maybe Pulse early, then you're good.
Well, I still don't understand how people equate or compare the 30 days quote unquote dump on X with anything else, because it's not comparable and it's not
Yeah, it's true.
directly correlated with people dumping. It's just the mechanic of the adoption amplifier. Simple as that. It's not like people who are dumping from the first to the second day 80%, because
Yes,
there
but
was
recent
no
thing
place
caused
where to
this,
sell.
right? The logic.
Yeah,
Recent thing caused price drop. So
yeah, but it wasn't a, as you said, there was no dumping. It was just less buying, and less buying resulted in a cheaper hex price because of the adoption amplifier mechanics. So
Exactly.
there was no dumping.
I agree. But
And
some of us in here believe in correlation equals causation.
well, then that people did not understand how X launched and how the supply went
Correct.
up 50% from day 1 to day 2, and then an extra 33% on day 3, and so on and so forth, because the adoption phase took an entire year. So
Right.
People
PulseChain
people
is
don't
only
also realize
deflationary
that
from day one.
people also don't remember that when Hex launched, there was about a year of pre-launch, trying to decide on when it is going to launch. So that I think was a trying time, because that was the height of the bear market, to try to attract investors who just came out of the crypto winter and try to get them to invest in something new, was very challenging.
not only that, but you had an entire year of people waiting for X, and when it launched, they just put all their heat on the adoption amplifier and got a pretty shitty rate because of it.
Hey, do you think this is part of what RH's strategy is to, pull this out in a bear market, like to bring it all into the open?
People ask this here every day, and my answer is the same. I do not believe that. He publicly said multiple times that he does not want to wait for it. When it's ready, and it will be launched. It doesn't matter if it's tomorrow or 1 month or 1 year from now. It will be launched when it's ready and fully secure in our operation. And that's it. If that happens to coincide with the bottom of the bear, or with the descending angle of the bear, or with the 80.55% dip, that's just what it is.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I really don't have a descendant one way or the other, but it is a thought that comes through.
E-shares are on sale right now. Oh my.
What's on sale?
T-shares.
Oh, really?
Pepe, don't pump the price. I'm waiting for the funds from Coinbase. Come on. Come on.
Oh, T-shares are on sale if you're buying HEX. You're
And
buying
stake.
HEX. Is that what you were saying?
Sure was.
Yeah.
You know, the
No.
OG got in on T-shares for 60 cents from rumor. Don't know if that's actually true, but it sounds like it might be. But right now, I think we're under 300 quite a bit when you factor in the duplicate. So not bad in March.
What's 10,000 times 0.000056?
How many zeros before the 5-6?
Wait, what was that? Yeah, the math again.
4.
Okay. 4-6.
It's about 60 cents.
56 cents, sir.
Yeah.
Good to hear you, Goose.
So it's about the T-shares. The T-shares were just over 10,000 hex per T-share, and the lowest price was around 4.056 or thereabouts. And so T-shares were less than $1.
Wow. So how do you scoop up on that?
Do you have a time machine?
No.
Can't get it then.
Yeah. I mean, the T-shares that I'm getting today are, nothing compared to that. Yeah.
Remember, they had what, a 30% bonus with the adoption amplifier. Just a self-referral bonus, a referral bonus. I mean, there was just, in my opinion, way too much hex given away for nothing.
It was 30%, 20 for referral and 10 for self-referring, I believe.
Well, on the, I got a question on the PulseX amplifier, right? On your sacrifice, that we.
You mean bonus multiplier?
Yeah. It's either a 2.5 or a 1, a 1x, right?
It's something between 1 and 2.5, yes.
Yeah, wherever you fit in the scale, right? So if your sacrifice, let's say it was like, 20 million, and do you get to multiply that by the 2.5?
Yes.
I mean, it started out at 2.5, which was gobbled up by Rackham, right? And then every single dollar was lowered, right? So he soaked up the range of 2.5 down to maybe 2.42, something like that.
Or 1x, if you were, depending upon where you were at on the scale, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he got up to 25,000 Pulse and PulseX per dollar. Some of us only got 10,000 Pulse per dollar plus the bonus multiplier. But if you only sacked a few thousand, it was like 1.05 on a bonus
Right.
just like
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah. Right.
And the last 5 days, I think the SAC rate was like 2,000 per dollar. So even if you got the 2.5, you only got up to somewhere between 3,200 to 4,500, something like that.
Yeah, I did a couple of different sacrifices. I did, one in the beginning, and then, we had all this bullshit with Coinbase where you couldn't get your funds out. I mean, it was ridiculous to try to get, move my funds out of Coinbase. I mean, I've never been so raped in my life. I mean, I will never deal with that form again.
Why was it difficult? I was coming out of Coinbase Pro. If you did an AC, there's a mandatory like 5 to 7 day submission hold. But if you did a wire, generally that's available same afternoon if you wired in the morning.
Well, my money had been in there for a long time, so I don't even know why it was so difficult, but I'm just saying that it was, and it was like one tragedy after another going through working with, Coinbase. So, I mean, if you like them, I don't care. I'm just, I was lucky to get my funds out as far as I'm concerned. And so I'm happy with that.
Record, I despise all middlemen, whether they're called Nance or Coinbase or Gemini or whomever. They're all disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be great to get, the right wallet, involved, and maybe RH will come out with one, that's gonna, solve the problems. I don't know.
Not solve the on-ramp problem. You've got to have fiat on and off ramps. Maybe that'll be part of the wallet. I doubt it.
Right. You do, but I mean, we all know that fiat is coming to an end, and so we better look for other solutions. I shouldn't say that. Sorry, let me pull that back. Maybe not coming to an end, but will give us a challenge.
I'm in the same boat with Coinbase, but if you're looking for a different on-ramp, I would recommend Uphold, because I had problems with Coinbase and Binance and everything else, but ever since I switched over to Uphold, it's a lot more better.
Would you say it was Uphold?
For your on-ramp,
Yeah.
use Uphold.
Haven't heard of that.
I've been using it for like 5 years now. It's pretty legit.
I think the problem with Coinbase is more about jurisdiction.
Here, Yelmeyer, you're too far from your mic.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, somebody. Yeah.
I believe the problem with Coinbase and other exchanges is jurisdiction, and not really their usability. I never had a problem, and I've been using them since 2017. And I had more problems with my bank than the actual Coinbase exchange.
Oh yeah. Also, I mean, banks are, difficult. That's for damn sure. Doesn't matter who you're with. I mean, we got over here where I'm at, Chase and B of A and Wells Fargo are the biggest banks. and every one of them will give you a problem, and I guarantee you if, problems arise, like I've seen here where I live in San Diego, when the pandemic hit, you couldn't get any money out of the bank. You could pull $200 a day out. Didn't matter how much money you had in there. They governed it. They locked it to where you couldn't pull more than that out per day.
Well, simply because they don't have more money for you to pull.
Exactly. They've got about maybe $20,000, on hand, and then they can't do anything, So the first 5 guys that get in to get their money, they'll get it. But the rest coming in behind, look out. You know what I'm saying?
Heard that before. Which bank are you referring to?
Well, that's Wells Fargo, Chase, and B of A.
I'm a B of A guy, and I didn't have an issue, but I don't live in Cali either. So
Okay, yeah. We got 3.5 million, people here in San Diego, right? And so, when something breaks out to, give panic, and people start heading for the door, they're going to the bank, and it's too late by the time you get there. And that's what happened here. Like when the pandemic first hit, they locked everybody down for the 2-week deal. Like California, stay down low, nobody's going to work, nobody's going to do anything. The shelves on the grocery store were emptied out. I couldn't buy a chicken for 3 weeks unless I was waiting at the grocery store.
Your boy Gavin, keep on voting that slimy bastard in. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. We tried to freaking get him out, but somehow he escaped.
Gavin Garcetti. It's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pig bowl, and most people don't even get it. That's the hard part. You can't even talk to them. You try to say something, and you're like a conspiracy guy or something, and it's like
Mr. DeSantis is doing a pretty good job over this way.
No, he's great. I love that guy. I do. He is yeah.
So we were in Napa, July of 20, and Chuck Wagner, the guy who runs Camus Family Winery, sued him because you weren't allowed to serve food at a winery, even outdoors, and he won. So he literally was able to serve hors d'oeuvres and so forth outside. But the mask mania was full-throated back then. It was unbelievable. And San Francisco was completely locked down. Never seen anything like a ghost town.
No, I actually was going through cancer treatment in San Francisco at that time, and it was a shit show. I'd never seen San Francisco like that in my life, because I went down there, and I'm driving through the streets, and there's homeless people everywhere. It was a crazy environment. I was like, wow, I have never seen anything like this.
Yeah, and when you say everywhere, like they are literally everywhere. Like when you at night, like you imagine like people walking or in the daytime you imagine people walking the streets of a city. At nighttime in San Francisco, that's
Yeah.
basically what happens, but with homeless people and essentially zombies walking around, tweaking, just shaking their heads everywhere, and like their clothes off or like whatever it may be. Like it is like it looks like the apocalypse at night in San Francisco. It's gotten so bad.
Yeah. I mean, you can give that to Pelosi.
That's Nancy's district.
That's
Bless
it.
Oh man.
I mean,
We stay away from politics.
yeah, I think so. Thanks, whoever this is.
Morning, Spiffy.
Okay. Good man. Thanks for bringing that up.
So just going back to the banks for a minute, the hypocrisy's been taken a step further in the UK, because you try to put money in crypto through your bank, and they throw all sorts of barriers up. Wait a week, do this, do that, sign that, do the other, come into bank, and we need to talk to you and all that. And then the hypocrisy is they've now set up one of the main banks in the UK set up an app where you can go in and buy crypto and do whatever you want within the crypto realm. It's their app. They're getting the fees and all the rest of it. It's just ludicrous.
Well, isn't that like Ethereum?
This is bank. This is a UK bank.
Okay, so your UK banks are getting all the fees for your crypto?
Yeah. So, and not only that, they'll charge you their price for fees. So you'll go in and buy ETH or buy whatever HEX, whatever you want to buy, and all the transfers and all the fees are dearer than you get charged on normal circumstances, because you're going through them, because it's supposed to be safer.
I'm going to hand that one over to Elmer.
I don't think Elmer's seen it. Elmer's Portugal, aren't you?
Well, I mean,
Sorry,
it just you want to ask something?
Yeah.
We have a couple of orders, Elmeyer. Haunted room HEX rather.
Yes. I was trying to make my food.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Elmire. You've been
Morning.
sleeping. What's happening? Have you got your coffee,
Morning.
brother? Right. I've just seen a conversation. Can I kindly ask which bank is it? I didn't catch that.
Yeah,
I'm
Mal.
from UK. Hello?
I think it was Malcolm Crypto that was speaking.
Yeah, we're just commenting on the app in the UK, a bank app, which charges you fees and welcomes you to buy crypto and everything else within their app. But if you go to the actual bank that owns that app, they don't want to let you, spend your money on crypto because it's dangerous.
What bank you are using?
I'm talking about the Bank of Scotland, which is one of the biggest banks in the UK.
It's rubbish. It's rubbish for crypto. Barclays, or Jesus, what is the other one? Jesus, I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot. I'm using Barclays. No problems at all. I'm doing transfers. My fiat currency to crypto.com or Coinbase, or I pay with the card. No problems at all, at all. And
Fees like
sorry.
fees.
If you open the account with crypto.com for the first 30 days is free of charge, and Barclays don't charge nothing. Barclays has become one of the most friendly, crypto-friendly banks in the UK. What I've heard from many people in the UK that I know personally. So I can recommend Barclays. When you're purchasing with the debit cards for the first 30 days is free of charge. And after 30 days is, I believe, 299%.
3% on each transaction.
You said 299%,
Yeah, around 3% they charge
but on crypto.com or Barclays?
on crypto.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So people should use probably Coinbase Pro for that because the fees are a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but for the first 30 days it's free.
Yeah, I get it. One of the reasons why I don't use crypto.com, even though I could, and they have a credit card with cashback and all that fancy stuff, is due to the
It's
trading
bullshit.
fees. Yeah. Yeah.
It's bullshit because you have to, stake X amount of money. And a friend of mine was
Yeah,
using that.
you have to stake to get their crow. You have to buy and stake their crow for a specific amount to be able to get the card. Yeah.
It was beneficial for. I think it's going to finish in June. What's beneficial? You got like free Netflix. You got 8% cashback and etc. Up to 8% or 12, I believe. But you have to like 350,000 euros for the black one. But it's not worth it anymore because they lowering the I would say the percentage of whatever you're spending.
Yeah, I know someone that uses it, but it's only beneficial to them because they are able to put all their company expenses there. So for a normal day-to-day user, unless you spend tons of money per month, it's not really beneficial. Yes.
No, and not for us, say Hexicans and
Yeah.
PulseChainers and whatever. It's not our field, I would say. Good morning, Pepper, and good morning, everyone, once more time.
Fly
So
Eye
let-
Guy, kindly turn your mic off if you're not speaking. Thank you.
No, yeah.
Have we any news on the bugs and how the fixes are going at all?
No one knows.
You mean regarding Pulse?
Correct, yeah.
Yep. Other than the last post Richard made, it's saying that they redid the validator part and etc. We haven't heard anything, and I doubt Richard will say much after all the commotion about the 14 days and not 14 days and mid-May, not mid-May anymore. So
Yeah, just been on Saturday on Mexican gathering. I've met Randy Hilarski, Matt from Liquid Loans. It was amazing, guys. I recommend to everyone just to go and meet Hexicans, do gathering, and It's an amazing time, honestly. It's great.
I hope they have enough time to put a limit order functionality into the DEX.
Saying that, brilliant idea. I agree.
That would be powerful.
I'm not sure that will happen unless they want to delay it further.
Suppose all the dev time will be taken up on the books. Looking at it realistically.
The stream today is at 8 p.m. UTC, or is it 8 p.m. any other time zone? You guys know?
Yeah, I think it's 8 p.m. I believe it's UK time. Have a look.
Eight p.m. in Stockholm.
Yep,
So
yep. This Erica guy is intelligent person, right? It's not stupid.
yeah, pretty.
He's a smart moron, I would say.
Smart what?
He's technical.
Smart
let's just
moron.
say that.
Smart moron. Yeah. He's a
No,
hidden Mexican. Hidden Mexican.
the guy's smart enough to troll the entire community, get everyone switched on. This is going to be a much watched debate, if in fact it comes down to that.
Well, I believe you'll use Latinos to then mix it up with shit information, like he usually does. And it will
What did
fall
you say?
onto Richard
Latinos?
to actually. What, sorry?
What did you say? Latin or Latinos?
No, I said he would use the knowledge he has to make correct statements, but add them to incorrect assumptions.
Pero
As he has done in the past.
todo latino es mexicano, ¿no? No rompe el culo. Rompe el culo. Culo. Pendejo de mierda. Erika.
And I love Spanish. Cursing just sounds so good.
It sounds sexy.
Well, then you would love French cursing or Portuguese cursing.
Oh, my lady's Portuguese. So, well, Brazilian. Honorary Portuguese.
Oh, papi. Oh, papi. Oh, papi.
Hey, Elmeyer.
Time, eh?
Elmeyer, the dude formerly known as Gunther, the accountant, who now goes by Wolverine, I think, he made mention during a stream a couple of days ago that the OA in HEX now owns upwards of 97% of all HEX. Can that possibly be true?
That might be assuming the sacrifices that were made. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the stream. But last time I heard his numbers, let me confirm it here. 1 second.
And I'll tell you why I'm asking the question. Because if the OA back in the OG days of HEX staked a tremendous amount of hex, and now it's being, you know, these stakes have been I guess they've matured out, and I notice all these good accounting moves. So there's some benevolent mid-sized bag holder or up that has been shifting these stakes from bleeding out slowly into good accounting, and then we're getting these huge bonuses on a daily payout, which is a wonderful thing. But my question is, can we assume that the daily payout will be buffeted for some time to come as a result of these end stakes?
Give me 1 second.
Can I ask what huge bonuses you're talking about?
Well,
So, as far as I know, there was one big stake from the OA that was good accounted, and we saw an increase of 0.1x per T share, which people can argue if that's a lot or not compared to what people might be able to gain if that stake would have been drained after the 100 weeks. And that's the only one I know that was actually good accounted, and it was John Wick that made that that run that good accounting on that stake. Other than that, I don't know of any other that's happened to
So then are we
receive
to
the same treatment.
right? So then are we to assume that he didn't stake the majority of the hex, or the entity didn't stake much hex, or
Yeah,
they?
No,
no. If he did, he wouldn't
no.
be earning the APY you are.
The OA has precisely 18% of all T shares are owned by the OA, and with this last one that was good accounted, now that it's been taken out, I think it dropped it from 18% to 15 or 16%. So the OA has stakes. Not all of his hex is staked. And of the total amount of T shares, only 15 to 16% are owned by the OA. To answer Pepe's question about 97 or 96%, that's not of total hex. That could be just circulating or
Yeah,
liquid hex.
the liquid
Because
hex, I just checked, and the last numbers I saw was from the liquid hex, 2.3%. Sorry.
no, it makes sense because prior to the sacrificing, the OA owned of all the stakes, of all the hex,
Yeah.
the OA had 85%, and 10% was staked. 10% of all hex was staked. So that only left about 5% that was liquid, 4 to 5%, and about 2% of that was sacrificed. So of the liquid part, of all the liquid hex, the OA could own 95 to 97%.
Yeah, the last number I was just confirming. The last number I had from Gunter is 2.3% of the supply is out of the OA, so the OA owns 97 plus of the liquid X.
Yep,
At the
that
time.
sounds about right. That
Yeah,
sounds about right.
Yeah, this was at the end of February, basically.
So Goose, are we led to believe then that the yield will go up as a result of this good accounting maneuver? Or because the OA is no longer staking, correct? I mean, he's not
No,
adding.
the OA does have stakes. Like I said, of the staker pool right now, I think there's around 10.5 million T shares. So the OA owns about 16% of them.
I think Pepe is saying he's not creating more stakes. He created them all at the beginning. I think the OA kind of created the ladder at the beginning, and after that, he's not creating more stakes. Is that what you're asking?
That is correct. There is no. It does. Yeah, there doesn't look to be any type of will on the African priest to place stakes. It looks.
So
You're
then we
losing your Bruce.
anticipate the daily payout gradually going up, assuming that the staker class of hexagons keep on staking at approximately the same rate that they have historically staked. And if the OA is bleeding out their stakes slowly, or if it's then being placed into good accounting by some benevolent mid-sized bag holder or whale, is it fair to assume that the daily payout will continue going up at perhaps not a prestigious rate, but it would certainly go up as a direct result of no new stakes by the OA?
Well, you could make a prediction like that. However, we're in day 800 or so, and that's certainly not been the behavior of the market. And so every day, we can look at this data right on go.hex.com, where we can see the size of the staker pool every day, and we know how many people left, like how many stakes end. So therefore, T-shares were taken out, but it looks like they're being replaced with new stakes, either people placing equal amount or longer stakes themselves, or just new people coming in and staking. So it seems to be a nice balance between people leaving and people coming in. If that is the case, then the daily payout doesn't really move very much from where it is today, because the only other factor that would affect that would be A, the inflation, which is fixed at 3.69% per year, and B, the emergency end stake penalty. But that is an arbitrary thing that, is a little bit here and there. It could be a spike once in a while, but certainly you can make any predictions about the emergency end stake. So I do agree that the OA will not stake, and that's good for APY, but the reality is the size of the staker pool is probably the biggest metric in affecting the daily payout. Having said that, if we believe that adoption, and more importantly, we go viral, where more and more people come into the system and they place stakes, that the staker pool would actually get bigger. And with a bigger staker pool, your daily payout would actually get smaller, and therefore your APY could actually go smaller. So this is another dynamic that could easily happen.
Sorry, just to clarify, if you can, please. So you're saying the OA owns 97% roughly of the total hex, or is that what you're saying? The total hex net?
Liquid X.
Liquid hex.
Yeah.
Circulating supply, not total. The total is a different number.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
And again, so people understand why UA has so much. It wasn't intended at first for UA to have so much, but since the BTC free claiming of X was very low, and the majority of X was minted through the OA, from which from the AA, the adoption amplifier, and since from the bonus gain from the adoption amplifier, the OA would get a copy of them. That's why at the end of the adoption period, the OA got as big as a portion of the supply as it got.
So basically, the liquid hex, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong here, but the liquid hex is something like 90% of the total supply, and the OA owns 90% of that. Is that correct? 97% of, I beg your pardon.
Yes.
I would say more like 88% is the OA, 2.5% is liquid, and 10% is the Hex that is staked, owned by the staker class.
Of which the OA has 15%. Is that correct?
That's correct. Elmeyer had brought up.
Let me just add a point. Remember that 15% of the T-shares at the time, it meant less X was needed for each T-share. So in terms of 50% of the entire T-share pool might right now mean less than 15% total X locked.
So if we were estimating,
we can't comment on the 10%. Can't comment on the 10% of how much is owned by the OA. That's not really directly T-shares.
So if we were estimating how much total hex does the OA hold?
What are T-shares worth today?
So, like Crypto Goose said, 88% more or less, right?
That is correct. But once you get to 88 or 90 or 92, does it really matter? Like for your analysis of what you want to do?
Well, I think it matters in the term of price. You know, I know we talk about liquidity pools and whatever, but if there's so much held off the market, you know, it has massive impact on price, doesn't it? Or it should do.
Yeah, it should.
Someone else made another question. It was you, Flight Eye guy. Sorry.
How long is the bear market projected to last for? Have you guys heard anything about it?
Well, no one has a crystal ball, but usually it takes a year, more or less, maybe more.
Bear markets come in all shapes and sizes.
Go ahead, Flight Eye guy.
Well, no, I wanted to ask a question about if somebody can explain in layman terms the good accounting, what that really does.
Do you want to explain, Crypto Goose?
Sure. Good accounting. So when your stake ends, you have to properly end the stake. Otherwise, you're going to be penalized by being late. You have a 2-week grace period after your stake formally ends. In other words, it includes where you have to end your stake. When you end your stake, what actually happens is your T-shares are burned and you actually remint all your principal plus all your accrued yield, all your accrued interest, not interest, but all your bonuses, okay? So that's what happens when you end your stake. The problem is there's sometimes people don't want to end their stake due to tax reasons or some other reason. And so the good accounting function allows you to properly end your stake. It burns the T shares, but it does not mint your HEX yet. So what it does is it allows you the freedom to push into the future to another day where you can remit your hex. So strategically, people use that to remint their hex and take advantage of a time in the future without penalty.
It is also important to mention that it's a public callable function, so anyone can run good accounting on anyone else's stakes. And that's why what some people sometimes do for other stakes that are either accruing penalties, either because the person is sick or in the hospital or in prison and cannot just do it, or because like they did for the stake from the OA, in order to release the T shares, and so that the payout per T share would be higher for every people from that point onwards.
Yeah, the reason that it's a very important point that Elmer brings, that anyone can call up the function. And the reason why is because if someone does not properly end their stake, then they do get penalized, but those penalties do not ever get distributed to the staker class as bonuses. They just sit in limbo. So somebody has to run the good accounting to release the bonuses as well.
Do they ever get paid out if the stake finally ends, and then everything is trued up, or those penalty hex just never are distributed?
That is correct. They never get distributed. And right now, there's a lot of hex that can be distributed out to the community if someone was so kind to end so many stakes that have bled out. Now we're at 2 years, 2.5 years, so there really isn't a lot of stakes that are at 100 weeks yet, but there will be. And on the ETH side, it costs quite a bit of money to end those stakes, because even running the good accounting function does cost quite a bit of gas. But all those bonuses would be released at that time. So strategically, if you've got a stake ending in 5 years, you might want to check all the stakes that haven't been ended, and you might want to end them so that you could at least one last time collect a bonus before you end your stake.
And also, if the stake is never good accounted, not only the penalties won't be distributed to people, but the actual T-shares are locked and diluting the entire ecosystem. And so everyone else gets a lower payout because there are more shares in the system than it should.
So then basically, are we supposed to end our stakes always with good accounting?
So you should end staking does exactly the same as good accounting plus minting your coins. Good accounting does everything end stake does except minting your X. So the only benefit, like CryptoGoose said before, is either for tax purposes. So you want to delay the minting of the tokens without accruing penalties from late from ending your stake late, and then you are free to mint the X by running the end stake afterwards at whatever point in time you want. It could be 2 years after, and you will still be given the allotted X you're due, or you will still be able to mint the allotted X you would otherwise if you staked right at the end of your stake. Did you understand?
Not really, but I'll get there eventually.
Basically, you should always end your stake with an end stake. The good accounting does exactly the same, except minting your X. If you run the good accounting, your stake ends, everything is fine, but you don't get the X in your wallet. If you run the end stake, it does all that good accounting does, but I'll actually mint your X and it shows on your wallet. Simple as that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, just to reiterate that, the actual function, it's a two-step function if you've never run it. So the first step is when you end your stake, or when your stake is ready to end and it's completed, you get two options. It'll ask you, do you want to end stake or do you want a good account? So if you do good accounting, it'll run through an operation, a transaction, and you won't see anything really exciting because you're not going to see your new X. But what it does is it runs your good accounting. On Etherscan, it'll enter in a transaction that you did end your stake, but you did not mint your HEX. And then when you're ready to mint your HEX at a later date, you go in and you press the end stake button again. Except for this time, it's not going to give you two options. It's just going to say end stake, and then you properly end your stake, and then you get your HEX and your accrued bonuses. That's how physically it works.
Okay, so, but if you just end stake without the good accounting, you still get all your bonuses. And if you use the good accounting, you can get your bonuses at a later time. When you end stake second time.
Yeah, even your principal. So it's not just your bonuses, it's your bonuses and your principal.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Not 99% of the people do not use good accounting. They strictly end their stake. They may wait the full 2 weeks to pick a good time for gas fees. You know, they might pick a weekend or something. They end their stake and then they get on with their life.
So there's no penalty whatsoever if you wait up to 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Don't forget, most people who end a stake, they're very interested to place a new stake. So the quicker you do that, the quicker you can get your T shares, and you can start building your bags up again. So you do want to use the system for what it's designed to do.
I'm on holiday for one of my stakes ending, and I'm going to get my son to do it. But I've got 2 weeks grace. I'll wait till I get back.
Crypto Goose, I believe you were going to say something before people started asking questions regarding the OA and the amount of T-shares he had or something like that.
Yeah, I wanted to extrapolate a point that you made about how the OA got all these tokens, and especially the big payday, which was a big event. And on the big payday, the OA actually stepped in and placed a one-day stake across the big payday to the point that it staked all its HEX. And at that particular time, 97% of all the HEX was staked. And a lot of people were upset because by doing that, the OA had diluted the whole staker pool. And all of us, instead of getting a massive bonus of all the HEX that was supposed to be distributed to the staker class, we got a fraction thereof. So many people were hoping to get 150, 200% bonus, and instead they only got somewhere between 30% and 100%. But that is kind of bad that the community thinks like that, because what ended up happening was, because the OA did that, people only got 30% of a bonus instead of 100 or 200%. And what ended up happening, if we look at that day, is after the big payday, the T-share rate ratcheted up massively. It went from 11,000 hex per T-share, and it jumped up to 16,000 hex per T-share. And that was because it was a 30% bonus given to all those people who even just staked for one day. So when those stakes ended, obviously the T-share rate had to ratchet up quite a bit to compensate for that. Now, if the OA did not act in such a major way and just stood on the sidelines, yes, all of us would have got 100%, 200% more bags, but the T-share rate would have ratcheted up not to 16,000, it would have ratcheted up to 28,000. And today we wouldn't be having a 21,000 T-share rate. It would be north of 30,000. So you can imagine over the past year, if our T-share rate was significantly higher than it is, and the cost implications and how that would hurt adoption. So this is an indirect thing that the OA had done, an indirect result of the OA acting, especially at that time where the community did not really like what it did, or some people in the community, but it was a really, really important thing to do. And it kept the T-shares, relatively speaking, in line to, at least as Richard Hart says, keep some meat on the bone for all the new adopters in the future.
It's looking out for the sustainability, which is hard to do with a small community that may be only interested in its current profit margin, so to speak.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make is that the T-share rate went from 16,000 to 21,000 since the big payday. But if the OA did not act, it would have been at around 28,000, and it would have been over 30,000 today, which, if people are having a hard time getting T-shares today, imagine if it was north of 30,000.
Yep.
And again, a thing that people don't mention here often is that it doesn't matter if you have a T-share or 2 T-shares or 0.1 T-shares, your APY per year is still north of 10% or 12%. It doesn't matter if you have a whole T-share. What matters is that you have shares and you are accruing yield based on the value that you put in.
Yes, that's very important. People don't understand the 38% and they get confused, but it's very important to understand how your APY is calculated.
Yeah, and the 30% is for people that stake longer. Yeah, I can have like 1,000 T-shares, but if I stake for 1 year, I get the same yield as someone that stakes $100. It's just a bigger because my bag is bigger. It's a percentage of the entire stake you make.
So did early adopters get, much greater T-share than what we're seeing today?
Well, since the T-shares were a lot cheaper then, you could use a lot less X to create your T-shares, and X itself was cheaper, so you could buy more of it. So yes, the people that entered earlier are always able to get more T-shares than the people that come after, unless you are comparing someone that entered at the top versus someone that entered 2 or 3 months after at the bottom, right? But in
Well,
general,
Always relative.
if you look at the long term, and if you assume that the X price either stays the same or goes up over time, since we are guaranteed that the T-share rate always goes up, it will always be harder to get shares in the future versus than at the beginning. That is the effect that was supposed to exist in the T-shares to basically replicate the compounding effect that you have when you invest earlier, right? The earlier you invest, the longer your money is compounding, and so over time, even if you started like only 2 or 5 years earlier, usually when you pull it out, due to that compounding effect, you are able to get more than the people that come after you and start their stake at a later date, right? The T-share system existed exactly to be able to have that, give that compounding effect to people.
You're right. I understand, the compounding effect, but, like, so, onboarding new people today, right? Like, I try to do that as much as I can. And, but so, for them to get T-shares, like to even equal 1, they got to put in,
So, but that's where I believe people are wrong, because you do not need 1 T-share to get the same APY. If you go to X.calc, either if you take, sorry?
What'd you say? Go to what?
If you go to X.calc or even go.x.com, and you either xcalc.net or the place you go to stake, go.x.com, when you enter the amount you want to stake and the days, it will give you the number of T-shares that you receive or shares. All right?
Right.
But either way, if you have 1 T-share or multiple T-shares, it's easier if you go to xcalc.net. If you put that you're staking 1000x for 1 year, you get a 12.02% APY. If you stake 1 million X for the same amount of time, you're getting 12.03, and that 0.3, the slight difference, is due to the bigger pays better bonus, but that bonus can only go up to a maximum of 10% if you stake the 150 million. So for smaller amounts, it's not even anything at all. And so if you stake $100 or $1,000, your APY per year will always be 12.03 at this point in time. So you don't need 1 T-share to actually be able to get that yield and that 12% APY per year if you stake for 1 year. Okay, of course, then you have to consider the end stake fees and the start stake fees. Of course, that is a factor, and that is the only reason why small stakes are not very profitable at this point in time. It's only because the Ethereum fees are so high. Because if you stake $100 of X, or $1,000, or $1 million even, you are always going to get that 12% APY. And so you don't need 1 T-share to actually be profitable in terms of X. The problem right now is Ethereum fees that eat into that principle. And even though you have a 12% APY, if the actual value that 12% gives you, it's not enough to cover the end stake fees and the start stake fees, then you're losing money. But it's not an X problem, and it's not a T-share system problem. It's the Ethereum fee problem. And people, I don't know why, don't seem to grasp this concept.
If I could just say that, sorry, my voice. The APY is in X terms, because if you talk about in dollar terms, at $1 million or $100, then the APY is completely different, right? Because
No,
that
when I'm saying dollars, I'm saying $100 worth of X right now, or $1,000 worth of X right now when people are onboarding. Of
okay.
course, I'm not guaranteeing it's $100 or $1,000 in dollars at the end of your stake, because the dollar value fluctuates. If you buy $100 of X right now or $1,000 of X right now and stake it right away, the APY in X terms will be exactly the same. That's what I'm saying.
Posted APY is always in hex terms, always.
But this is good to make people aware of that, because
To clarify, yes. Yeah.
because people might have unrealistic expectations.
Yeah, you're correct. You're correct. So it's good for people to understand that we are talking about the X stake APY in terms of X, and no dollar value is guaranteed because the price of the assets itself can go up or down. So the actual dollar APY can be a lot higher or a lot lower.
Well, when you're onboarding people, and you're showing them the website and it's saying it's a 38% APY, right?
That's the average if you stake more than the average. So 6 years plus.
Okay. Well, right. Okay. So yeah, you got to go a little bit longer, which is fine. But still, I mean, the way that you're presenting it doesn't sound so attractive.
That is what do you mean? The way I'm presenting right now?
Unless you got a lot of money.
Again, it doesn't matter how much money you put in, other than the Ethereum fees problem. If you stake 100x for the average length, average stake time, you will get close to that same APY. It doesn't matter if it's 100x, 1000x, or a million x. The code is the same and the rules are the same for all of them, and the percentage will be the same. The problem is, will that accrued interest from the smaller amount of X be enough to compensate the Ethereum fees that you have to pay to start your stake and end your stake? That is a big issue with smaller stakes in Ethereum right now. The rest,
we're not going to be
doesn't
paying
matter.
Ethereum fees, once PulseX comes out, right?
No, you will. You will. If you have stakes on the Ethereum side, you pay Ethereum fees the same you do today.
No matter what.
Yeah,
of course. If you still
on
want
your
to
stakes on the Pulse side,
Ethereum X, then of course you need to end your stakes there and stuff like.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's start that from the beginning though, because so all of my stakes right now that I've had over the last year and a half are going to be paid on the Ethereum side, period.
Yes, of course, your stakes will be copied to the Pulse side, so you'll have two stakes. One stake on the Pulse side that you can end by paying Pulse, and one stake on the Ethereum side that you can end by spending Ethereum. So you just duplicated your stakes, but you still have your stake. A portion of your stakes are on Ethereum, and a portion of your stakes is in Pulse, right? So if you want to end the ones on Ethereum, you need to pay Ethereum fees.
Right, okay.
So the system state that gets duplicated, but it doesn't delete your Ethereum side, right? You get just the same on the Pulse side.
Yeah. All right. So I mean, Ethereum fees suck, and that's the problem. So yeah, if we could figure out a way to dodge that bullet, that'd be great.
Well, I was saying this morning when I came in, because one of my 2.5-year stakes finally ended. It was probably my first stake or one of my first. I just did a small, tiny one just to figure out how staking works and stuff. And it was that small that basically I cut in to my yield because I think about 18%, even though I probably paid today the lowest GUI I've ever had to pay in my last years with Ethereum. So small stakes over a long periods are just not good
What
overall
was your
on Ethereum.
fee? What was your fee? I don't care
Well,
about your
it
stake.
was
What's your
about 15 to 17 GUI, which was I think $80-$90.
okay? Yeah.
I think I staked, I don't remember the principal, but I got out around $400. I think
Jeez.
it basically doubled. Like from the moment I staked till yesterday, it sort of doubled. But you know, I had to pay 16-18% in fees, and
Right.
therefore my point is that for all the smaller bags, I'm not saying the smallest, but you know, there's reasons for people to have only a couple of hundred to stake, and for them Ethereum just isn't going to work. You're
Yeah.
cutting in 20% into your margins. It's ridiculous. So
Yeah.
for middle class to higher class to whales, they don't have to worry that much because the fees don't exponentially grow, but you know, they stay down there.
Yeah,
No.
exactly. And
We're
again, that's the Ethereum issue. So it's not about
Yeah.
yeah.
needing to have more T shares just for the sake of getting the same APY. Is the problem that if you don't have enough T shares for that 10 or 12 or 30% to be enough to compensate for the Ethereum fees, then you have an issue.
Yeah.
But
For
I don't
sure.
want to touch on the whole parity topic again, but with that in mind, with what I just said, and assuming and also knowing that there's a lot of people with smaller bags who do
Correct.
matter,
Yes.
I think that on PulseChain, Hex will be used slightly differently. I think the stake percentage might be slightly different, maybe not hugely, but I think it will be different. The laddering will be different. You have a lot more room in what you're able to do.
Wasn't the whole idea this to help out the smaller guy? You know, to bring back, help out the blue collar, you know, workers in the world. You know.
yeah, the advantage of the pulse chain in terms of X staking and N staking is that it will be a lot cheaper to do it, and so people can decide to do smaller stakes or a stake with a smaller bag and still be profitable because they are not penalized when they are going in or out due to the massive Ethereum fees that you have at this point in time.
Yeah. I just you know, I feel for the people. You know, right now. You know, more than anything that in the suffering that you know we see going on around us, and you know how to make a better world. You know, and so that's the reason why I got into Hex in the beginning, is because it sounded like it was a project to make a better world. Not
Yeah,
about making money, you know, but money
Well,
makes a better world. I mean, money makes you have to have money to, you know, to fund projects and all that. You know, I get it.
so I talked about this with a friend who's not currently in crypto, and he's very well aware of the Ethereum fee issue. And one of the reasons he's not in it is because of that. So I see two sides, right? I'm in crypto, but I'm also outside of it with friends and family, etc. And what I see like from a perspective point of view, does that even make sense? But I see people talking about Ethereum from the outside, and then I see talking about Ethereum from the inside. And the inside has a problem. They have this perspective bias. I don't know what you want to call it. I can't think of the English term, but basically you're limited by your observation of the space because you're in it.
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias. Thank you. So it's a whale bias in my opinion, because if you're relatively well off and you've made your gains, the fees don't concern you that much. They should concern you, and I think some people are taking it to heart as a concern, even though they don't have to, but they should, because it's not sustainable. Because you're alone with your other bros who made a couple of bucks with it, but it doesn't matter. You don't get the adoption. You don't get these things solved. I mean, there's a reason why Vitalik is so worried about addressing it, but I don't think they're ever going to solve it. The people I know plenty of people who are not in it by choice because they know they're getting wrecked by fees. I mean, I had one
Right.
friend try, and that's it. I mean, so
It's an
the
interesting
potential
dynamic.
Sorry.
It's an interesting dynamic here because we keep talking about the ETH fees, but we have to understand where those fees, how they get raised. This isn't something that the ETH Foundation decides a price, like going to a restaurant and you pay the fees of what things cost. People bid those fees up. And so in some ways, Ethereum suffers from its own success. The fact that people want to use it, they're willing to pay more, which is it's kind of a self-balancing act that the more people want to use it, the higher the fees can go, which by conclusion, you can't say that this is that ETH is suffering, because it is suffering for mass adoption for people who are cheaper. But the fact that it's so successful is why people are paying. People pay so much because it is successful. So we can't forget
right, but
that
it's just a
fact.
supply problem, right? It's just
but people are
the
paying
supply
it.
is very.
Yeah, but you can't
People
make
are
a
paying
trade.
it.
You can't do anything, outside of your own wisdom, without making those trades or those, adoptions and things. And so, you
It
got to pay.
reminds
There's
me.
another issue.
It reminds me of Yogi Berra. Yogi Berra had a famous saying: "The reason why people don't go to the ballpark."
We missed you, Gus.
We lost you, brother.
This is what I hear all the time with ETH.
We lost you on that.
We lost you.
I was going to say,
Damn, that was.
Yogi Berra has a famous saying that says, "The reason why people don't go to the ballpark anymore is because they're too crowded." So it's kind of a funny saying, but it's kind of
Right,
the
but you
same
can
thing
build
with
more
ETH.
ballparks, correct?
Yeah. But my point is that people
Ethereum's
say, "Oh, Ethereum, you can't trade on it." No, people are trading on it. They are paying the fees. People are minting NFTs. They're paying thousands of dollars. This is the capitalist part of Ethereum. We cannot say that Ethereum is not successful because of it.
That's not.
No,
Nobody is saying
they're
that.
winning
Like,
the
we're
game.
trying to solve a specific problem, and I'm pointing out what the potential is if it does get solved. That's all we're saying. Nobody is shit talking Ethereum, and that's not the argument. The argument is you have two things you can change: the demand or the supply. Which one is more obvious? Obviously, the supply, and that's being worked on. Great. That's the point. Like, my point was literally that exactly what you said. There are people using it. They don't need to worry about it so much, I think, because they're not cutting their margins in half or whatever it is they're doing. But there are people who would if they were to use it, and they're just not going to use it.
And the thing is, it's not only about the people that use it, but the actual base gas cost for certain transactions that was raised to combat a possible exploitation on the system that impacted us directly, right? And we can debate if that was a good thing to be done at the point it was or to the extent it was, but there are other things other than just simple adoption that impacts the price, right?
Yeah,
It's a simple
I
question
mean,
of, is the use case going to work? Like, if your use case, let's say, is microtransactions, it's just not going to work on Ethereum. Maybe once in a month on a weekend, and that's it. So that's not good. Simple. Like, Ethereum is successful, sure, by whatever metric you want to use, but not for this particular use case, right? if that is one that you want to have, which I think there is plenty of arguments to why that is a use case where people want, then there needs to be a solution for that.
Well, tell me how many times that you have, turned around on a transaction and said, "Oh, I'm not doing that. No way."
Countless.
The fees were
Well,
too high, and
let's change my
it
strategy
was going to
because
cost.
of it. Let's just say it
Sometimes
like that.
it was going to cost me more, than what I was trying to trade, right? So you're like, no.
Trading
that
isn't
true?
even the biggest issue for me, but I've definitely had to change my strategy. Like for example, with staking ladders, I wanted to do certain ladders, and it just turned out it's not profitable, or it doesn't make sense, or I'm losing out way too much. So I had to change my strategy. Am I
Yeah,
happy with it? No, but I'm gonna do it anyways.
yeah.
So is that spell
I mean, hoping
success?
for a
Me?
different
No.
solution, right? To come our way, but
Let's just
yeah,
say
I
there's
feel the same
demand
way.
for something better or faster or higher throughput. I
Uh,
mean, the demand is definitely there. Whether or not it's going to solve all the problems, we don't know. I'm not reaching that far, but
Well, I have friends that just unbothered because I actually sold them the X directly. I just sent them to their wallet,
yeah,
and they didn't have to pay the Ethereum fees. But
same
other
experience.
than that, it's like crazy. They if they want to put 300 Ethers in or 200 Ethers in, like some my friends, or actually this one friend, at the time that you wanted to get the X, it would be more. You would pay more in fees just to get it than the actual amount that you wanted to get it.
If we were using crypto for what, we actually thought we came into this whole system for, and that was to be, decentralized out of the system and just using it as a banking system, period, then, I think we'd be happy. But, it's turned into a, you know, geez, we got to make,
Far from that, I don't think we were ever there, and it's very likely we will also never get there. I mean,
I don't
it's
think so. Yeah.
the Hex specifically is just a very different tool. Bitcoin as well. Ethereum has a wide range of uses because it's programmable money in a way, but I don't see it being used in the way we all like originally signed up for. But there are
Well,
specific use cases that are good, in my opinion.
there is. I'm not, poo-pooing the whole thing. I'm just saying that, I think it did take a little dog leg, to the right, and we all went down a side road, and we didn't have
Bitcoin
a
did that
choice.
3 times.
What's that?
Bitcoin did that 2-3 times.
Oh yeah, I know. I wasn't in on the Bitcoin stages of life, and until it was like at 20,000, and I was like, that's absurd. I wasn't going to buy it, and then of course, I watched it go up to 65 and kicked myself in the head a couple of times, but
Yeah,
then I
history
started really
repeats
looking
itself
into.
or rhymes to some
Well, I
extent.
started really looking into the project a little bit deeper, and seeing what they were all about. And the reason why I ended up here is because I believed in what this was, and still is. And I hope will stay, as it is a great project for the people, and, to build up a better humanity, with the right people. I mean, we got a great group of people in this program, you know. We really do, if you look at it. I mean, sure, there's some oddballs, but whatever. overall, I think it's a great community in the hexagons.
I mean, it's by design, right? Like people helping others out to get onboarded because it helps everybody. But it's also, I mean, I don't think everything is 100% altruistic, even here. There's definitely some people who put in a lot more work than they need to, but
Oh yeah.
a lot of it has to do with the fact that you benefit from others being educated, from getting onboarded properly and not getting wrecked. I mean, it's a
Oh yeah,
no-brainer.
no, that's important. That's really important. I mean, that's the hardest part about it is like, I, you know, I couldn't possibly want to even think about, somebody getting wrecked on my suggestion. It's horrible.
Yeah.
So, it takes proper guidance, and it also takes, that person doing their own research.
It's very telling that this chat is full, like 80% filled with security advice on how to use hardware wallets properly and stuff like this. Because it shows that majority of people in crypto don't know this, which is worrying. And B, it shows that this community actually gives a shit about people not getting wrecked instead of just making money off their bets. Just very different from a lot of other projects and things I've seen in crypto over the years.
Yeah.
Isn't it the case that we shouldn't be suggesting to people to be making small stakes on Pulse when it first releases, in the same way that when people did that on Hex, as we're seeing now? I mean, of course, it was affordable back then. That's why they were doing it. But give it 2-3 years, once Pulse hopefully gets mass adoption or more adoption, say, aren't the fees going to go up just like the ETH fees went up, or is there some kind of
So
built-in structure to
Well, the
alleviate that?
supply is just
there,
ridiculously higher.
there's a lot more things that Pulse has that will help with the fees. Like Toby said, the bigger supply is one of them. The second one is the higher throughput. That by default we have a 4x increase just by the block times being 3 seconds instead of the average of 13 from Ethereum. And as Walrus said last night, the way the validators are being implemented, it will actually allow them to scale quickly up to 10 to 40x the throughput of Ethereum. So you have a lot more supply, a lot more throughput, and the base gas cost for the read from disk, I believe, don't quote me on that, but I believe it's also less in terms of gas by default than Ethereum, unless they decide to ratchet it up to prevent some sort of DDoS attack or something like that. But from what I believe, it will also be lower. So all these three factors will help to keep the fees low for a longer period of time. And again, it can still go up over time. Okay.
So
I'm not saying it won't.
Sorry, Elmer. On your estimation of what you've just said, if we'd got the supply or the throughput that Ether's got at the moment, what sort of fees would you expect us to be charging, very, very roughly?
Well, you
Well,
cannot denominate them in dollar, but you can see on the testnet what some typical fees are for the different actions you do. And if you want to assign an imaginary dollar value to Pulse as a token, then you can figure out the dollar one. But until then, you only can denominate it in Pulse.
so if we assume, and this is an assumption, okay, I'm not saying values, but if
Don't
you
be an ass.
assume 1 Ethereum for 1.2 million Pulse, that will roughly mean 1 Pulse will be 0.002, okay, so more or less 20x the sacrifice, the best sacrifice rate. It doesn't mean it will be that value at launch or anything of the sort. But if we assume one Ethereum is 1.2 million pulse based on the difference in supply, you have one pulse for 0.002, so 1/5 of a cent, I believe, exactly. And if you see the testnet transactions, sometimes is 1/100th or less of a pulse. So those are the numbers. Even if the fees go up by 1,000 or 10,000, you're still paying less than $1.
Oh, Maya, isn't the reason for this delay of an update that where you can actually change the gas fees? Things can be updated.
From Richard's last tweet, I assume that what they have been doing, they are making it so it's more efficient. And so by being more efficient, it means that they will be able to process more transactions at a lower cost. That's what I'm assuming. And I don't know the numbers to quote any numbers, but from what I was able to read, that's my take on it.
I read somewhere that someone said that the updates can be done easier. So it's not like Ethereum have their problem now where they can't update anything or they're having troubles with PulseChain. It should be easier for any updates that's necessary.
Yeah, Wallace, I think, talked about it last night, that if they want to increase the throughput, it's a lot easier to do it, and it's able to be scaled right away just by having a better hardware for the validators, because the network can scale up very easily.
So one question I've got, guys, is that if we were to take a look at it, it only took like 2 years for it to change on Ethereum, right? From being, hey, this is great and affordable to do a $50 stake or a $200 stake, to where it didn't make sense anymore to do that. So even if we went through Pulse and we got double or triple that amount of time, wait 4 or 6 years before we got, anywhere even near equivalent fees, we would say that that was a great success, and that Pulse far outperformed Ethereum in regards to fees. But when we're talking about HEX and people are making 6-year stakes and 15-year stakes and all these different things, isn't there an argument to be made that, hey, maybe making a $200 stake or a $50 stake and laddering out your meager income every single week is probably not the best approach whenever we're putting it out for that far, because we don't know where the fees are going to be at?
Of course, a balance needs to be reached. I wouldn't say to anyone to just every month stake $100 worth of X. Probably would be nicer just to save that for a little while and do an entire stake with all that amount. But again, in Pulse, that might be affordable. I cannot tell you for sure that, okay, for the next 5 years, the fees will stay at the same value that they are right now. No one can make that call. But what I know is if we even reach that point in time where the fees are the same as they are on the Ethereum side, well, most of us here will probably be very, very, very happy. That's the only
That
thing
happened
I can
after
hear.
2 years, and the doubling does not work. If you do the math on length, you have to factor in launch of Ethereum, which was what, 2015, 2016? So that was more than 2 years. And then you can double that. And on top of that, with the validators and, or let's say Pulse in general, you can do more customization. For example, you can remove all that read from disk shit that you have in Ethereum. That 12x the cost only for reading from disk, which is ridiculous. You don't need to have that in a system of validators where they can't be attacked of what was supposed to be Ethereum. So there are more things that you can scale to reduce the gas cost for a single stake than just the length of time it takes to increase the Ethereum, sorry, the gas fees over time. There are more things you can do. It doesn't come just down to like 2 years of price action in Ethereum, what you're trying to compare to.
Also, JK, if you do weekly stakes, the more it's mathematically better to compound it. Like fortnightly be better than weekly. Monthly is better than fortnightly, and then so on and so forth. So the more you can compact your stakes and spread them out further, it's better than doing it weekly.
Yeah, don't confuse new people though. Technically, it's not compounding. It's it simulates compounding, but it's not compounding. You're getting a bonus for longer locks. If you,
I mean, sorry, not compounding, but just gather your stakes together then, rather than doing it weekly.
yeah, you get like bigger bonuses. Yeah. That's the best way to say it. What definitely will work out though, which is the new case on Pulse, is gonna be the fact that you can do shorter term stakes with lower amounts of HEX. That isn't possible on Ethereum as right now. Nobody can stake for a month with $100, for example. It's not worth it.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way. But I do want to mention Richard Hart did say something in one of his recent live streams where the fees for PulseChain will eventually get not as exaggerated high as Ethereum, but it will increase. But at that point, you know, people here we wouldn't mind it because we're all gonna be millionaires by then. But we wouldn't even have to care about those fees at that point, which will be like 7 years from now.
But at the same time,
yeah.
we
By the
want to
way,
care about the new onboarders.
By the way, when Richard talks about Ethereum fees being the same, sorry, PulseChain being the same as on Ethereum, in the very beginning, you also had 0.00 something in fees on Ethereum, and if you have the fees in USD terms higher now, that doesn't mean that they have to be in Pulse terms high. Because if you got millions of Pulse for, I don't know, a few $100, you would still be able to use the network because you have so many of the units. I'm pretty sure that he is referring to units and not
yes, it's
not
units.
US dollars.
It's absolutely units because if you want to play with this, actually, you can just go back in history on Ethereum and figure out what were the unit prices for Ethereum fees. You know, what are the percentages that they grew by over time, et cetera, and you can make that assumption about PulseChain, even though I think you'd be wrong because it's not a mining, it's not a proof of work network, so it will be acting differently because the costs are lower. But still, you can do that, and I think you will still end up in a very reasonable range. Whatever the US dollar value will be, nobody knows.
Yeah, and that's why I said before there are multiple things that impact the fee value on the Pulse chain, and one of them is the increase in supply, and the other is the increase in throughput and the efficiency of the network itself.
Well, there's also unknown variables being thrown in that, you know, I am not saying it's an experiment because we do have testnet, but we haven't really used testnet in the way that it will be used on mainnet because the validators, the validators don't have the same skin in the game, so to speak. So it'll act very differently, but there are some unknown variables.
Of course, but even if the fees go a little bit higher in terms of units, just to guarantee that it's actually profitable for the validators to be running. That doesn't mean that they will scale up to infinity like it's the case on Ethereum, right? Because on Ethereum you actually have a bottleneck, and a big bottleneck, plus the increase in waste that where you have all the minings competing with each other instead of actually taking load off each other like with it will happen on the Pulse chain.
Yep, that I agree. It's just I don't know like what kind of challenges the validators have to face, and you know how much will it cost them, and how much are they getting out of it, and so on. I mean, sure, I'm sure it will establish itself, but I think there's too many variables for anyone here to figure out how that will go.
Yeah, but
unless we
it's
make assumptions about how testnet goes, which I think is
well,
not correct.
Yeah, but most of them already know that at the beginning, most likely they will lose money or they won't make any money. Basically because it's a new network. The adoption won't be as high as Ethereum has right now from day one. So even if the fees would be increased artificially just to make sure it's profitable for the validators, I don't believe it will actually be significant for us as users. And it just means that when more people join the network, we won't feel that increase because it's already baked in on the initial value. And this is just assuming that they would be artificially raised just to get to that point, right? I'm not saying it will.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's
I
have the same belief, but still unknown variables and stuff.
I didn't think about that point, but if the validators are not profitable, wouldn't that make for better centralization? Anybody got an opinion on that?
No, because a lot of them would drop, I guess. I mean, if it's not profitable, it's gonna crumble technically, but then it's just easier to increase fees, right?
But that's already the case at the beginning, right? We already established that they won't be profitable, and yet there are hundreds of people that want to do it.
Well, I think that's for a different reason. One's for the long game as the fees go up, and two, because they want to see their bag grow in terms of they've got a bag of Pulse and PulseX, and you know, if the network's successful, the price goes up.
It's the incentivized altruism
No,
thing
I
that we
mean,
talked about earlier.
like I said, I didn't think this through. It's just what came to mind right now. But isn't if your reasoning for being a validator right now is to make your bags worth, and the reward is that over time your bags are worth more, wouldn't you want to invest in this validating thing forever, even if you don't earn anything on fees? Like, because the reason doesn't go stale, right? It doesn't change. You still want to protect your bags.
Well, investing in a validator and being a validator, I think, are two different things, right?
But
No,
also,
when he's
even
saying
if
investing, he is just making a validator and running, even if it's at a loss. I believe that's what he is referring to.
Yeah, I mean, it is a
But
full-time
he might be
job,
running it at a
assuming
loss
you're
in the
running
beginning.
it alone, and
Sorry, Tom. Maybe.
oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Well, let me chime
Yeah,
in.
I was just going to say that even if they weren't making much in the beginning, with price appreciation over time, as long as they don't sell it at a cheap price, they'll be in gains later. So even if you were only making, say, you know, something small, 1,000 pulse a day, but over time, as the price goes up, you know, you don't look at the dollar value, you look at when you sell, and that's how you work out if you're actually making money or not. So if they're assuming that the price appreciation is going to be there, they know that in 6 months' time, a year's time, it's going to be valuable.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't
the
forget
validators
running
have.
costs, though, right? Don't forget running costs, which validators will have.
Well,
okay,
of
you can say
course.
they have giant bags and they have some liquidity to dig into, but let's assume they don't. Then you do need some kind of returns, right? You need cash flow. to
Yeah, of
mitigate your
course.
cost.
But they actually have two ways of earning. So with more transactions or with price increase. So they have two factors that help them keep afloat, right? And if we assume that it's a more efficient setup than the actual mining on Ethereum and BTC, probably the costs of being a validator and being one of the 33 may not be as high as being one of the actual bigger miner entities on the Ethereum. So probably the money that they need to be making just to pay their bills is probably not as high also.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about running a node and costs involved and so on, so I won't make any statements on that.
Yeah, of course. I also don't want to throw numbers in because I'm not in the validation game. So I'm sure there are more people here with more insights on that matter.
Also, yeah, like you said, the more transactions per block makes a big difference at the end of the day. So you could be making less, but having more transactions on the block that they mine, they've got more fees there. So it depends on. There's a lot of factors. So it might be cheaper, but you may have more transactions per block. So the block that they mined has more of a profit because they actually did more transactions. It depends on how you look at it long term.
There's a lot of variables, and I would love to see how they play out. But I am saying that it is a bit of an experiment because you cannot use the testnet assumptions, the way the validators are running there, and also the way it's being used to extrapolate that onto mainnet. I don't think it's realistic. So I do think in the early
Of course.
weeks, months, it will be a bit bumpy for both validators and even delegators, whatever. But I think it will come to like a optimization point sort of by itself.
But I believe most of the consensus is that validators won't make money at the beginning, and people are going into it with that assumption.
Yeah, in the
Keep
beginning,
in mind, they're not making money now, and they're still doing it. So you would assume that they actually care about the system more than making money.
For sure. I mean, initial investment goes without saying, but then, post 6 months plus, etc., at some point your investment runs out and you need some cash flow.
You also have people like How to Pulse and other people groups like that are also doing validators where it's not about making money; it's about keeping the system healthy. You know what I mean? Like How to Pulse would pay from their own pocket if they have to, just to make.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about investing into a delegator and being one validator and being one yourself, because you could probably donate into some kind of wallet directly or do it some other way to help the funding of an early stage out. I would definitely consider that if I trusted the guys. Which How to Pulse, I would say is okay.
Sorry. Yeah, delegator can simply just have even create their own project and say, hey, you delegate to me, you get an airdrop of X amount of tokens, and that's the only way to get it. Like for example, there's other ways for delegators to actually make something. They can actually use that to distribute their project, like PulseX's single-sided staking pool. You can do a very similar thing for delegating, so you can keep the system healthy and have more people there. But there's other ways for them to make money if they innovate.
Well, that's actually a point I haven't thought about. So, yeah, it's true.
And
it introduces yet again a little bit of trust, which I'm trying to avoid in blockchain. But I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Hello, can I make a comment on the nodes? I read a study about the nodes from Ethereum, and 80% of them are on hosting services like Amazon and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yep, AWS is very common among nodes because it's just so much easier to scale them and then have reasonable cost attached to them.
Well, but hopefully not all of them will use it.
Yeah.
On the
Dude, half
odd
the
chance
internet,
that
more than
it
half the
goes
internet
down.
runs on
Yeah,
AWS, so I don't know.
yeah, I know.
It doesn't make a difference to have half of crypto run on it or more than half. I mean, they are the best, I would say, still. Like, I don't know enough about it, but I do work in the field, so I know people who choose AWS over even some Google Cloud infrastructure because just of the scaling factor. Like, if you suddenly have an influx of millions of users, you're not going to be able to maintain this shit yourself unless you're really, really good and you have deep pockets. So if you're an average guy, average user, average internet platform, blockchain, whatever the fuck, validator, you're better off using services by AWS or Google Cloud or maybe some other competitors that I don't know.
Yeah, again, so because I'm looking at it in the ways that you got the guys with the big bags and the small bags, right? And so how do we see that everyone is able to enter into the market, early adopters, latecomers, whatever, in that everyone has an opportunity to do well and keep up what like I said, what I thought we were trying to do here was make a better world, and instead of just making my bag bigger. I mean, if it's all about just making my bag bigger, then I I could probably do it somewhere else, but I would like to see everyone's bag get bigger.
Yeah, it's something a little bit off topic. Um, when do you think, or how is it possible, uh, the day when you're able to short Hex and PulseX, when you're able to short it?
That's just a risky game short in the market. I just don't like that. It's just like being in stocks and in bonds and everything else. So I short in the market is only for a
That wasn't his
purposeful
question though.
gain.
Just to answer, before you go into side
Yes.
answers, please answer the questions first if you speak. There is no effort from other people in Hex and in PulseChain. So if you want to have if you want to short Hex, you need to build it, or you wait until somebody's made it. So there is no time that anybody can tell you of when it will exactly happen. If you want it right now, you have to make it, and then you
Well,
will
that
know
was
the time.
me. I didn't say that.
No, I'm talking to the other guy who asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Good luck shorting Pulse.
The reason why I mentioned that, because I would say if it does become available, which won't be anytime soon, I'm guessing if it does, it would probably be in within like 2 years, maybe 3 years from now, which would determine like that would be the top, and then people would just start shorting it like crazy once the shorting capability is available.
For Pulse, it could actually be sooner than that. It could be in the first 6 months. But once again, I'll say good luck.
So how did we lose that? Where I was asking how to we make everybody win in this game. Big bags, small bags, no matter what, right? What do we do to keep this to where we can bring in newcomers and like, oh, if I didn't get in at the beginning, it's not worth it.
You have to define what winning is first, because there are multiple criteria by which you can win. You can win in centralization, you can win in price, you can win in happiness. Like, what are you winning?
Well, I think that was a very good question. I guess we want people to win in happiness and whatever makes them happy. So
I would say the number one way is security and securing your wealth that you have now that's gonna be wealthy in the next few years. So definitely secure what you have. Make sure it's secure.
Let's talk about, like, you can say, you can answer that in many ways. Like that's what I said. There's, depending on what you're asking, wealth, happiness, health is obviously the most important thing. There's no point of having wealth if you're not healthy or you're dead. But technically, in the end of the day, if you want everyone to be winners, there's also going to be sellers. So that's a hard thing to come by. As in, how do you get everyone to win if someone's going to buy the top? Unless there's a way to extract value without selling.
This is why staking is so crucial. The only way to make money in the bear market, at least with HEX, is to be staked.
yeah, that's for sure. Staking yourself out and setting up a ladder is a very tactful situation that not easy to explain to everybody, but it is definitely the way to go.
I guess the easiest way to explain it without going to technical details is like every day there's less HEX available for you to stake or for you to receive via stake, sort of.
Okay.
So that should incentivize everybody to be staked as early as possible, because every day you're losing out on potential free HEX you can get by not being staked.
And the perfect example that I can give was at the time of PulseChain and Sacrifice. People said, I'm going to buy my HEX and then stake it on the Pulse side. And I told them that, this might take 6 months, it might take 4 months, but the amount of t-shirt rate will probably ratchet up. So if you're going to do long stakes, you're better off doing the stakes now and getting a copy. 8 months, 9 months
I
later.
have the t-share rate chart up on my screen all the time, even though it doesn't make sense because it just goes up, but it's a reminder.
Oh, so are we going to be complimented on our T-shares on the drop?
You cut out.
No, I said, are we going to be complimented on our T-shares on the drop?
Yes,
What do you mean by that?
Well, is that going to be something that's going to double on us also? Or,
I'll compliment you on the drop.
Yeah.
On the airdrop.
Shares are very nice.
No, T-shares have nothing to do with price. It's completely separate.
But the T-shirts,
Then the
they do
airdrop.
get copied in the air. Yes, they get copied in the airdrop.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Well, that's nice.
And your T-shirts are very nice. I'll give you a compliment too.
The advantage of staking now versus after the fork is actually you're guaranteeing a lower T-share rate now than when the PulseChain goes live, and you have already 2 stakes accruing value on the ecosystem after it launches.
Good point.
So if you start your stake today and the fork happens in 1 month, you locked the T-share from 1 month earlier, and you have already a stake that is giving you yield just at the point that Pulse launches. So you basically gain 1 month on that stake on the Pulse side.
Right.
With
right.
a lower T-share rate.
Especially if you're going to do a ladder. Like, you might as well do, your long ones now. It's actually better off. You're better off doing it now. Just saying, I'm going to wait and then do it all on the Pulse chain, because I've heard that before. It doesn't make any sense. You're better off doing it now than waiting for Pulse chain.
Well, unless it's under that specific case that we talked before, where the yield from the stakes wouldn't be enough to pay for the gas fees, right? That's the only situation where you're better off not staking.
You have to be staking enough to make it worth it.
You just got to run the numbers on it and see what it's a long stake and how much the gas fee is going to be, and then a reminder that you get a copy. And then you want to lock in that T-shirt. Even if so, you just got to run the numbers and see how small can I go and how long I should go. So maybe the minimum should be 5 years, just an example. And the minimum hex is probably a T-shirt or half a T-shirt. I don't know the numbers exactly, but back at the time of PulseChain Sacrifice, it was $2 to or a few bucks to do a stake. And I think we ran that. If anything over 2 years, you're better off doing it now than waiting for PulseChain, even if you thought it was 6 months away or a month away. Sorry.
Hi, quick question on the fees. I mean, I've heard quite a bit that when you're on stake, there's a lot of fees, and that you got to pay some fees for each iteration or something. I haven't really quite understood that. I mean, where can I get this information? I mean, for example, like suppose you want to stake, say, I don't know, say X number of hex. Where can I go on the website to put in the figures and see after how many years it's worth? I just can't seem to get my head around that.
There's two websites that if you go to xnoob.com, you find them there. Yeah. One is xcalc.net, which basically says how much you'll receive in terms of X, assuming an average T-share payout per day.
Yeah, can you
during your stake?
Okay, I'm now on hexnoob.com. What do I check? There's a lot of stuff here. Which calculator do I use?
The calculator
and gas stake is the other one. And stake gas calculator.
There's the end stake gas calculator. That's for calculating the gas fee that you'll need to pay when you end your stake based on the days served and the GUI price at the time. And the other side is the X calculator, which is xcalc.net, which allows you to say how much X you will receive based on the average T-share daily payout. And you can compare the two and see, okay, at which point is the break even based on the assumptions that you put in.
I mean,
remember that it also depends on the GUI price at the time and on the X volume.
Let me make a question. I mean, okay, I understand that's quite a complex thing to do here now. You know, I mean, you need to be a bit a bit savvy, in maths or whatever to be able to do this. I mean, just wondering, are all the people who are staking, are they aware of these things? Are they just staking and just seeing how they goes, or do they actually work out these figures? Because I mean, I've understood what you said, but it still seems to be quite a involved thing to do. To sit here,
Well,
sticking all the
if
grades and
they,
everything else.
if
Yeah. I mean, one has to be a bit of a crypto, into crypto to be able to do these things. All the average guys who are coming in, who are being onboarded by friends and families, etc., are they really aware of all this? I mean, have they got the knowledge or the background to be able to do this and understand what they're
well,
doing?
if they don't, they should, because they are putting their money into something, so they
Yeah.
better understand what they're doing, right? I
Yeah. Sure.
wouldn't
Yeah. Yeah.
invest money that I'm not willing to lose
Mhm.
in something that I do not understand. But that's me.
Okay. Yeah.
And by understanding, I
If
know I'm not saying that you need to know the code by heart,
Mhm.
but at least you need to know what the cost is to go in and go out, right?
Okay. Okay.
Two things. So the two tools that Elmar mentioned are actually already kind of dumbing it down or making it easier to understand. Another thing you have to understand is that this thing has a hockey stick learning curve. The first couple of days, weeks, you're not gonna get it. But read through it more and more, educate yourself, and at some point you'll have the aha moments. And I wouldn't do anything before that. Actually, don't feel rushed to do
Yeah. No, I mean,
anything.
that's the thing. I mean, I myself, I'm not a newbie in maths, and I'm quite good at these things. So I mean, this is one of these things where I haven't really done any staking yet because I haven't really got my head around it. Because I like to understand exactly what I'm going to do before I do something. And I mean, I've heard all these from the chats. I've heard all these people saying, "Oh, be careful when you're on stake. You can have all these massive fees and whatever." And I just, I heard that, when you're on stake, you pay fees on each and every iteration or something. So, the longer you stake, the more fees you're going to be paying, and then it's got to balance out. So, I've heard all this on the chat, and to me, that sounds a bit, it sounds a bit like, it's like unknown. You're putting your
Explain.
money in, but you don't know what you're going to get back. So, this is
Yes, you can, because the tools that Elmar just mentioned help you to
yeah,
determine exactly just that.
yeah.
And this
Okay,
is
that's
not
not.
a specific problem, right? So
Yeah,
Ethereum has the S-load function. It has, which is very expensive to do, and it has to go
mhm.
through every single day of your stake. And the more it
Yeah,
has to
yeah,
do, the more it has to calculate, the more expensive it is for the miners to do. Therefore, you need to pay more fees. It's done. Like, that's it. That's all you
yeah.
need to know about that part.
But the thing I don't understand really is, when you're on stake, it should be a one-off fee at the time you're on stake. That's it. Where are all these iterations coming in from? That every 9 days you've got to pay your fee, or every X number of days that's a fee which is coming in, which you got to pay. I don't quite understand where that fee is coming from. I mean, you've staked, then you go on stake after say 5 years, then you pay the fee then for stake. So I don't really fully understand where all these fees which are going to be added up, they're coming from.
Explain this.
It's
Like, at the
calculating.
moment, every action you do on Ethereum costs a fee, correct? Like any
Yeah,
interaction with the Ethereum blockchain. So there are
yeah,
certain actions that are cheaper and certain actions that are more expensive. And the
uh-huh.
reason why this particular action can be expensive is if your stake is very long, it just has to iterate through more and more and more days in the past to calculate, and that is an expensive thing to do.
Okay, so basically the fees are building up inside your stake. The longer you stake, the fees are building up.
Every day, the code. So your stake needs to check the system state to calculate how much is your payout. Okay, and
Okay,
every day it
Look,
needs to
the
do
fee is
this.
generated
And if
on the
I
day
see.
you end your stake. Not, they don't ratchet up over the time. It's just the moment you decide to do an action on Ethereum, that's when it will show you what you need to pay. Right? So it's not something that accumulates over time. That's a misunderstanding. It's basically at the time you make the action, it's showing you, well, I have to do this and this calculation, therefore the fees are going to be that.
yes, but I'm just explaining why it is so high based on the days. It's because every day it needs to look at what was done on each day that your stake was running. Okay, and the
Yeah,
computation to do that for all the days, or the longer the stake is, the more days it needs to account for, and so your end stake is more costly because of it.
Okay, yep. Okay, so at the end, at the time you end stake, it does a calculation then to see how many how many hex you will get as a reward, and based on that calculation and the GUI at the time is the fees which you're going to be incurring. So if the fees on that day, so the fees on the day of unstaking are the fees of which are taken into consideration. I mean, the GUI value, that's what's taken into consideration to calculate the fees. So if that means if the GUI is quite low, you're paying less fees on that day. If
Exactly.
the GUIs are very high, then you'll be paying more. So you should try to aim for unstaking on a low GUI within the 2 weeks of the stake.
Exactly. And
Yes.
and
Period.
and
Okay,
the two things that's it's taking into consideration is first the GUI price for the gas and
yeah.
the amount of gas that that specific action takes. And so since Ethereum increased the gas costs for that particular function, and on top of it you have a higher GUI price per gas, the two things added together multiply, and that's why the end stake fee right now is so high.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, let's take example. Say, suppose you just take say 1,000 hex. I mean, so if you want to invest 1,000 hex, say at this time now, say for I don't know, say 3 years, whatever. I mean, you say 1,000. I mean, how can I see after how many days, say with the current fees, after how many days it will be cost effective for me to, or I get my money back when I unstake? So presumably, if you stake, say up just for the week, stake for the week, you probably lose money. Then gradually, the longer you stake, the more money you make. So at some stage, at some X Y number of days, it will break even, and then you will start to make money. I mean, that's assuming the GUI stays the same. So that is worked out in these calculators. Is that what you're saying? The hex calculator.
Exactly. You can put the numbers in, see how much you'll get, and compare with the amount of Ethereum you need to end your stake.
Yeah. Okay. I'll look at these a bit more then. Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey there. Sorry,
come back and ask more questions.
I got out in the middle of discussion because I had a phone call. Do you still need the calculations and the numbers for the end stake fees, the Ethereum fees?
Are you talking to me now, or are you talking to
anybody?
Yeah, I mean, any information is useful. You know, any information useful to
Okay, I'm gonna drop them into the main chat then now.
Okay, thank you. All right, cheers.
So the one thing you can do is if you're thinking the Ethereum will be higher in a year, or I don't know how long you stake, or 5 year, you can buy the Ethereum now and hold it and use it for the fee. So yeah, so to counteract, or if you believe the Ethereum price will be much lower than today, so then you can buy the Ethereum.
Wait till Ethereum is back to $80 to $200 flow.
Yeah. If you believe that, or so then you have a really different calculation, because we don't know the price of Ethereum in future. It could be twice as high. It could be twice as low as today. So yeah.
Yeah, but I believe what has more impact is not the actual Ethereum fee, is Ethereum price. Of course, it impacts and is a factor, but you see so many fluctuations daily, right? Between the 10 GUI to upwards of hundreds and thousands of GUI. So I think that factor is a lot more important than the actual Ethereum price.
For sure. I agree. But if you like people who bought Ethereum very early, they Yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
I,
of
I,
course.
I will keep my Ethereum on my wallet for the end staking fee for my stakes in 16 years or in 15 years. So yeah. So yeah, I believe the Ethereum will be much higher than in 15 years than today. So yeah. So that's what I do. So then
But is it
I
some
need
kind of
to.
amount of Ethereum for just end staking, or is it a significant amount? Because if it is significant, obviously I would recommend for the fork to do something different with it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not significant. Yeah, it's not significant, but yeah, you're right. And yeah, the fork. Yeah.
Because 16 years is a long time. For all we know, there could be a fork of PulseChain by then.
Of course. For sure.
Even better.
They will be
Yeah.
fork of PulseChain because I think PulseChain should be still be in innovative, and it should implement as many new features as time go on, right? So this is my. It shouldn't stay still. So this is what I'm hoping for.
Yeah. Forking for new features, good. Forking to roll back the chain to some state that you like better, bad.
No, but I mean maybe the computer, the processing, and I don't know the language, programming language will be all everything will be different. So you need to adapt, right? Not that
Yeah, yeah.
that you don't that you have to run the
I
chain
was
on the
just
fly.
alluding to this. Yeah, I
Just
was just
as a
alluding to this
comparison.
terrible idea that this stable coin that recently went down is doing. But yeah, I'm not going to talk
Okay,
about that.
yeah, I understand.
They took a page out of the Ethereum versus Ethereum Classic playbook, though.
The Luna folks, yeah. And
Yeah,
anyway,
we're not allowed to say the name anymore, but
yeah, yeah. I wish them good luck with that, but you can't fork the value. Yeah, that's so you have to start with zero,
I mean, it's
like
obvious, right? Like the moment
like
you do the system state before the attack, it's just gonna dump again immediately. So you're basically playing who gets first.
yeah, yeah. But there are still some, I think, dumb people who will buy when it dumps, catching the falling knife. We saw that also with
Yeah.
every dump that people are lost everything because they are catching the falling knife.
Yeah,
Yeah,
desperation
just to
creates
clarify real
weird
quick,
things.
the rules for naming altcoins and so on is so that this chat does not degenerate into people coming in and shelling whatever they created and getting people wrecked. Naming stuff like Bitcoin, Ethereum, or the big hot topic like Luna, which basically is wrecked and unrecoverable, went to zero, it's fine because nobody's gonna invest in that.
Yeah.
So
Well,
if it's
no. I
for the
would
sake,
reiterate not to mention it again because they are doing something that will supposed to revive it, and if we are helping anybody know about it and they get into it,
Yeah.
that's not.
I do I do not promotion. I do not the promotion. I do the opposite. I warn. I want to warn people, right?
I'm saying it's only if it's for the sake of discussion. It doesn't have to be named. Like you can say stablecoin, but if somebody slips up, it's not a bad thing. Like it's fine. I will
Okay,
not ban anybody for it. Just
then I'm sorry.
be aware of the general rules. There is always context and nuance to this stuff.
it also educates
Maximus
people
has
on
their hand
how
up.
things work, I guess.
Yeah, I think for education purposes, we should be able to talk about this. Is maybe somebody is already considering it, like, ooh, great, they revived. Maybe I can get some of my money back. Like, well, okay, sure. If you have nothing else to lose, then sure. But honestly, don't get roped into this bullshit.
I personally think it's better to go with a third party and full centralized control for a stablecoin. Dip in and dip out, don't stay in it to minimize risk.
Yeah.
All the algorithm bullshit can fail at any time. With a centralized party, you have at least some, let's say, control of it,
Yeah,
and
but
more
also
security.
their backing might not be backed, like Tether. That's a big problem, centralized or not. It's all about the backing, not what is whether it's centralized or not. It's making sure that it's got more than 100% backed. That's the most important thing. If it's not backed, then it will lose its peg.
Yeah, backed with what? Everything is backed, but if you backed with crypto, with the volatile stuff, then it's it's dangerous. And Tether has also backing from like real estate, and real estate also could be in a bubble. So yeah.
Just because the price of crypto is fluctuating, it's still backed. It's always redeemable. For example, a dollar's worth, as long as it's always keeping a system health state and not minting more. There's more stable coin out there than what is backed. Then it's always redeemable. So as long as it's always redeemable, then you wouldn't have this problem. But if like Tether, and for example, Tether and USDC, why they're surviving even though they're not backed 100% is because there's so much out there. The arbitrages are happening between different pools. But once that's not sustainable, and say, for example, there's a black swan event and everyone starts extracting their value through Tether, they're not going to have enough to pay everyone. And then you're going to see it lose its peg. So being centralized or not centralized, as long as the backing is there, you shouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, but the backing is in Tether is not with fiat money. It's with
So how do you claim it then? So if everyone wanted to grab their Tether and go back to Tether to go to US dollars, is it possible?
Yeah.
No.
No.
It
Is
will
that a
crash.
problem?
It
Exactly.
will crash. It's like the bank.
Yeah.
If everyone
like every
want to
bank, man.
withdraw the money of your bank account, everyone want the
Correct.
paper money. It will
Correct.
crash. This is with everything. If everyone wanna, it's not backed. Nothing is backed like that.
You can't say
You'll
nothing is
bankrupt,
backed, but
I mean.
you can make something that is backed like that, and make sure that it's doable, and that's the main thing. So if someone can create something that is backed 100% or
No,
more,
if even the regular bank is not backed with all the currency, just with all the money they got. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, not even the real
Most banks
banks
aren't.
are backed with all the fiat.
No, I agree with you. But
Someone's
you said it's
I think
impossible.
what the other person is saying is you can be better than banks. You can do the ethical, the moral thing, and just make it 100% and not play the dumb 10% game that the banks are playing.
Yeah, but the fiat money is not so much printed out. It's M1, it's M1 and M2 money. Yeah, and if they put it also in a bank, the Tether folks put the money also in a bank, and they also get the M2 money, not the M1 money. Yeah,
Correct. So it's near impossible to have 100% backing.
yeah.
That's
Can
the
you
point.
imagine Tether will store all the money in a vault? Can you imagine? I don't know how many billion money with paper, it's impossible that they have like.
It's not that
like
it's
spoof like duck.
impossible.
They have
It's not that
the
it's
big vault,
impossible.
right?
If drug lords can do it, then Tether can do it too.
But it's not that it's impossible. It's about doing a system where it's like creating a system that it's impossible for them not to be backed, rather than going to a system that can be manipulated.
Well, the
And
problem
that's
is
why I'm
also
saying
that
it's
there is
technical.
nothing that has intrinsical eternal value, right? Everything goes up and down based on what we give it in terms of value, us humans. I mean, copper and I don't know, anything nickel, what is it, that you need for batteries now, wasn't worth shit 100 years ago because nobody knew how to make batteries. And houses change in value all the time. Like you don't have a constant value for a thing. Like it doesn't exist. Not even for air or for water. Salt was worth the most because we needed to conserve stuff like 200, 300 years ago. There was an ice business. Now you can get ice from your refrigerator. It's worth nothing anymore. Values change.
Yeah,
Have
but
you
the
been
notion
watching
of
Frozen?
value, there's a difference between value and intrinsic value. It's very important to understand the difference.
Yeah, to reiterate the point, it is near impossible to have 100% backed stablecoin, just like it is near impossible to have 100% backed bank.
Yes, but the whole point, the whole statement is farcical because when you say 100% backed by stablecoin, by US dollars are not backed by anything. As a matter of fact, the US dollar is the premier example of something that depegged from its backing, and yet we use this thing to back our crypto. It's all farcical.
Exactly.
I mean, it
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
change.
the point being that you're trying to
Yeah.
do something that you don't need to try to do because it's just doesn't make sense in the first place. The
certainly
thing you have to look
appreciate
at
the
is use cases, right? The use case of a stable coin is to temporarily use it, maybe to, you know, not to hold it there. Like you shouldn't be holding anything in USDC even, or DAI or whatever.
The best thing to
that's
do
the
is
problem with
minimize
all of
risk.
that.
You minimize attack
Minimize risk
vectors.
in all your assets.
Yeah. You don't do it with 100% of your funds. You don't stay in a third party. You don't take wild contract risk. Like you minimize contact with anything that is a third party in itself. Like you just minimize the risk.
Asset values change over time. Your job is to diversify into several different assets and minimize your risk in each. That's pretty much the summary of what you're able to do.
Yes, that's very true, and no one's debating that. The problem is people think that they're going to be on the sidelines for the next year and a half because they're on the bear market, and they get out of their altcoins and they park their money in a stable coin. That
You cut off or dropped.
If you're back, continue, please.
But yeah, I agree. Don't park your wealth in stable coins because that's counterparty risk. Don't do that.
I like the decision of people questioning the fact that this stable coin is not backed by anything or 100% backed, yet they don't have the same discussion with the thing that's backing it, which is the US dollar. Like I don't understand how you have the criticality on one commodity and not the other. It boggles my mind.
Well,
I think that's
the US
because
dollar
people
is
do not
backed
see
by
that.
military, so maybe they do.
You have a more
The
understanding
rate
than
of
others,
change
that's
for
all.
the US dollar is so much lower than a rate of change for anything in cryptocurrency. That's why also you have the higher volatility in cryptocurrency. The rate of change for the dollar is so minimal that on an average day, you just don't see it. It's dying by 1,000 cuts. And over the span of like 10 years or so, you lose whatever, half your, I don't know the exact numbers, but you lose like half or a third of your money or whatever. It's just not noticeable to you in the moment because you're running around, you're in your hamster wheel, you do your job, you earn your wage, you try to pay your mortgage or whatever, and you just don't realize it, that you are being diluted in the money supply without knowing it. It's just a daily struggle.
It is also happening so slowly that you think it's not happening at all. Like you don't see yourself grow because it's happening so slowly. Same thing as the dollar. It just
The
happens
only
so
people
slowly you
that
don't
do
know.
notice it are like the grandmas that write down in a little ledger on paper how much they pay for butter each year. Those are the only people that notice it, and nobody's doing. Not everybody's doing that.
I remember my parents going shopping and they spent $100 and they had 2 trolleys. Now I've got 2 bags. Not even that if I was lucky. But yeah, if you don't notice these things, you don't think about these things. You just you just complain and move on, and you just keep paying.
Yeah, we can discuss the rate of change of the stable coin going down relative to inflation. That's good. But my point was a bit bigger picture, was that if you had a stable coin that for some reason you found out was only 10% backed, or even worse, not backed at all, the whole crypto community would freak out and abandon that immediately, thinking that it was worthless. Which, in if they do believe in the U.S. dollar as a U.S. dollar having value, then they should believe in a stable coin having value without being backed by anything in the same manner. That's the hypocrisy I'm trying to highlight here. The US dollar managed to depeg itself from its value of what it represented as money, and the world continued on. And now we use that thing to back our real thing of crypto. That's the hypocrisy I'm trying to highlight here.
Yeah, absolutely right. I
Oh,
only
by the
try to
way,
stay as little as possible in fiat when I have the chance.
People get set like, oh my god, if if tether was depegged with the dollar, it would be worthless. I don't want to hold it. I'm going to de-risk, as if the dollar is somehow this stable thing. It's not stable at all, and it's not backed by anything.
Stabler.
Yeah, but stabler because why? Is it backed by anything?
People
It
don't care
actually
why.
did the
The
opposite.
fact is
It
that it is.
actually depegged from the thing that it was backed by it.
Yes, but do people care? Well, first of all, do people know? And secondly, do people care? Because I think one of the
Exactly. So
things that it is backed
if
by is
people
the US military. And,
if
what are you going to
people
like?
don't
It's much more
care,
likely that a stable coin goes down if I take my gun and go to Do Kwan's house and threaten him and he presses the kill switch. It's much less likely that if I go take my gun and go to the US government and say, depeg the dollar or change the value, whatever, it's not going to happen. Simple shit.
yeah, but my point is the opposite. My point is that if people don't care and the money keeps going fine, which it has, then why is it a big deal with the stable coins being backed? Let's just agree that it has value.
Yeah, exactly. I would say this is the case. People don't care, and you said if only 10%, I don't think there will be much drama or any percentage because it has just a threshold to be the threshold. If I say to my local bank, the money on my online banking is only you have only 10% of that you have in the vault, and the bank run is happening, everyone will lose the money. The bank will be bankruptcy, right? So yeah, everyone knows that the local bank where they have their account, that the number is not. They don't have the money for that number, right? They don't care.
Yeah, that's simply because we don't have money it's supposed to be. Why?
By the way, I just realized that I have a really good example for the amount of money, and it's 100% actually over the last 10 years. What I noticed it in the money supply being doubled, or the devaluation of money, is in train tickets. So when 10 years ago or 12 years ago, I remember I bought a normal train ticket for like $1 or $1.10 or something like this. And nowadays the same train ticket is at 220, 230. It's actually more than 100%.
Hey, what's
It's
the?
And you can also
ridiculous.
say infrastructure can the cost
Is
of
more.
the ticket cost more because of infrastructure. You can also argue that point too.
Hey, what's
Is
about the
away.
eight?
Is
No,
away more
it
in
stayed the
the
same.
UK.
I'm not sure what you're referring to infrastructure, but I mean, if you're talking about size of infrastructure, it stayed the same. Nothing changed. There was nothing redone or rebuilt or anything like that.
But the welfare is getting up. What I want, do you know, in 1 month you can, for 8 euros you can have a 1 monthly ticket in Germany, or I don't know.
Yeah, but that's an exception. That's
But you
that's
know
to
that.
reduce the burden on the people right now.
Yeah, but this is really good. Just came in my mind. So sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's a good thing that it's done. Yeah.
I don't think,
Sorry,
guys,
Richard, go ahead.
No.
Yeah,
I would
carry on,
say
Richard.
the welfare is going up as well. So not the train ticket is going up. Also, the services should go up. In my country, it's if I go to the train, we have a train museum, and then you see now they have a television in the train. They have more space, and everything is going up. It's getting more. Um, yeah, you get more service. The price goes up, but the service also went up. So yeah, you got heated, you get or AC in the train. This is the way it should go, right?
I can work from the train nowadays. I would not have been able to do that 10, 20 years ago. So that's something to consider. Not saying that it was a game changer, but yeah.
I think, guys, if you're comparing services provided by the government or third parties, to look on the price change. So I can give you an even bigger example. In the UK, 10 years ago, a single tube ticket cost about £1. Now it's about 3 or even 4, depending which zone you're going to go. So I think those calculations that can get our heads around. But the easiest way is into real estate. 10 years ago is easily from 80 to 100% price appreciation on those values. So the place I live, we've paid 270,000, and now I lived there 11 years, and it's 550. So it's even more than 100. So everything went up. Everything went up. I do remember 10 years ago going to the shop and buying, for £100. I couldn't fit that into my car. And now it's just a bag. So yeah, every single currency lost minimum. I can say a minimum of 100%. I agree to all of you.
CryptoGoose, just to give a small rebuttal about the comparing stablecoins to dollars or any other fiat currency. The problem with one versus the other is one is mandatory and forced upon you, and if anything actually happens to the system, the state itself has the power to try to fix it or change things up. If a private entity that has no sort of guarantee for the end user actually goes under, then you are at your own mercy. So there's a
But
modicum of advantage in one versus the other, even though I agree to what you said.
Elmire, on any crash or anything, the only backup is the taxpayers. So we are backing up, as you said, we have been forced to use the currency, and we're backing this up.
Yeah, but
So if the government if the government messed up or a bank messed up, is always supported by a taxpayer because
exactly,
we have to pay for their mistakes.
exactly, I understand that, but again, there's mechanisms or some sort of mechanism to try and help out the portion of the people that were affected the most. For instance, I know that the banks, or there were some banks in Portugal that had a lot of issues, but some people didn't lose everything they had because there are mechanisms in place, like the FTC insurance for some banks up to a certain amount of value, right? So it's not perfect, but it's something more than what a normal stablecoin would provide by a private entity, right? That's
Keep in mind
that's
this is
just what I want to say, of course.
this is a
So
macroeconomic
we're
feature, not a
programmed.
bug. No?
But the thing
What,
is,
sorry?
we're programmed to understand the value. Because if I told someone I want to swap some, 10 Bitcoin for your house, they're not gonna say, okay, cool, I'm getting 10 Bitcoin. They're gonna go, okay, it's a Bitcoin's worth, $30,000. 10 is $300,000. It's just that we're programmed to the dollar, which is where it's going to be very hard to sit there and think about something else. Like it's just how we're
Of
programmed. We're
course,
not gonna.
like we discussed here multiple times, it's a continuous process. It's like, again, if you go back to pigs and chickens, well, maybe my 10 chickens are worth 2 pigs, and we both agree on that. But if no one else agrees on that, then the value will be another, right? So it's something that it's determined by a collection of people or a collective of people that trade goods and services for each other, right? And it takes a while. It's not like from one day to the other everything is accounted in satoshis or in gwei, right?
So
Or
let's
in
come back.
ounces of
So
gold.
let's come back to what Crypto Goose said. So if a stablecoin going to be backed up with a real money, real live figures, right? Is that going to be bad? It's going to be centralized, yes, of course, because then bastards want to put their hands on it. But it's going to be backed by the real value in real life. So for us, we know that's a scam anyway, as a dollar, as a pound or yen or whatever. But in the cryptocurrency world, it's going to be, is it not going to be easier way in and out for a normal guy who don't know
I
crypto,
would
who's interested?
rephrase that. I would
Correct
rephrase
me,
that
I'm wrong.
from real
Correct me if I'm wrong,
value
please.
to slightly more stable value, because you don't care. Like the definition of real is anyways weird, but I would
Correct,
just
correct,
say,
correct.
yeah. So what you call real, somebody else might just call a Ponzi scheme, for example. Right?
Exactly, exactly.
Doesn't
But we
matter.
know
But the
as
point is, yeah, the point is that it's more stable than anything else most of the time. It you get diluted over time, but you get less diluted over time than in a lot of other assets, maybe. If stability is the thing you're looking for.
exactly, exactly. As the normal dollar, they're saying, it's got a value in gold or silver. That's bullshit anyway. But it is, as I'm saying, for everyday guy who don't know crypto, who don't know finance, who don't know anything about it, if they use that phrase or use that word, covered or backed by a real money or by real value, we know it's going to be stable, more stable as it is. But that's the point. I think CryptoGo's got a really good point. Is that going to change anything? Is that going to change a lot?
Not gonna change anything more than if people go do a bank run and then the bank can't, pay out anymore. So yeah.
Yeah. So let me extrapolate on this point so we can think about this a little differently. And what I'm going to suggest may seem out of whack, but just if you think about it for a minute, we can have a discussion. Right now, I'm gonna assume and assert that without stable coins, because there was a time we didn't have these stable coins, we still had a mechanism to go from Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever chosen crypto directly to your fiat into your bank. Yes, we had to do it through an exchange or some peer-to-peer, like local Bitcoins, but we did have mechanisms to go from crypto to our bank account without the use of a stable coin. Is that correct? Can we agree to that? I think we can agree to that.
Yep.
Correct. Yep.
So that's important. Now we've introduced this stable coin, which is convenient for many reasons. One, we can actually bring our crypto into a stable unit without having to convert it to fiat. In other words, the inconvenience of going through an exchange back to our bank account and then sometime later converting that fiat back into crypto. So it's a very convenient placeholder for your crypto while it's being volatile or for whatever reason you want to hold it in. So now the question is, we're bringing this crypto, we're bringing this stable coin, and we are backing it with these dollars. And then there's always some confusion and debate, is it really backed by dollars? And I'm gonna say, if we accept that the US dollar is the same problem, in other words, it's not backed by anything, and at one point it did the exact same thing that we are concerned today that the Tether will do. In other words, it's going to depeg itself, but somehow it can work. What if we created a stable coin that was truly stable, not backed by anything, and 100% follows the $1 peg to the dollar without backing, and it's a smart contract that is only inflated by a set amount? We pick the inflation rate of 2.5%, 3%, and that's what it is. And everybody can exchange into it and out of it without question. Okay. And the point is, we don't need that stable coin to go back into fiat, because that's not the point. The point is strictly to be used the way it is today as an intermediary placeholder for crypto while during a bear market or for the time you're trading or whatever the case may be. In this way, you peg it to $1. There is no volatility. This idea of being backed has gone away because we're purposely not backing it. Okay, it's 100% not backed by anything, like everything else, except for we give it value by converting our crypto into it and out of it, and we don't use it to go into fiat.
The only way that will work is if that every debt, every anything that has an oracle points to that stable coin and says it's $1 worth, for example. And that way you wouldn't need a redemption, because you wouldn't need to redeem $1 worth, because it's always $1 worth.
No,
That's the
the whole
only way
point
that will work.
my whole point is that it's not redeemable for $1, because that's not the point, to use it as a redeemable
Yeah,
for the dollar.
I'm
The
just saying
only
how to make
point
it
is to
possible.
get
That's all.
$1 worth of crypto later on. In other words, if you park your HEX into it, later on you can get $1 worth back. That's it. It's not backed by anything, and it's just a smart contract, an immutable smart contract that has a fixed amount, and every year it inflates at a normal rate. That way you can have hyperinflation. People, the rest of the world, nobody in the world can actually go and tamper with it, print more money, or abuse it. And it's not redeemable for $1. That's the key. It's only redeemable
Yeah, but
of crypto.
that's what I'm trying to say. As in, it has to be like every debt, so that way, when liquidity pools start changing ratios, it always shows $1 on one side because of liquidity pools. So every debt's need to point to that stable coin and says this is $1 worth, no matter what ratio is in any pool. And then you got to ask yourself, can that be manipulated and make a token worth a lot of money by one person who owns that one token, start trading it, and then he can go like, can he do stuff with it? Like, is that possible? But it's the only way to do what you're suggesting. The way to do that, I'm just saying.
The thought experiment here is to think about, let's say we use Tether, okay? Right now we all use, forget Tether, let's use USDC. We all use it comfortably, we're all okay with it because we believe in the third party. Circle has the dollars, okay? Whether they have the dollars or not, we're still using it. And in fact, you really don't really know for sure. You're not conducting audits on it every month, or I'm not sure how many people have visited the USDC website to check when the last audit was and how many they're doing. But that doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter because we place importance in it. But what if it did? What if we just didn't check anymore? Would it change the way we have faith in it? No. So my point is, take that idea and extrapolate it to the point that we're not going to check anymore whether the dollar is backed by real dollars. Just like the dollar doesn't care that it's backed by gold anymore, and it still manages to do good. The only problem is people are abused it and they use money printing to ruin it. But if you have an immutable contract now where you cannot do that, nobody in the world can do it. Inflation rate, the inflation rate at a fixed amount, then aren't we on? And then you don't need USDC and you don't need USDT and you don't have to worry about people manipulating it because it's always going to be pegged to $1, but not $1 for redeemable for dollars, but $1 worth of crypto.
So basically, we need a crypto. You can sort of make it work with a crypto-backed stablecoin and make sure that it's always backed, and it's impossible for it to be not backed by that. Not be impossible to have more tokens or more stablecoins out there than what's backed by it. As long as it's impossible, then we're closer to your goal than anything else.
It's an idea just to get a discussion based on the discussions we've been having over the last couple of days about stable coins, the problem with stable coins, the potential problem with them, and then having like, what is the solution? Like, and the solution is
I'm
to
trying to. So you're talking about a fixed supply, no inflation, stable coin backed by the US dollar, only
no,
redeemable for crypto.
I summarize a stable coin that is truly stable. It is inflation, but the inflation is in a smart contract. In other words, we fix that. We can agree as a community at whatever we want, 2%, 3%, and it inflates. Nobody can control it because we lock it in an immutable contract. That we start off with a total supply that we figure will be okay for the community. Nobody can print it, and it is not backed by anything, and is not redeemable in $1. However, it is $1's worth, and we agree to that by contract, and we trade crypto into it with $1's worth, and therefore.
Yeah, but how do you fix the ratios when someone swaps? I'm just going with what you're saying. How do you fix the ratios if it's not redeemable? You can't just mint.
The moment it's swapped for something else.
I mean redeemable in US dollars. Like today, you can take your US dollars, your USDC, and trade it for US dollars. That's the whole big deal, right? The whole big deal is nobody will take.
I mean, how do you fix? Sorry, I'll rephrase the question. Say you had two liquidity pools. Sorry. Someone bought Pulse in that stable coin that you're mentioning. And that ratio, that stable coin, that's how it loses its peg. That's how technically a stable coin loses its peg. Is someone.
How does USDC do it now?
Arbitrage bots.
Okay, so then just do the
Because
same.
there's so much, because there's so
Do the
much out
same
there.
thing.
It's arbitrage bots and redemption. But the main key and the reason why it's pegged to $1 is
If
because
you
it's
had
redeemable for $1 worth.
if you had a stable coin, that for whatever reason went up and down, let's say it went up in value, but you could only redeem $1 worth, people would redeem $1 worth before instead of holding it. If it started to creep
But
upwards,
that's how it keeps its peg. But that's how it keeps its peg. It's because it's always redeemable for $1. Say that a stable coin was built that it's
so
redeemable for $2.
in my case, you still redeem it for $1 at $1.10.
But how?
But you only get $1
How,
worth
though?
of crypto.
Yeah, but how do you redeem it? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm trying to I'm agreeing with you. Let's do like it would be nice to do something like this. But what I'm asking is how do we fix this problem? Like the problem that I'm mentioning. How do you fix it?
Could we not do it the same way we do USDC today?
No, because the it's redeemable for $1. So if USDC was always redeemable for $2, then it will always go back to its peg to $2. Because what people would do is, I'll give you an example. Why does it go back up?
In your example, in a hex pair, in the hex USDC pair, how does the USDC maintain its dollar peg, even though the price of hex is going up and down wildly?
One would be arbitrage between other pools. Number two would probably be in that particular pair. So in that particular pair, when you swap, it stays at $1. But if there was a hex and two different stable coins, you'll see two different prices of the pulse. So therefore, that stable coin will change. Depends on the pools that are made. So if someone just dumped a whole heap of stable coin, whether it was Tether, any stable coin, it will lose its peg. The value will change. That's how it works. I actually thought the way you thought as well once upon a time, and then I educated myself on learning how stable coins work. Right, so then it loses its peg. It goes to 95. What bots usually do is, if it's redeemable somewhere, they will quickly go buy that up and buy the stable coin up and go to wherever it's redeemable and get $1 worth. So they bought it for 95 cents. Go to wherever it's redeemable, get $1 worth, right, and go buy more of that stable coin over again. So let's say it was Pulse. The stable coin went to 95 cents. They will go buy that stable coin, go to the place where it's redeemable, get $1 worth. So now they just made 5 cents for every dollar they bought, right? And by buying it, and then they're gonna go buy it again back to its peg. I actually thought the same way that you thought, but that's the only way a stable coin can stay to $1. It needs to be redeemable. If it's not redeemable, then it will never stay at $1.
Yeah, but in theory, same thing, except for instead of redeeming it with US dollars, could you not redeem it with crypto?
Yeah, it is possible. It is possible. You can say that, for example, one token is redeemable for 10,000 pulse, and it's always 10,000 pulse. But I have to run I have to think about it a bit more and work out the
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just using this as a thought experiment, by the way.
Yeah, that's it. That's fine. We're not.
On the other hand, how do you enforce the non-redeemability? Because what if it gets listed elsewhere, and you can redeem it for $1?
Well, the
you don't have
redeeming
control over that, right?
is the whole point, right? But the other thing that maybe, like the point that Haunted brought up, that applies to automatic market makers, but that doesn't apply to the traditional exchanges where, two parties come together.
Right, I'm just trying to understand under what circumstances would a coin not be redeemable for the $1?
So
Like
just
what?
either Hedron, if you have something to say to me, say it here, not in DMs, buddy. I don't need to be threatened by anybody because I'm talking. We're just crypto. Griffs and I are having a conversation. I'm a man, and I'll approach you. If you want to be a bitch and send DMs, go for it.
Who's threatening you? What?
Sorry. Ivor Hedron. Unmute him, please.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in here, if you come in, you're automatically muted. You're not going to be able to chime in. So I understand why he DM'd you, but don't have to go to threats. It's stupid.
You know, my idea is kind of way out there, so probably is not the
But we can grow on your idea. That's fine. That's it's a start. Everything has to start off an idea. Bitcoin started off as an idea and then became reality. So it's not a bad thing to think things through and try to figure out ways to do things. And that's what we need to do. If we just give up straight away on anything in life, we get nowhere.
Well, I think it gets a bit philosophical when you talk about stable coins, because nothing is guaranteed stable forever. That's sort of like that's a philosophical statement rather. Unless you find that one thing again, like just like back in the early days in gold, where you could be relatively certain of the supply thereof, even though it was not fully extracted. You know, I don't know if we have an equivalent to that today.
There probably is. We just got to look and find it.
But we kind of do, because mathematically we can program that quite easily. Like gold is naturally done like that because it comes out of the ground, but it only comes out of the ground at 3% per year because of the mining um industry is able to find it and dig it out at 3%. But
Yeah.
mathematically, aren't we at a stage now where we can write a smart contract to simulate that?
Sure. But then what stops me from writing or copying your smart contract and doing the exact same thing? Nothing.
Nothing other than an agreement that this is the stable coin of crypto.
Yeah, but then when it comes to agreements, you go back down the road where fiat started. You know, you start creating borders and narratives and armies and whatever, because you know it's happening in crypto to an extent in a virtual world. The reason why we have such a diverse I want to call it diverse, I'm not gonna a diverse range of coins, including meme coins, because it's just narrative based, and these little camps that are like, this is my coin, you know, like I like this coin. For what? You know, if we all just agreed on one, it would be so much easier. But that's not how it works, right?
You're right.
Crypto Goose, I've been listening what you said. Brilliant idea. Now the question is how to do that, how to implement that. That's the point. But brilliant idea.
We're talking.
Another thing I want to say. We are now on the feed of Block Volume. On the feed of Block Volume, PulseChain was announced 1 hour ago. This is huge. Block Volume talking about Bitcoin. PulseChain. Block Volume talking about PulseChain mainnet launch. I will read the news that is there. They are talking PulseChain launches. A duplicate of tokens. Okay, I missed it now. Just a second. PulseChain launches. Man, is like, let me find it. Okay, now it's to scroll down. Let me get it back.
What? Or
Block Volume is
which is
FTX application.
Yeah, but they could keep in mind they are using just news aggregators. But yeah, it's good that they're
but wasn't coming. no news talk about it, and now it was there in the feed. I just lost it, but they were just explaining, and it was on a major magazine. I don't know which, but it's there. So this is something changed. Okay, talk later, guys. Bye.
Thanks. I will try to look for that, but myself. What was I saying? Yeah, you basically go down the same road as with fiat. Like you create these camps and then they fight each other. I don't see it's more like a representation of who we are as people rather than finding that true mathematical stability. That's not a thing, right? I don't think so. I mean, I hope we could find that, but I highly doubt it.
Yeah, I agree. We'd have to kind of come to a consensus that in the crypto world, this is the chosen stablecoin maybe that has to organically be done through a competitive open market, and the best, most efficient stablecoin will win. The other thing that can happen is if the regulators come in and destroy both Tether and USDC, then we'll be forced to either not use a stablecoin like we did before, or come up with an algorithmic stablecoin of some sort, or with this radical idea where you don't back it, you just issue them. You make a smart contract, make a fixed amount of inflation, and you roll it out and see who will use it.
There's one coming out on Pulse that's always going to be redeemable for $1 worth of Pulse. I think that one sounds pretty cool.
Same idea. Exact same idea.
Well, that one has like the collateral is sustainable. So I want to know, Crypto Goose, where does the redeemable crypto come from?
Well, in my idea, it would be redeemable for every crypto that's traded with it. So, much like USDC is probably the biggest pool with every ERC20 token, similar to whatever stable coin we choose to use. It's redeemable.
Then
problem
it
with
gets
that would
sold
be-
and there's nothing to back it up. You reach the same problem that they all have. Like the only
Yep.
thing keeping USDC, the
Yeah,
only
I
thing
know.
getting that back to peg is that it's redeemable. So that's what I mean. There has to be a big bag of crypto somewhere that'll go, I'll give you $1 worth of this stuff at any point. Because like, what's stopping it just getting sold off?
No, every crypto will do it. Every crypto can go on the sidelines and redeem in the US dollar in the stable coin.
Yeah. The problem is when it needs to be backed by that crypto to be redeemable. It has to be somewhere to be redeemable. So people have to throw their crypto in there in order to get it.
Yeah,
How
if
do you
it's
redeem?
if you swap it for like the one on Pulse, you just redeem it for $1 worth of Pulse.
So
Yeah,
you're
and you
giving
back
back
those,
the
there's a big
stable coin
bag
to
of
get
both.
something else.
The reason why
so
I'm
you're giving back.
struggling with this idea is we all agree that it has to be backed by something. And then where I drop the ball in the logic is the thing that we use to back it is the worst thing because it is not backed by anything. We're choosing something and we're calling it stable that is the least stable thing in the world. And it's nothing, it's a piece of paper, literally. At least if you were to back it by some commodity or something that used to be money or something, then fine. But if we are okay with that, with backing it with nothing, then extrapolate that idea and literally back it with nothing other than the crypto that we value. So if I have HEX and I want to park it there, I will redeem that in $1 worth of HEX, and I can redeem it afterwards with HEX again, or any other crypto.
You have to program every crypto. That's like DAI does, like that, whatever they accept, and then it's redeemable for it. It runs similar to that, but
What if
not
it
100%.
wasn't backed by anything? What if it was strategically like just designed. It was a smart contract that had 100 billion tokens, and every year it would inflate by 2.5%. Period. And
But you could
whoever
back it by
designed it just
anything.
rolled it out. Just that no Satoshi did Satoshi 2.0.
But you could make it stable to gold, but there still has to be a big bag of gold or a source of the collateral or the source of funding. Like, what's the incentive for any of these crypto projects to give out $1 worth of their crypto for this token? Like,
Stable.
agreement isn't enough. It's like saying, let's all agree that PDAI will be worth $1. It just doesn't work. I'm struggling to see how it works.
If mathematically it's programmed to be $1, then mathematically it works.
And where does the value come from?
We've given it value.
Yeah, we give things value by buying it with dollars, but who's going to pay $1 for it?
I'm not saying you have to pay $1 for it. I don't
You're-
want to
you
redeem it
are.
with you. No.
You are saying people, because if your idea works, people will pay
No,
$1
you're-
for this token.
You're
If people
you're
aren't,
kind of missing. You're
Okay.
missing the extrapolation here. This coin is not redeemable for dollars. It's only redeemable for $1 worth in some other crypto, in any crypto.
Right, and I asked, what's the incentive for anybody to give you $1 worth of their crypto for this? And what is
Same
it?
reason. Okay, so why do you do it with USDC?
Because it's redeemable.
It's not. I mean, yes, it is redeemable, but that's not why I do it.
Well, not only is it redeemable from Circle, supposedly, you made a good point that, we don't know that for sure, but there are numerous liquidity pools which have USDC paired with another crypto. So there's plenty of liquidity paired with other stables.
So
It's solid.
let's think about the same. This is where I got this radical idea. We're all comfortable with putting our crypto in USDC. Okay. And the reason why is why? Because it's redeemable for $1. Okay. Let's say you didn't want to redeem it for $1. Let's say you just wanted to do what most people do, park it on the sidelines until you need it another day or to buy it in the future, whether you're a swing trader or you just want to ride out the bear market. Fair enough. The fact that you don't know that it's actually backed is the point I'm trying to make. Let's assume that it is not backed. It would not change what you're doing. Just extrapolate that point to a crypto and do the exact same things you're doing now, except for the crypto is not backed by a third party. It is strictly backed by contractual design, by mathematical immutable contract.
Yeah, you can't program value though. It's just, someone has to pay $1 for it still.
We put the value. It's like anything of value. You give something value because you go to work and you exchange your work for that value. That's where it comes from. All value is derived from the same thing.
From agreement, yeah. But hold on. If Circle said that suddenly USDC is not redeemable for dollars, they made that statement, it would go to zero. All the liquidity pools would get out of whack and nobody would trust it. It's the fact that a centralized company has said that it's redeemable and we've all decided to trust and agree that it's worth $1. In your idea, it's not. There's nothing behind it.
It goes to zero because for those people who hold their USDC and they wanted to go into US dollars. But what if you took your USDC and you went back into crypto and you were allowed to do that? Would you have lost anything?
Yeah, nobody will be paying $1 for it anymore.
Of course, because mentally we think that it has value. But my whole point is cut that idea and just peg it to $1 automatically by design.
But you still need people to pay $1 for it. Otherwise, it's not worth $1. And so far, there's no reason to pay $1 for it because if shit hits the fan, I can't get $1 for it from some big bag like the third party we talked about, or from Circle, from USDC.
Okay, if it's $1 and
You're
shit hits
going
the fan,
in circles, and that's because it's a philosophical question that you're not able to answer.
my
It's not
point is
a
that my point is that
reality.
you run to safety. You run to the US dollar for safety. But what if you ran to your crypto, back into your crypto?
The problem is if it's not redeemable, right? If it doesn't have backing by something else, right? Whether that's virtual or physical, right? Something tangible or whatever. If it doesn't have backing by something that's actually worth $1, it's going to lose its peg like Luna did, or like
$1
DeFi did, right?
That's
So
the why we're talking
What's the
about this
dollar
in the first
redeemable
place.
for?
yeah,
What can you?
Yeah.
Taxes,
for food.
goods,
I mean,
services.
The
Yeah, but you
crux of
can't,
this
you can't, you
discussion
can't say that
is
normal dollar, the US dollar. Sorry,
everybody is
Crypto Juice.
comfortable. Everybody is comfortable with backing, and not only comfortable, they insist that a stable coin is backed by a US dollar. And I like that idea because that is the way it should be. However, without realizing that the dollar did the exact same thing where it was backed by real money and then it depegged from it 100%, and yet it still worked. For many, it's still working
Did
today.
not go to
To
zero
the
like you just predicted. So
Exactly. So if we can accept that it doesn't have to be backed, then accept that now with a crypto. We've just proven that we don't have to back
Yeah,
it.
but the US dollar has the US military and the IRS and men with guns to back that dollar.
Yeah, but also Crypto Juice, I just wanted to mention that
Why don't you
on the
back it yourself?
blockchain, it all works mathematically, right? In the US dollar is just our mind saying it's worth $1. You don't need
Guys,
math, you don't need anything.
there is a lot of work to be done linking blockchain to the real world. I mean, physical assets, gold, oil, whatever, backing the value of these stable coins. This is the way to do it with oracles, with vaults and reservoirs, guards by guards or governments or institutions backing the stable coin, private sector, whatever.
Like Crypto Juice, what you're suggesting is that every DEX on every blockchain needs to recognize that as $1 worth, no matter what. That's the only way to do what you're suggesting. So you got to make sure, you got to like have every person that's programmed the DEX to reprogram their DEX to say this is $1 worth, right? But even if they did that, can you manipulate it? Can it wreck crypto? Can it like you got to figure out other stuff as well. That's another thing that's the only way to do what you're suggesting.
That's
It's
fine.
never, because then it will never lose its peg. But
Yeah,
everything, every oracle, it has to say this is worth $1 worth, no matter what. So every ratio won't do anything. It will always show $1 worth. But I don't think it'll work mathematically.
Well, mathematically, that's the easy part.
well, you have one side of the equation, right? But you don't have the other side of the equation finalized.
Well,
Is the problem.
let me put it's not easy, but it's a solvable problem because mathematically we can do it. I'm not sure we have the will. Mathematically, we can make an immutable contract to do that. Maybe this is a bit tricky on the automatic market makers because the automatic market maker, but we do have a mechanism now because we do use stable coins in automatic market makers, and we can extrapolate how it's done. Or the stable coin is done in a traditional either one-sided liquidity or in a traditional DEX where two parties come together and trade.
So in order to make a contract like that work, you would have to have backing somewhere, right? It would have to be redeemable for something, right? Which is kind of the whole key question here, right? Like, do you do a backing like Luna does, where they just make up a token and say, oh yeah, this is backing the stablecoin, right? And there's nothing really behind it, right? There's just speculation, and that people are going to get 20% interest, and people are going to like the stable coin, so they're going to buy it, and then the coin that's backing it goes up in value, and because of the ecosystem, or do you do it a different way, like the Liquidity protocol does, where they over collateralize it, right? They always make sure that there's more value in the system than the number of coins that are given out, right? You could do something like that, but it would require a lot of backing, right? So you could take that protocol, the Liquidity protocol, right, and you could perhaps use a basket of currencies behind it, but that actually gets a little bit more complex as these different cryptocurrencies, this basket of cryptocurrencies, go up and down. Which one do you take it out of, right? Do you take it out of let's say ETH, or do you take it out of PulseChain, or you take it out of some other random coin? It's very questionable, I guess, at that point.
Why is
Let me
the
ask you
backing
this.
required?
This is a hype. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask, why do you need the backing? Is it to attract to people to actually put their valuable things in something that has value?
Guys, you're forgetting one thing. You're forgetting one thing very important. It's like this: if you want a coin pegged to oil, you have oil somewhere. If you want a coin pegged to gold, you have gold somewhere. And if you want a coin pegged to dollar, you need to have dollars somewhere. It's so simple as this.
You
Yeah,
can't.
but he's questioning, why do you need the
My
backing
point
in
is
the
that
first
we
place,
are
right?
quite
The backing is
comfortable.
important for
We are quite
redemption. That's
comfortable
all it is.
backing our crypto with US dollars, and US dollars has depegged itself from the thing it's valued. And we are comfortable with that. And I'm saying, okay, if we're comfortable with that, then can we not extrapolate that in the crypto world and make a stable coin that isn't backed by anything other than the value we give it? And if we decide that it's worth $1, then just peg it to $1, and it's
I
stable
think we
forever.
just disagree on the assumptions made. Like, you keep saying the dollar is not backed by anything, but there's plenty of people in here who see the reality that the US dollar is backed by something. Maybe not the thing that it originally was backed by, but it is backed by force. So that is
It's backed by,
significant. You can gloss over that
yeah,
as much as you
exactly.
want, but it
It's
is a
backed by
fact
the
that you
gun.
can't
You would
deny.
need a whole military, a whole federal agency, and a whole police force to back your
It's
crypto.
backed by
Just
a
like
guns.
guns back the American dollar. Exactly. Guns.
That's right.
That's not
The men
backing,
with the
guys.
guns make the rules.
I know, but that's
It's a
not
lot
backing.
easier, guys. It's a lot easier than that. I can take $1 and I can go get a piece of bread or whatever it is. Some piece of bread, right? Whether it's 2 pieces or 10 pieces or a whole loaf, I can buy something with it, right? It's a sliding scale, right? Obviously, due to inflation, but for the most part, that's fine because everything is relative to the sliding scale, right? And that's just kind of the understanding that we have, right? Or maybe maybe people don't realize it's a sliding scale, but it is, right? If we do the same thing with crypto, right? Crypto Goose was suggesting that we do that and maybe inflate it a certain percentage, right? Every year, 2% a year, some coin, and just agree that it's worth $1 or whatever it is. I would suggest to you that we already have that contract, right? That contract is already created, right? That's not backed by anything in reality, but it inflates, right? The question is who gets that inflation, and I would say people who lock it up should get the inflation, right? And I think the contract you were talking about, in all honesty, is the HEX contract.
That's
I mean
correct.
that's why it was made, right? So
that's where the original idea for this whole stablecoin business comes
I've
from,
not
that we're talking about.
exactly. I've not extrapolated it to HEX yet because I wanted to see how this conversation would go. But the next thought would be to challenge people to think that could HEX be a stable coin? And why not?
Well, it's a time lock deposit at the moment, right? So unless you see the use case changing in the future, that's the reason for me.
See,
I
Like
see
each
crypto.
asset has a
yeah.
specific use case, right? You barely have assets that have multiple use cases.
I agree, but I also ideologically and maybe foolishly believe that one day we can use crypto as money as it was designed
Oh,
to
sure.
use. Which, okay, so I still believe in that. I'm not sure if that's foolish or not, but
So
in that
let's
context,
assume one thing. Let's assume one thing that we're not there yet, and I don't think maybe we will never be there, but let's assume algorithmically you can sustain equilibrium by contracting and expanding supply upon some parameter, like you just put it against the dollar and you track it, and then you always contract and expand. Sure, it's failed a couple times. We've seen it happen, but let's assume there was such an algorithm that was able to do that. Would we have the capability to just use that using something like a smart contract now? Or are we still not satisfied with that?
what if we said Hex was $1 and that's it? It's just $1.
Who says that though? You need everybody to agree, and you need
Yeah.
everybody to have a reason to agree. For just like Profex said, you can redeem bread, cars, laptops, houses for the dollar. The dollar is backed up and redeemable for real things. That's tangible. Just like USDC is backed up by dollars, according to them. And DAI is over collateralized. There is more value behind it than the $1 it represents. And the AMM that you mentioned isn't doing anything to help that stable price to remain at 1-to-1. That is the market deciding that and agreeing that the backing of these stables are solid, and so they should remain at 1-to-1. Like Crypto Goose, you've said that why can't we all agree? Well, we need a reason to agree, because the reality of this, it sounds ideal, but half of the people will agree and half of them won't, or it could be even worse. If there's no backing, 80%, 90%, you might be the only one agreeing that it's worth $1, and therefore it loses its peg. All the stable coins are backed by something. So it sounds great, but it's not realistic in my opinion.
What's wrong with backing it with crypto?
Sure. And in this model, there isn't a big bag of crypto.
I think we're getting stuck with this dollar. Maybe we should get away with the dollar. What if we just called it 1 unit and called it stable?
But when I asked you where does the big bag of money come from, you said all cryptos should accept it. But why should they accept it?
Well, why does anybody buy crypto? What? At one point, Hex was created out of nothing, and people actually bought it. Why did they
Well,
do that?
there's different reasons
Yeah,
for
but
people buying
some
crypto,
people
but what
reject
you're
it.
advocating for is people buying your stable coin. And you need, like, we buy Bitcoin because it has the store of value narrative. We buy Hex because it has a similar narrative on steroids.
No.
Why should they buy your stable
Those
coin?
listen. Those are narratives, and you should know that by now. Those are narratives to explain why people bought them in the beginning. But in the
Yeah, but
beginning,
why
someone
would
had to take
somebody
the
buy
lead.
your narrative?
I'm not saying by mine. I'm just talking in general. When a meme coin pops into existence, people buy it. Probably not a lot, and then some people pay actually more money than the people who bought it the day before. That's just the markets that we are. But my idea is a little bit different because right now we give 100% faith in USDC, and it's backed by something that really is not tangibly backed. We keep saying about guns. No, that's not what backs it. The only thing backing it is confidence. Okay. And that
Every time I went
confidence,
to the shop, they gave me a loaf of bread for it, though.
because they have confidence that they can use it. The
Right, but
confidence
where
is
does
what
that confidence come from is something that we won't agree on, right? This
I
is
know.
baking in
It's
so
a
many
fragile.
assumptions into it.
This is the crux of what we're talking about. Confidence is something that is fragile and it can be given by everyone using it. Normally, that's done by efficiency and by competition. The best form of money is what people have confidence in, and generally that rises to the top. There is no mystery that gold has been doing that. That's not because people have decreed it. It's because it's people are confident in it for thousands of years. Okay, so
People
crypto
are
is something.
confident in scarcity.
Okay, but what I'm saying is we as a community, we have a lot of confidence in our crypto. I don't think we're prepared to give it value. Everybody is so afraid to trade it for something, but I guess we just don't have value in our own crypto.
We cannot currently use it to pay for something or receive it as salary, and that's indeed a narrative thing, right? So
That's
it's up
very
to
sad. That's
each and
very
every
sad.
one.
Very
Yeah, but
sad for me.
I deal with
Yeah,
realities, not with hypotheticals. So
That's all
the
changing.
the sake. The fact is that it's everyone's job kind of to convince their vendors, their whatever employers to pay them in whatever freaking crypto they decide. But then it comes down to the fact that the practicality of it and how easy it is, and we're not there. I kept saying this over and over. We're not at a stage where it's feasible or practical. There was the other day a guy here that says, "Well, Bitcoin Cash does it sort of." Maybe, but I think we can do better. But we're not there. It's not. We cannot do microtransactions that are affordable yet. We can't do. Sometimes you gotta wait hours. Like this, from a practical point of view, I don't see it ready. So medium of
What's all
exchange does need to happen, but
microtransactions?
will it happen? I don't know. Yeah, I don't
See,
know, coffee or
crypto goose,
something.
if you ask me, sell your house for Bitcoin, I'll say no, sorry. Because by the time I sign the paperwork and I actually get the Bitcoin, there's a 4-week settlement, right? My Bitcoin could be 30% less. But you told me sell my house for a stable coin. I'll agree because that stable coin, as long as it's a good stable coin, is going to be still at $1 by the time my 4 weeks settlement is over. That's the problem with Bitcoin because it fluctuates. But that's why we need a stable coin that's more acceptable rather than Bitcoin. You rather sell your houses for a stable coin that's on Bitcoin, that's on the blockchain for people to trade. I think that's a better thing. So having a stable coin that's backed by something and reliable and then used to buy goods in the real world is probably a better bet than having what you're suggesting. Because people have confidence in selling their houses or selling a loaf of bread or a cup of coffee for a stable coin, knowing that they can always extract that dollar or buy something else with that dollar. Go to another someone sold his house and he went and bought another house with a Bitcoin. By the time he gets to the other house and he finds the house that he wanted to buy after he sold his one, it could be down 50%. I tell people, hey, there's a stable coin, it's crypto. You don't have to worry about the banks and it's decentralized. I think that's a better bet over time, as long as it doesn't fluctuate. Like I think people that don't even understand crypto would still understand a stable coin, and you've got better adoption there.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, Jay Shake.
Just listening to you guys go backwards and forwards, and I was thinking to myself, isn't it fair to say that the value of a product or service derives from the quality? And everybody's talking about stable coins and backed by guns and gold and whatever else. But for what it's worth, I think that each person's individual data is valuable. And if we're contributing our data, even right now in this chat room, how much time we spend in this chat room, and all these big companies want to buy our data, shouldn't that come at a price? And then authentication of the quality of the data. So you're providing a product and service. And this is where potentially some of the value can derive from. Just a thought.
Yeah, if you want to back up a stable coin with your data or provide a service that people value, that people buy, and that's my whole point. This isn't about valuing crypto or the value in our crypto. It's about coming up with a reason why someone should buy that stable coin for $1.
Well, exactly.
The
Agreement
argument
is
is you
done.
need confidence. You need confidence, right? And I guess we're arguing that you can attain confidence in many different ways, right?
in many different ways, but they've got to be very good reasons. It can't just be, let's all agree. I'm not going to
Not
pay
really.
$1 for a PDI. Why should I?
Not really.
Exactly the same thing.
No, not really, because people buy USDC, they don't even know what they're buying.
Why do
Because someone
people buy
told them to buy.
Dogecoin? I mean, it doesn't make
No,
sense.
no, but let's talk about the stable coin that everybody is so confident in. How many people have visited the website? How many people have read the white paper? How many people have read the disclaimer of how many people have looked at
How
the
many
audit?
people have read the audit?
Okay, can someone tell me when the last audit was done? I've checked. How many people in here know how many USDC are in circulation? So this idea of being confident in it is bullshit. It's just because you have confidence, period. It's not because they earned your confidence. It's just because the guy next to you did it. And this
It's also
next
the
one,
track record, though, Crypto. It's
of
also the
course,
track record of them
of course, but the track
giving
record
dollars
is
for it.
only good. The track record is only good until yesterday, until tomorrow. There's a news thing saying that Circle is bankrupt, and
Right.
there's a couple of guys at the top that fraudulently doctored all the documents. And
But
then
at
what?
least there's somebody going, here, I'll give you $1 for this. Like, I don't see any traction gaining with a stablecoin that we were all supposedly supposed to, agree on. There just has to be a reason, man. There has to be
Yeah, but
value. Where's
you're
the value?
changing the argument. You're changing the argument because first you had confidence and now you don't have confidence.
What do you mean? No, there's confidence from a track record and a centralized party giving dollars. A better example is DAI, where you can see on the blockchain the collateral behind it that backs it. That's why people pay $1 for it. If your system works, people will pay $1 for it, and there's no reason for that to happen yet. Sounds great though, if it's possible. I just don't see why people would pay $1 for that stablecoin.
You get $1 worth of Pulse. I think the one on Pulses sounds pretty good.
There's a big bag of money that can be redeemed.
So you see
And the
value.
good thing about the one on Pulse is it starts at the beginning of the life of the new crypto. You know.
Was it backed by the OA?
No, but
but it's got a minimum of 150%.
We can see the value. We can see the value of backing a stable coin with Pulse. Can we agree with that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure everybody agrees, but just to continue the point.
But what is it backed by?
Pulse is nothing. Pulse isn't built. Pulse doesn't even work.
Maybe
So
Richard could.
Yet we're okay with this.
Well, the stablecoin doesn't exist either.
But we know everyone is going to want it. That's what we think, and we think it's going to go up. So
my point is that it can generate from nothing as long as people have confidence in it.
No, in this case, the product.
No, but the confidence that you're talking about is that it's always redeemable for $1 worth of Pulse. And the way the smart contract is built, it will always stay redeemable for $1 worth. So the backing will always be backed.
It's always redeemable for $1 a pulse. Therefore,
correct.
It's acting as stable. Correct?
Yeah.
It becomes stable because of the redemption. It's not acting as a stable; it becomes stable because of the redemption.
How come you can accept that extrapolation, but not the other one that I've suggested?
Because it's a product that provides lending, and if that project works, there will always be a big bag of Pulse for you to redeem from. That's why there's value in that.
Automatically assign value to Pulse instead of
no, but Pulse has a value though. On the DEX on PulseX, it will have a value. It will have a value X amount of Pulse is worth $1. Even on PulseX, it will have a value. So therefore, that's why the smart contract works. That you're always redeemable for $1 worth, and that's why it will stay at $1. Eventually, in the beginning, people will probably be using that redemption. So you'll see the peg, for example, of that stable coin, because there's not so much out there. It'll probably fluctuate, go up to 105, go down to 95 cents in the beginning. But over time, as there's more liquidity pools and it's cheaper to do a redemption from a DEX or to swap in different pools, it actually becomes cheaper. Then it will stay pegged by bots more often in other pools. So if you look at any stable coin and you look at the beginning of its lifespan, it's actually it fluctuated a little bit, right? And then you see it staying stable for a long period of time. Like as long as there's 3 pools to redeem from, then you're fine. And then if all 3 have lost its peg to like 98 cents, you just go use the front end of whatever the PulseChain one is, and you redeem $1 worth. So it's always redeemable. That confidence is there.
Well, the
So the smart
confidence is
contract
there
that's
for a
built.
very good reason in this case, because all of that stablecoin in existence has only come into existence by putting in collateral, putting something behind it. That's why it works.
Not just collateral, but over collateralizing it,
Even
right? So
better,
that it can
yeah.
absorb any hit, you know. So the confidence only comes from a proven track record, right? So, you know, Crypto Goose, you were asking like, why do people think that, you know, USDC is worth $1? It's because it has a proven track record, right? And there are audits every month, right? They just completed, you know, the March audit at the end of April, right? Saying that they have $51 billion, right, in the bank, at least, right? Which covers the 51 billion USDC that was minted. So people can go look at that, you know, whether I look at it specifically or you look at it specifically, it's well understood and established, and it has the confidence of everybody because of the audits, right? And because of the redeemability that we've seen over whatever the last, you know, 4 years or however long this, you know, it's been out for. So
but
you have to prove it first.
Yeah, but people, you see, this is my point about confidence. 95% of the people who have confidence didn't do what you and I did. So they've trusted, you know, what you shouldn't do. They've trusted that it is backed by $1 and that it is $1. And they use it quite freely today. I'm going to guess 80% of the people who use USDC have no clue of how it works. No clue. And it is a confidence because, like you said, it works. Because it works, it must be they're confident in it. It's a very fragile thing. That's what I'm saying. And we're not talking about a little bit. We're talking about the major coin in our crypto community.
I'll give you an example that maybe we have a bit of understanding. If USDC ever hit a peg of 50 cents, right? No matter what, you can always take that 50 cents, buy that stable coin and redeem $1 worth. Even if it went to 5 cents, it's always redeemable for that $1 worth. And that's what brings it back to its peg eventually, right? With what you're suggesting, it's not bad. It's like say that we did go to a 50 cents. How are you going to redeem it back to $1? If the community just gave up on it, it will never go back to $1. It would be impossible. There's no way to redeem it. There's no way to do anything to do so. That's the problem with what you're suggesting to a crypto back or fiat back stablecoin.
No, because it never gets to 50 cents. Like,
yeah, but you think, but in liquidity pools, it could get to 50 cents. In one particular pool, it could.
The minute the coin drifts 95, 90 cents, people will start redeeming it back for their crypto. That's the idea. It doesn't go down to 50 cents.
And where's all the crypto?
But that's what happened to Luna. Like then people started redeeming it, and then there wasn't enough to redeem. It just lost its peg, and it just kept on going down.
Same the other token that's out there now, or the Liquidity protocol. The idea is you can redeem it for something of another crypto. It's just one crypto, but it is redeemable for that crypto, and it's not allowed to go down there because the minute it gets too skewed, people arbitrage it very quickly.
Right, because there's a big bag of crypto. But in your example, where's the big bag of crypto? And your answer was everybody will just accept it. But why should they accept it?
I understand what he's saying, and I think the problem would be is that if one goes up and the other goes down, and you're the person that's backing it, right? So you're the person that's put the collateral to create that stable coin. And then say one goes up, 100%, and one goes down 99%. It's actually putting your what you're backing, even though you've put enough, it's going to put your backing in what's the word, at risk, right? And that's why it's better to back it with one token and better to back it with the native token of the blockchain, is because it's what people believe in. So if I just created the token, put it into that smart contract, then dumped it, minted all the stablecoin, and then sold it, and bought something else, it's like people are going to go and try to redeem that, and they're going to redeem of other cryptos that's backed by ETH, for
Haunted,
example.
Haunted, are you driving? Are you driving with your window down?
Sorry, buddy, I was.
Please.
So it's closed yet. So having two cryptos backing the one, there can be problems. It can be problematic. That's why DAI, for example, uses a stable coin. It tries to balance that out. So it has multiple, but it uses also a stable coin. And I believe, I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this, but I believe the reason why they use a stable coin to mint more stable coin, and they give people that option, is because they need that balance there to help, because they've got multiple cryptos in the backing. But it is always better to have one. No matter what, it is always better to have one.
I mean, with the protocol, with that Liquidity protocol, there's no reason why you couldn't actually apply that protocol and do every token, like accept every token, to be honest. Because of the way it works is, everybody who deposits a specific token, they get they get to redeem it for, a dollar's worth or whatever it is, but they have to have, they have to start off at least 150% collateralized, and if they ever go to 110, then their position gets rinsed as the person creating the loan, right? And so even if they were putting up, a very speculative, maybe a new token, you could still use it. You could still get some, you could still get some tokens out, right? So some dollar, some stable coin out of it. But as soon as it went down, you would basically just close out their position, and take their whatever token they use to back it. I guess the question is, you probably wouldn't want to use new tokens necessarily, or because you don't want to be putting the whole contract at risk, due to scams. Right, so you'd want something of like an established project, right, with enough on the line. But because you wouldn't want a token that just instantly drops, from $2 down to $1 or whatever it is, because that's too much. That's too fast of a move. So you would probably want to do it with only tokens that have a certain size liquidity, I guess, in the system, right, to make sure that it's not going to hit and go down, more than that, let's say 10% of the time. Because if it goes down more than 10%, then that gap that they put in place, right, the 110% that needs to be there, if you can drop it 20% before it can get redeemed, right, before it can get that position get canceled out, then you end up into the spot where now you're looking at, okay, now it's going to be worth 95 cents maybe, right, or 80 or 90 cents, because it jumped right over that threshold that you had, right, that buffer that you had. So but I think you could use that protocol for multiple tokens, at the same time. It becomes more risky, right, when you start using random tokens.
You can use the same smart contract, different stablecoin. That's probably a better thing to do. But then you'll have a million stablecoins out there with different stablecoins, and then you need liquidity. So you're back to.
But then you get yeah, then you get into the fact that some stables might not be as big as other ones with the liquidity pools, and then they'll get arbitraged. They won't be able to absorb the change in price that well, and they'll get arbitraged. So I think you would want to put it all into one basket, because it's better off having everything into one big basket than having 100 tiny baskets, right? Because it's easier to absorb any kind of market movements, right, in a larger basket. If it's a small basket, then they get picked off one by one due to the small liquidity, right? It's the same reason why price of hex goes up nicely, right, or down quickly, because the liquidity is fairly small, right? So, but if you have something like a USDC, right, where it's basically the second most liquid token, I believe, on Ethereum, right after Ethereum, maybe USDT was, I think, at one point, but I think USDC is now possibly, but they're both up there. But because they have such large liquidity pools, that's why they're also able to, that's part of why they're able to absorb the price fluctuations, right? And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand or didn't understand maybe either. I know to talk, in the summertime about some stable coins. I'm not so sure, how much people understood about, that fact that you need to have the larger the liquidity pool, right, the more stable it's going to be, obviously. Right. You couple that with the arbitrage, and that's what makes it stable, right? But if you don't have the arbitrage, right, if it's not redeemable for something else somewhere, and you don't have the arbitrage people, right, bots or whatever, going through and renormalizing that price, right, and redeeming it, then it's going to lose its peg. So you need both large liquidity and you need the arbitrage, right, to happen. You need to be able to redeem it for something at the end of the day, right? Because that's the only way that it's going to keep a peg to something. Now, it doesn't have to be to $1, right? And that's another whole battle that we need to talk about at some point in the future. I'm not sure today's the day for that, right? That's probably more 10, 15, 20 years in the future. But the stablecoin doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to be stable to the US dollar. It could just be basically a basket of currencies, which is what this what it would be, let's say, if we used if we tweak the protocol a little bit, right? We could just say, hey, we want like 1,000% collateral across this basket, or maybe we want 150% or 200% collateral across this basket of currencies. And then
I think we always need. Sorry, Perfect, to interrupt you. I think we always need an institution, a physical institution, a house, a company, something who stores that basket. It could be dollar, but not only dollar. We could have, let's say, 1 billion tokens of circulating supply of this stable coin pegged to a vault, a bank account, a warehouse. I'm just speculating where you could have the basket comprehending gold plus oil plus euros plus dollars, and this would physically back the circulating supply, and then you would have an oracle, and that's what oracles were created for. A oracle that always in the loop, bringing the information that is about the values that are stored in this vault institution, hole, whatever, where you have these assets stored, and in the loop always bringing the information of the value stored on this, let's say, institution or whatever, back to the blockchain, and passing this information into the blockchain and pegging it into the circulating supply of this stable coin that would have the value of the average of the of this package of assets that is stored by that institution. I don't want to call it institution, but I imagine a vault protected somehow, where all these assets and these assets are bringing the value into the circulating supply of that so-called stable coin, whose one coin would not be exactly $1, but could be the total value stored in that warehouse divided by the circulating supply, and would be stable in that way. I think this is the way to do it, not algorithmic. I think that you are trying to bring again an algorithmic solution. This is wrong. Not the way to do it. We have oracles for this purpose. That's why the oracles were invented, to connect the blockchain with the real world. So that's the way to do it. And then we have to start to discuss and to think how to protect these values, how to assure that these values are not stolen or are not taken by the government. And then is another problem that we have to solve. But the physical assets must be there, owned by the people who owns the circulating supply of the intrinsic stable coin pegged to this package. I think this is the way. I'm sorry, maybe I didn't explain the right way, but I think you got the point I wanted to come. Thank you.
There's
Do you think
nothing stable about a stable coin backed to the dollar that only has 60 billion or 70 billion US dollars in a more than $1 trillion market?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think we could maybe back it with Rolex watches, Top Cat?
A Rolex watches could be in that vault together with the dollars, together with oil, together with gold, and the package would not be stable. Itself would not be stable because gold fluctuates, oil fluctuates, even the dollar fluctuates. So this concept of stable coin. But anyway,
Count does not fluctuate.
even houses. Oh, look, the this package could also comprehend our reality state, right? You could have land backing this stable coin. It means that, imagine that this package has 1 million acres of land, too much, 1,000 acres of land, let's say 1,000 kilos of gold, $1 billion of dollars, 1 billion euros, and this is the package, right? And then you divide this for the supply. And if somebody owns 10% of the circulating supply of these stable coin, it means that this person owns 10% of that of that package, where is the land, the gold, and so on. And you have to make this possible. How to do this? Okay, this is just a conceptual idea what I'm bringing here, but must be a way to make it, right? How to implement this system so that stablecoin would never be a fraud, right? Luna was a fraud, right? Luna was a fraud because it's backed by nothing, by thin air. Okay, now if the gold went down in price, the people still own the gold. If the land went down in price, the people still own the land. If the euro went down in price in that package, the people will still own the euro and the dollars and everything else on that package. How could it go to zero? Can't go to zero, right? Because the land has always utility. As the gold, the euros and the dollars can be used to purchase food in their countries, in the euro countries and in the dollar countries. So that a stablecoin packed to this package.
That just sounds like a hedge fund.
It's not stable.
No,
It's
you
not
are
stable.
defining what you're defining is a money system, and you're defining what money is.
But you
So
have to
if you're
connect.
going,
But you have to
yeah.
connect blockchain
So
to the physical world. You cannot be.
can
You
use
cannot be in the fantasy world as we are. We have to be connected through oracles to the physical
yes,
world. Otherwise, we
but
will live in fantasy forever, right?
but you've listed a bunch of real assets, which are assets which have intrinsic value on its own, but for some reason you intertwine money into those assets, and then you use money to define what those assets are worth, which is counterproductive. The backing is the money. We're missing this fundamental point. Everything that we're talking about here is backing. Money is the only thing that can back whatever it is you want, whether it's a dollar, whether it's crypto, whether it's your basket of goods. So
Yes,
we
but
have to
look,
define what the money is first,
let me
and then you
simplify.
can back it.
You had the dollar backed with gold 30 years ago, or 50 years ago. You had the dollar backed to gold.
Because the
Let's have a
money,
stable.
okay,
Let's have
stop
a
there.
let's have a stable coin backed to gold, or let's have a stable coin backed to a package. Gold,
Okay,
silver.
gold is the money, and the US dollars needs to be backed by the money so you can use the dollars, correct? That's the fundamental nature of what we're doing. So now
You
that
mean
you
gold,
introduce
money and currency, right?
land is denominated in units of account of money. And in this case, in your case, gold is the money, so you denominate it in units of gold. So therefore you can put land in your basket, but it has to be denominated in 1 unit of account. That is what money is. So we have to decide what that unit of account is. So to extrapolate on our point, in crypto, we've decided that dollars is going to be that unit of account. Fair enough. But dollars aren't backed by anything. Dollars are just pieces of paper today. Again, a circular argument. I'm not going to go into that. But anyway, the basket of goods is a good theoretical discussion, but what you're simply defining is the concept of what money really is.
I have no problem with that. So be it.
I don't
And
mind.
Well, it's
US
just a belief, isn't it?
when the
It is
US government or the Fed comes out with a digital dollar, all those stable coins are going to cease to exist.
correct. I'm glad you brought that up. Then what are we going to use?
On their fucked up system.
So why don't we just use our own crypto and create a stable coin with
Not
our
enough. There's not enough money involved in this yet. Crypto's a baby. If you give me a $10 trillion market cap, then we're talking even 5 trillion. We're at $1 trillion, going to go under. That's not even child's play with the Fed.
But haven't you looked into the PulseChain stablecoin crypto goose? Because I think it does what you're asking.
Yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, I am aware of it. To say, which is to say, I know it very well. My idea is pie in the sky stuff. I'm not that naive to think that it would even work. But we've had a pretty good discussion. I think we've exhausted it to death. Probably is just left. That's a good place to park it in the ether and not talk about it too much because it is kind of pie in the sky stuff.
But a very good point someone mentioned is that when the CBDC coin comes out, none of these stable coins they're gonna get regulated into oblivion. They're not gonna exist. Nothing is gonna exist except for the government coin. So they're gonna make sure nothing else exists except for their own government coin.
Well, by extrapolation, we will use their government coin to back our crypto, correct?
You could sort of like just create a stable coin that's backed at the price of their stable coin. It's just that simple. So you can
Yeah,
still
but
back up your own crypto.
am I the only one that finds that comical?
Oh no, I agree. It's just like what can you do? That's what they want. Like you say, the US dollar is not backed by anything, and yet we still give it a value.
Well,
Yeah, but
can
I
I
mean,
make a quick point? I think that this is our opportunity, meaning that as a whole, this pie in the sky stuff, this as a whole, you know, because crypto is so new and not a lot of people are still in it, we have an opportunity that if and when, not if, but when the government brings their own coin, that there's enough resistance to using that coin instead of just jumping on it. Now there'll be some people from the outside using it, obviously, but having the masses of folks, because they want the decentralization, because they want to keep crypto the way crypto was meant to be. This is where it's one of those things where you either jump into it, into the government coin, and then you're stuck to doing what the government wants you to do, or you resist it as a community, not just a community in Hex or Pulse, but as an overall crypto community, enough where they say no, we're not going to do that, and it doesn't push off as well as the government expected to once they turn on their coin.
Won't be any resistance to any government coin because that is going to be the safest place for us to store our money while we wait to jump into other kinds of crypto.
But that's what the government wants us to be, and that's why having decentralized stable coins like the DAI and other ones, are what it's meant to be for crypto. But it's the government and everyone else pushing it away from that.
but with the liquid system, you're completely disconnected from the dollar, aren't you? You just have like a dollar's worth of crypto. It's got absolutely nothing to do with. It's in no way connected to the dollar.
That is correct.
So it's quite good because you're not actually supporting the dollar. You're just using the dollar as a price,
That's correct.
which
And
is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I was trying to think of an example of try to use non-dollar denominated crypto. That's hard to do. You'd have to just call it a unit. So instead of calling it $1, you call it 1 unit. And whatever
Yeah,
that
but I
unit
mean,
is, you convert
it doesn't
to
really matter. I mean, it
Right.
doesn't really matter. We're just using it to price, so we're not like supporting the dollar in any way. We're just, we're using what everyone uses, so
You
it just
call it
makes it easier.
1 unit, for instance, and then just denominate it all in units.
Yeah, can do.
I view crypto not as currency, money, and I'm thinking longer term here. I view crypto as an investment tool, almost like buying shares of a stock, which means that the only ones that long term are going to succeed are those who have an actual project, I guess you could call it, behind it, that increases the value of that asset. I don't see it as, okay, you have this coin and you can buy, bread and milk and stuff like that with it, because obviously there's too much volatility short term for this to work, even though people are accepting Bitcoin and Ethereum as payment for a lot of things. I just don't see it as a replacement for currency. I just see it more as a way around having to go through the SEC and all these other regulatory bodies to raise money and bring money to the market for projects that are being built. I could see a new competitor of, say, Tesla coming on the market that has an incredible car, creating their own coin, and boom, everybody buys that coin, and I look at that as a share of stock.
There's things built on PulseChain that are very similar to that, and you'll probably see a lot of things being built very similar to that in the future once they see how successful that is.
Haunted, close your mic.
Sorry, bud.
So ProFax, there's about 2 billion end stakes happening between now and 1st of June. With the way that the liquidity is sitting, do you think we get down to 5 cents?
I mean, I don't know. There's always stakes ending, right? There's always a frontal wave that's coming. It's hard to look at that near term. You'd have to go. You would really want to go back and look and see either how many are longer than 60 days, or go back 2 months to see what it actually looked like, these ending stakes, right? Because a lot of them are just rolling stakes. So it's not necessarily a shock to the system to see a lot of stakes ending in the next 2 weeks or month, or even like 6 weeks or so, 6 to 8 weeks. But I mean, yeah, anytime there's more hex available, if people are freaking out and want to throw it away, the free market, anyone can do it, right? They can cash out if they have 1000x still somehow, or if they have 100x or 500x or whatever it is, it still might make sense for them to sell it down, right? Which then obviously reduce the price, especially with the liquidity being so low. Yeah, this is what we've been kind of warning people about. I've been warning people about it, right? I told people for a long time that I thought the price of Hex would dip, before mainnet. I thought it would dip a whole lot because the liquidity would get pulled. Then people who trade are going to trade. So I can definitely see it going down.
Yeah, I owe you an apology there, ProFax. I should have listened and done a little bit more research. So you definitely did warn people, and I apologize if I ever didn't really see that and wanted to go the other way. That being said, is it possible that we could potentially see parity sooner with a lower hex price on Ethereum once fork happens?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to see is I think what a lot of people think is going to happen is going to happen. I think you're going to see the price of Hex on PulseChain pump higher than the price of Hex on ETH, and maybe I want to say maybe substantially so for small periods of time, right? I can see it just spiking over, and then coming back down, right, due to arbitrage. But I could see it going up by maybe 25% at least, above, because it's going to be filtered through. Well, it might have a more direct path, but if it gets filtered through the price of Pulse, and Pulse starts going up and Hex starts going up, you have this multiplier where they're both going up, and then you don't realize that, oh shoot, Hex is actually worth maybe 10 cents on Pulse, but it's only worth let's say 5 cents on Ethereum, like you were saying, right? And then it might take a second or two or a few minutes for people to realize, oh yeah, wait, the Ethereum one is cheaper now, maybe I should buy the Ethereum one. But then they might be hesitant to do so, due to the more expensive gas fees, right? So you're going to see that friction there. But yeah, I think you're going to see it. And I think, to be honest, I think a lot of the price appreciation in PulseChain is going to be hinged on the price of HEX, right? Like when you go look at these assets, right, on PulseChain, and you look at Pulse, PulseX, HEX, and then any of the years or PRC20 tokens, nobody knows what the price of Pulse should be, right? Nobody knows what the price of the PRC20 tokens should be. Nobody knows what the price of PulseX should be. But we do have a frame of reference of what we think HEX should be, right? We think that the HEX on Ethereum and the HEX on PulseChain should probably be around the same price because they both do the same thing. They both have the same utility. It's a mutable contract. One's going to have more yield than the other one. One's going to have cheaper fees than the other one, most likely. But there's going to be a balancing act that's going to put them pretty much at parity, right? And you know, you can pretty much bet on that.
Real quick, what would create more yield for one versus the other, and would that be on Ethereum?
Yeah. So if people who can't afford, and a lot of people can't afford to stake on Ethereum, if they go and move it over to PulseChain, right, and then stake on PulseChain, then the staking rate on PulseChain might go from 10% to 13% or whatnot, right? Or maybe it goes down even on the Ethereum side, right? Over time, maybe it starts sliding down to 8%, down to 5%. Something crazy. I mean, it shouldn't be something that drastic. I mean, 5% is a huge change from the 10% or 9 point whatever percent staking we're at now, right? Because that would literally double the yield. So they do have a balancing act. They should basically stay at parity with each other because of that, right? Kind of like your redeeming stablecoin, right? It's the same idea. Is you can take your value somewhere else, deposit it somewhere else, and you can get more yield. Why wouldn't you do that? It just makes sense to do so. So, but I do think that the price of Pulse and PulseX to a large point will basically pivot on the price of HEX on PulseChain and the price of HEX on Ethereum. I think that's going to come to parity, and then we'll figure out from there what the price of Pulse and PulseX should be. Possibly. I could be wrong about that. There might be more stronger ties to Pulse and PulseX, but I think it's definitely going to be a very strong factor in determining the price on PulseChain, between all three assets.
Fex, I have a technical question that hopefully you can answer in kindergarten terms, or go technical, who cares? What is the what's the comparison of the Pulse chain with something like say the Binance chain? Because I've done transactions, forced to buy that stupid Binance coin and do transaction, and the cost of that was like hundredths of a penny to do what I had to do. So they're already kind of doing what PulseChain wants to do. How are we doing it better and more expansive and whatnot? How does it differ?
So part of it is a centralization. People don't quite understand how centralized the Binance Smart Chain is. Right, we talk about 33 validators, and some people think maybe that's not enough compared to thousands of nodes that are mining Ethereum. But Binance has 21 nodes, right, that do the validating. But even behind that, they have a 2-token system, as far as I understand, and I don't understand it that well, to be honest. But they have a 2-token system, and the main token actually only has 11 validators, right, that control what goes on the main chain, what the 21 validators are actually going to act and do, right? How they're going to follow the protocol. So it's actually 11 servers or computers that are actually controlling that, right? Besides the fact that it's, was basically all just, Binance computers at one point, doing it. So, it's going to be a lot more centralized in that aspect there. There's also the issue of their code. The way they release their code is just amateur. There's another post that was brought up again in the dev chat the other day. It's an old post actually from like November. But it's basically explaining that there's no comments in the code. It's just kind of patches are done. There's no rigorous testing done to it. It's basically very amateur hour. And it's only a matter of time before, they go and patch something, right, to make it better, and then add some kind of a loophole that breaks it, with the way that they're running things over there. So you see now that we're basically delaying the project for PulseChain because they're doing code review, right? That doesn't exist on Binance for the most part, from what we can see. So there's just going to be more rigorous testing, more decentralization. They've basically taken the idea of the Binance code and they've like rewritten all of it. As far as I understand, they basically they've used that idea. They looked at what went on and they rewrote that consensus mechanism from scratch because their code was just so awful, right? It works, but it's going to be a problem in the future. So, I don't trust it, is what it comes down to, right? With a bunch of these different factors. It's a good idea, right? And the model does work, but I think you're going to see some issues starting to creep up. And we're going to have a lot more, I think, adoption and a lot more developers looking at the code than Binance has, right? Like they just have, people that, they probably have like one or two devs that they basically hired and that's it. And with the PulseChain, I think it's gonna be a lot more open to be able to view, most of the code and see what's going on with it. And and then besides that, it's just, the regular old stuff that, we have 3-second block times, they have 3-second block times. That's fine. I think our gas limit is actually lower than theirs to start off with, but we can increase it. Because I think ours is like 40 million. And there's 80 million units. I'm trying to think what else though. But yeah, basically it's just a ticking time bomb over there.
Hey, Professor, I got a question.
Yeah, shoot.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you this. Can Richard Hart, I know he's trying to launch PulseChain and PulseX simultaneously. Can he just launch one at one time and then one at a future date just so that he can start the, it seems like PulseChain is probably done. I'm not 100% sure. Would that affect anything, or can it happen like that? Like this launch one and then launch the other maybe a month or two later?
No, they both need to be coming. They both need to come out at the same time. For the most part, it would be too tricky to do it otherwise, because the fixer bot has to do its thing and it's got to deposit those tokens somewhere, so the DEX has to be up. I don't think the PulseX is holding it up though. Right? I mean, last we heard they redid the validator rotation code. Right? They moved the code out of the smart contract into the GoPulse code. Right? So they moved it up to a higher level, which normally would make it faster. It takes it out of being inside of the EVM, right? The Ethereum virtual machine that all the contracts run, and puts it at the top layer. So it should be a lot more efficient that way. So I haven't heard anything about PulseX causing delays or there being any issues with that need to be revisited, right? So, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned earlier. I just popped in and about the number of validators and the intuitive. I mean, people think that if you add machines to the network, it would speed it up, but it actually does the exact opposite. The more machines on the network slows the network down because the more machines that are on the network, the more packets have to be broadcast across the whole world to sync up all the nodes to the current block height. So all those validators, if you added 150 validators, if you added 1,000 validators, then all of those validators would have to sync to the current block before they had their turn to be a validator. And the likelihood of that, if you had 1,000 with 3-second block times, would be like your validator came up and then you didn't get the current block yet because there's 1,000 validators and maybe you just didn't get it yet. And so there's a problem there. So there was like a trade-off, right? 33 versus 21. That's not like a big difference, but like Ethereum has 100,000 on proof of stake. I mean, I'm running ETH2. There's tens of thousands of computers, all in not in data centers, but in people's houses. Like in my office, I have one. So they can't go to 3-second block times. It's like impossible for them. So they're going to 12-second block times because they still have to populate the blocks across the entire world, across all these machines that aren't like enterprise grade data center, server stacks. I mean, they're like literally like laptops and stuff. They have a different topology for their network, so they have to make these trade-offs. And with Pulsechain being 33, and the expectation is you're in a data center, you have the bandwidth, you have the uptime, you have the hardware required to process the blocks that come to you. We can have a 3-second block time because the servers that are really matter are the validators, and so 33 validators are just passing the current block amongst themselves from data center to data center, so that should work fine. So there's a lot of trade-offs there, and I know that article that Profex that you mentioned a little bit ago, it also mentioned the fact that their validators are so inefficient that they have to way over I guess the term would be, I don't know, like if you thought that it would be like a 12 core like 128 gig system with hard drive space of we have like 700 gigs, so they have to like go way above that just to meet the minimum requirements to sync the data because of their network. And they didn't change the code to allow for 3-second blocks as best as they should have, like kind of the work we're doing, where we're like doing the work to make the efficiency of the network such that it works with 3-second block times and with all the factors that we have. But apparently Binance didn't do any of that work. They just went 3-second block times, we're good to go, and then haven't put like much work so much into the network, right? And then all the validators are glitching from like 7 months ago about how the code is buggy. They're always crashing on them. They have to have way more hardware requirements than they thought, like than they started with. And there's all these problems.
May I ask a question about staking?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm interested in the staking, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I'm not too sure about the constant variables and the variables that change. The only one that I really know that changes is the price of hex. What is the constant variables, and what's the variables, all the variables that change besides the hex price point?
I mean, I see you're talking about hex staking. So there's 3.69% inflation for over the entire amount of T shares that exist, which is like 10 million. You get your T shares. So your T shares are fixed. Once you do the stake, your T shares are fixed at, I don't know, one T share. That's what you got. One T share. So you get 6.2 hex per day per T share. And that's fixed. And that's not based on any US dollar price. So depending on how long you staked, you may or may not have gotten bonus shares for like every extra year. You get 20% more bonus T shares, right? Which increases your payout, like your APR. The 38, like 40% APR that's quoted. That's like for um, average length stakes, which is like 6.6 years or whatever. So that's average length. So if you stake less than that, then you're gonna get less, right? If you stake for a couple years, you're gonna get a 10 or 20%. Like if you 3 years, you're probably gonna get, well, I guess 20% ish. If you stake less than that, at 1 year, you're gonna get like 10, more than 10% APR. So I mean, so I guess it depends on like just understanding the T shares is where you get the understanding of what the APR is.
So, I mean, I plan on, I kind of want to drop like $1,000 in staking, right? Is it better to stake $1,000 now for 15 years, or $100 today, $100 tomorrow, $100, for 10 days for 15 years?
Well, no, I mean today would always be better. You'd want it the larger one time. You're gonna have less gas price, so you wouldn't want to do it every day because you have a gas price problem. So you incur one gas price. You stake $1,000 for 15 years. Today, you get the best T share rate, which is 21,000 something. Then you only do it once, so you have one stake gas and you have one unstaked gas. It wouldn't make any sense to break $100 up into 10, 15-year stakes because now you're incurring 10, 10 unstaked gas costs, which could be substantial. I mean, not crazy, but like $100 is maybe like not something you want to do on Ethereum. If you honestly, if you had $100, you wouldn't want to stake that on Ethereum. You'd want to stake that on PulseChain because the economics don't make any sense because of the gas fees. Now $1,000, yeah, I could see a 15-year stake at $1,000, sure, but it'd be one stake.
I think there's
What?
some good resources probably. I don't know if you've been to HEXnoob, NOOB.com, but there's a lot of good hex resources there. And stake calculators, just to see how much hex you would get, at different lengths.
Hexnoob.com.
Yeah, HEXnoob.com. The other one I would suggest looking at if you're interested in the staking mechanism. I'm not sure 100% on the link, but if you go to howtopulse.com, howtopulse.com, Crypto Goose has posted an article on basically how the T-shares work. It's like a 6-7 slide little PowerPoint. And that's pretty good. So I don't know if it's like howtopulse.com/cryptogoose or if you can
Yeah.
just search it up in menus.
Yep, you're right. It's /crypto goose. It'll take you straight to his blog.
Thanks. Yeah, I would check out those two resources for sure. And then, you can always ask questions here, of course.
Do you believe that Hex? I mean, I know this is the Pulse Chain community, but it's heavily tied to Hex. Do you think it's a really good investment since it's essentially the first of its kind?
I mean, I would say that 99% of people in this chat probably are holding Hex and Hex stakes, possibly. So I would definitely say that, people in this community still think that Hex is a very good contract to hold, right? Very good token to hold. I mean, that's what some people are going for, right? Some people are going for Pulse, some people are going for PulseX. There's still a large number of people, I think, that are still aiming at Hex as their goal, right, for when PulseChain launches. So I definitely think it's you're going to see it have good value, especially on PulseChain.
Yeah, so if you're staking Hex now, and when PulseChain launches, then you get double Hex, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you get your Hex both ways, right? If you stake now, then you get that stake that's locked in on both chains for the same period of time with the same T shares. If you hold it liquid, then you can do whatever you want with it, right? So one of the main, the simple strategies would be if you want to have $1,000, you want to put it in. What you could do is, you could buy Hex at a low point, right? And that's kind of always key is, whenever you're buying your assets, you want to buy the low. So you were asking before about like $1,000. With $1,000, I really wouldn't want to buy it in $100 increments because you're looking at probably like, $20 fee just to swap, right? At a minimum, right? If not like a $40, $50 fee. So it doesn't make sense, efficiency wise to do it because you'd be losing too high of a percentage, right? Maybe if you want, I would split it up into 2 buys, right? 2 $500 buys. Then, if it's a $50 fee, then you're spending 10% on the swap, at best, or at worst case, hopefully. Hopefully it's down to like, $20 or $15 or whatever it is, and it's a lot less than that. Right? Maybe you can get it down to 3%. That'd be a lot better. But yeah, obviously the cheaper that you buy Hex, the better. The T-share rate does go up every day, right? Or it can go up every day, I should say. So it is always better to stake, today rather than tomorrow. But also you do have to factor in the price of Hex into it, right? So if you don't have Hex yet, and it drops in price tomorrow, then you're better off buying it tomorrow because you're going to get more Hex, which means you're going to get more T-shares in the future. So there is that. But yeah, what I would suggest is if you get your $1,000, converted into Hex, what you can do is wait until the fork, and then you can do like a Hail Mary stake with your Hex on Ethereum and do a 5555 stake, if you want. Right, do the maximum length one, and then on PulseChain, yeah, and then on PulseChain you can do smaller ones, right? You can take that $1,000 and maybe you want to do, like a 5 and a 10 year stake or something like that to fill in kind of some gaps, right? So you'd have $500 at 5 years, $500 at 10 years, and $1,000 on Ethereum for 15 years, right? Something like that would make some sense, I would think.
Hey, I have a question regarding maintaining Ethereum exposure for the fork. I see that on the bridge there's Ethereum for PulseChain, and I looked at the address on Pulse Explorer, and typically for all the addresses it's the same since it's a fork on Ethereum. However, once I looked that up on Etherscan, the block explorer for Ethereum, it shows like a wallet address with very few transactions. So ideally it would be like a new token or wrapped Ethereum, I was thinking, so that I could buy it and then have it forked over, essentially forking my Ethereum. Are there any tips that anyone has on maintaining Ethereum exposure for the fork?
I mean, you can't expose yourself to Ethereum through the fork on PulseChain. There's not a possible way to do it. There's not a
Shoot. Okay. I guess that's it then. Well, appreciate the info.
Yeah, because you know whatever was Ethereum is going to turn to Pulse. So like even wrapped Ethereum turns into wrapped Pulse on PulseChain. So there's not really an effective way, and
Sorry for the echo. I was just trying to figure out if there's a sneaky way around it of sorts, but yeah, I guess not.
Yeah, the sneaky way around it is like not owning Ethereum and owning something else. That's not so sneaky though.
Yeah. All right, big hex buy incoming.
Is it true that when you bridge Ethereum over, that's when you get the Ethereum on PulseChain?
Yes, correct, Robert.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and that's also why contract than maybe wrapped ETH is on Ethereum right now. It's because it's a completely different contract.
So perfect. So now are we looking at around 60 more days before launch, since we have to just change the code and everything like that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many more days we have. Yeah, I didn't really pay that much attention over the weekend to everything that went on. But I don't think we know, right? I think when we actually get close, Richard will let us know, right? When we're like a week out, he'll actually let us know, hey, it's going to launch in a week or whatever. And until then, it's all just kind of rumors and hearsay when it's actually going to launch, and yeah, pulling whatever number Richard says, you know, on a stream out of context and picking that as the next date. It's pretty much what we're going to be subject to for the next little bit here.
I mean, I'd like for him to like talk about some stuff he doesn't like to talk about, like kind of the technicals, but I don't think we're going to get anything more because that's not a mass audience kind of a thing anyway. So I don't know. Whatever tidbits the devs give us, but they don't give us anything, so that's not likely either.
His next live will be interesting. Not about timing though. It's just the timing of who he's having a conversation with. He was bitching. He was bitching in one tweet, and then begging for Pulse in another tweet.
I wish you would do some technical stuff just once, because then we could sit there and just clip it out. You know, it's like sitting in here and having to wait all day for PulseX or somebody with some real knowledge to get some good info. It's a lot, you know. I mean, I learn a ton in here, but it would also be great to just get more talking points from him, or get some individuals like PulseX and Walrus and some of these guys that really know, maybe have questions for Richard, or can at least discuss some things, even on the side of like liquidity. I mean, PulseX, it's been great, you know, listening to you over the past couple of weeks, but it'd be cool to get some, you know, even when he came out with that tweet on the validators, it's like, you know, bring it into a live stream and talk about it a little bit. Like, that's pretty interesting.
The interview tonight in 3 to 4 hours will be a bit more technical as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You never know. He dropped. You never know. Is it a year? Is it an hour and a half, or is that I'm in the wrong time zone? Maybe
3 to 4 hours, I think. It's at 8 p.m. Stockholm time.
Yeah. I'm in New York. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, okay.
Hours from now.
I find though that this chat fills in the holes. Like, I don't understand most of what Richard says, frankly. I have to come here to fill in the holes, what he says.
Yeah, that's fair. But in terms of like a tool for onboarding, you know, it'd be nice to be able to send people things that aren't just. I mean, you can send people to how to pulse, but it's, you know, people have to sit there and read. Some people just want to sit and watch a video. I'm a visual learner, so I definitely consume a lot of audible and visual stuff. I just think, you know, also too, like I never really came up through like crypto YouTube. It's pretty gross and toxic. So I don't know. And obviously there's great, you know, hexagons on there giving good like TNA and whatnot, but I don't see why we can't do more technical stuff on there. And we don't have to go into mass cringe marketing if it works or it doesn't work. I think, you know, it's a double edged.
So, how does this ladder mechanism work? Is it I start the ladder initially on my investment, or I stake now for 2 years, and then in 2 years I have an option to ladder in to another 2-year stake? I'm a little bit confused on this ladder thing.
That's not a ladder. A ladder is where you have simultaneous stakes that go, say, 1 year stake, say $100 for 1 year, $100 for 2 years, $100 for 3 years, $100 for 4 years. So every year you have a stake coming out that you can either sell or restake for, say, you did a 10-year ladder, $100 for 1 year, going all the way out to $100 for 10 years. When the 1 year stake matures, you could like sell it, or you could restake it for another 10 years and you add to the ladder. Like you have options there. That's what a ladder is. So that's breaking up, say, $1,000 investment into a ladder so that like incrementally you get access to some of your money along the way. Now, I'm not recommending that you do a ladder with $1,000. That's not enough at this point. You can do it on PulseChain easily. You just wouldn't want to do that on Ethereum because of the gas fees.
I believe that PulseChain will be out by the end of the year. You can start your ladder, for the first one to expire by January next year, for example. But again, nobody can guarantee you when PulseChain will be out, so it's a bit of a risk. Still have the ladder on Ethereum, I guess. And eventually,
yeah, I mean, I would just do if you want to do a ladder, if you do the stake now, then you get the copy on PulseChain, which is good. But if you only had $1,000, you gotta like figure out your timeline. Like, are you gonna do a 15-year stake? Are you gonna do a 5-year stake? Are you gonna do a 1-year stake? I don't know. I'm a proponent of 15-year stakes, but then I also have a ladder. So with a ladder, it's easier to do 15-year. Like maybe it's not a good idea to throw your entire bag into a 15-year stake and then hope you can like withstand the temptation to early in stake.
Well, with that staking, I mean, they have like a in stake, and I know I'm going to be charged fees and hefty and all that, but I don't know. Like since the Pulse Chain's coming out and I can stake on there, I think I want to put $1,000 down on Hex and stake for 15 years, and not worry about it and look back or look in 15 years and hopefully I have a nice bag, and when Pulse Chain comes out, I'll start doing the ladder thing on that and have that kind of multiply, over the course of 10 years or 15 years.
So it's not a bad thing. Say like 1,000 years for 15 years, and then you do some more money, and you do like 14 years, and then you do some more money, 13 years. Like that's what I did. I did longest out, and I brought it in when I did my own ladder. So it just depends on the values of the stakes that you're talking about, right? That's a valid strategy.
Unless you get you more money each year than all your stakes end at the same time. I'm just saying. But
you have a thing, right? I mean, you look at your stakes and then you bring it in 1 year from. Like, I'm not saying you're doing 15-year stakes. I'm saying you do a 15-year and then you look at when you did, then bring it in 1 year prior, and then bring it in 1 year prior, then bring it in 1 year prior. or you start at the beginning and then you go out. Like, it's up to you.
Or start in the middle, so that way at least you've got
One
Yeah,
will
or
have the
semi-close,
start in
and then
the
you grow.
first third and then the second third. I don't know. Yeah, it's like however you want to do it, dude.
What if you buy $1,000 worth of HEX and keep it liquid until you get the duplicate and then stake it however he wants on the Pulse chain when the Pulse chain launches?
Yeah, you
If
can do
you're
that.
doing a
It was like
15-year stake, yeah, if you're gonna do, depending on what you're staking, if you're doing a ladder, then you'll wait. But if you're just gonna do one 15-year stake, then you might as well do it now. It's the same, if not better, than waiting.
I mean, we could spend the entire day talking about all the different ins and outs of every strategy that exists. But like, that's not really productive for everybody. You got to figure out what your strategy is, how long you're comfortable staking, and then come up with a plan.
I'm just saying, if he's saying I'm just gonna wait until Pulse chain comes out and then buy, HEX. I mean, I think it's just better to just buy it now so you can get the duplicate and now you have them on both chains instead of waiting for Pulse chain to come out, then buy HEX on Pulse chain.
Separate buying and staking, right? So those are two different things. Staking strategy aside, sure, buy now, whatever. But for staking, there's so many different things you can do, right? If time doesn't matter to you and you just want to accumulate the most HEX as anybody can, then obviously the bigger and longer stake is the thing. Like, you now just go in big and take it 15 years, stake it 15 years, done. That's how you get the maximum out of it. But that might not be feasible for half the people in here or majority of the people in here, because you might want to access some of that stuff over the next 15 years. So that's when laddering comes in and blah, blah, blah. Like, then you have endless amounts of strategies.
Gamma, what's 141 T shares? What does that represent?
141 T shares. I don't understand. I mean,
About
you had to
250,000.
have
Right?
staked for it to get those
250,000.
T shares. So there's gonna be a T share rate associated with those T shares, but that could have been any amount from 10,000 to 21,000. So I don't understand.
Oh, here. So
Question,
I
I
see
guess.
there is some 141 T shares. And then it says 0.001352. So what does that represent?
Are you on the staking page? You're looking at a stake that you're thinking about doing, is what you're saying, right?
I'm just figuring this thing out. What does that all come out to?
So if you put your number, you have an X amount of HEX, and you have a number of days, then it gives you a calculation of effective HEX, which isn't the amount you get. It's just a calculation of how many T shares the contract will give you for staking. So based on the number of HEX and the time, then it gives you a number of T shares. That number of T shares equals some amount of HEX you get every day in the contract, which right now it's like 6.2 HEX per day. You lock in that amount for the length of the stake.
What is that 0.001352? And then above that's 141 T shares. What does that come out
Just
to?
worry about the 141 T shares.
That's the percentage of
Okay,
T shares compared to
so
the rest of the pool.
141 T shares. What does that represent?
You look at the T-share daily price on the go.hex.com on the first page. Today it is at what is it? $1,830. I'm trying to find out what that is in hex amounts. Well, it doesn't really matter. At the moment it's 1.8K. So multiply that by that, and that's what that represents. I would advise you not to drop your amounts in here in the chat. Try
It's not.
to
This is a hypothetical thing I saw on a thing, and I'm trying to understand it. It was like I saw it on a page, and I was wanted to know what that represented.
T-shares are the amount of HEX that you earn every day in interest or yield, they call it. So what you do is you take the number of T-shares associated with your stake, multiplied by the payout ratio, and that's the number of HEX you'll get in yield for that day. Now, the payout ratio is publicly just go to go.hex.com, the very first page, go down, you'll see the payout ratio is published for every day. So the T-shares tell you how much HEX you will earn that day. And you can sort of assume if you make an average, somehow you come up with what will the payout ratio be in the future. You can do an average or something, and you can figure out how much HEX you'll have when it matures. Of course, it's just an estimate because you have to estimate what the payout ratio will be, but you know for sure what you get for the past. So just go to go.hex.com and you can play around with the stake amount and the days you're going to stake, and it'll tell you how many T-shares that position will be. And then you multiply the number of T-shares by your payout ratio. That tells you how many HEX you'll get for that day.
All right.
Robert is a professional.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, if you want to understand the technicals of HEX, go to that interview with Richard and Wall a couple of years ago. I just brought it up this morning, and he explains HEX to the guys interviewing today. And that's pretty dang technical if you can understand that. Holy moly.
Tell you the truth, I find most talk to be way too abstract. Just explain how to calculate HEX and then go from there. It's otherwise, like understanding Richard is very difficult.
look. Everyone has a different level of understanding in their different fields. Okay, so we've got some people who are a bit more financially versed, economically versed. There's also people who are from more the tech side, and I think they would appreciate a little bit more of those details, in my opinion. It beats the hell out of trying to make sense of what's in the GitLab, to be honest with you. So, for somebody who's audiovisual and understands at least some basic technical terminology, it would help a lot. Although I do see there were a couple of interviews where he did go into more technical details, such as with Eric Wall. I'm trying to remember another interview where he did, but can't come up with it now.
I love it. I love it when he goes into detail because he never goes like 10% of where I'd like him to go because his audience isn't technical. But I'm like, oh my God, can you just go deeper? Because I'm trying to understand what the fuck you're doing.
Yes.
Especially with PulseChain, they don't really go into any technical details, but I'm in the GitLab. And like that's where I get all my information. It's literally like from the GitLab.
Yeah,
Do we
this
know?
the thing is I'm not versed in Solidity or Golang. I come from a different background, and it's fine. You can learn it, but I don't really have the time or will to learn it. So I'd rather get it straight from the man, but I think he even has his limits in that one. So
Do we know if this is going to be live streamed tonight, or are they just recording it?
it's going to
for
be
the
live
doc?
stream from Stockholm. There will be also 100 people who first come, first serve can attend in person.
Okay. All right. So we'll see the live stream. Cool.
Is that live stream on Richard's channel, or where do we get that?
Yeah, probably his channel.
What's the called, the blank of all stakes? The director on Twitter says it's not going to be public. It's not going to be public as far as viewing. The people who show up, yes, but the
Oh, really?
people who live, no, that's what it says on what is it? THOS, the
Highest of stakes.
the highest of stakes, yeah. So if you go to his Twitter, he just said it's not going to be.
I guess he's trying
streamed
to
live.
get exclusive rights to that to show in the documentary, maybe. Who knows? That sucks.
That's exactly.
I was looking forward to that.
I was gonna say, I mean, most of the stuff that I know about what's going on in the background doesn't actually come from Richard or the devs. It comes from my own like basic understanding of blockchain and how Ethereum functions. And I have to derive what I believe is most likely happening in the background from the little snippets of information that's given to us, which is not very substantial. But if you understand EVM chains, then you can understand, I guess, better what's happening. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Cool. So I'm trying to get money into my ledger. Excuse me. And so I'm using True USD or Trust. And I did a wire from my bank from Chase, and it's going to go directly into my ledger. And then I did one from US Bank, US Bank, directly into my ledger. And I put them all about a half hour apart. So they're both racing. I'm going to see if it goes directly into my ledger. So I got two wires coming in. I'll let you know how smooth that works.
Oh yeah,
They
you
put
were
the
the guy
memo.
that brought that up. I was trying to remember what that was. That was the wire that shows up as something different.
It's an escrow account. Yeah, escrow.
Right.
So the banks really don't look at it that hard.
Right.
They just think it's going to another bank.
That's
Is
like a
that
$2,000 minimum, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's
No?
a minimum. Is there?
Okay. I'm not sure.
Is that a better way to off
15.
ramp?
I did around 15 each, so we'll see. Because Hex is so low, and I'm like, took the rest of my savings. I'm like, gonna try to get some Hex.
Man, is that a better way? Is that a better way to off ramp so that you don't have to?
I don't know,
but,
because I'm gonna try it. If I need money, I'm gonna try that route, and it looks like it'll go through pretty
Yeah,
easy. You
because
just put your bank.
I think Jesse
bank
and
in
Funny
and
Jim, they had good things to say about that.
So I'll let you guys know.
Cool, thanks.
What did Jesse say about it?
He says real easy to use. He used it before.
What's it called again? It's called Trust.
True USD.
True USD. Okay.
Hey, ProfX, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. The company is Trust Token, and the stable coin they use is True USD, TUSD. Just to clarify that.
Yeah, I just want to add that I did that 3 hours ago, and I already got confirmation on both emails that they've sent it to Trust already, but I haven't seen it. So my banks both said they sent it out already. So cool. They give you an email notice.
But then off ramping, you would have to buy that token and then send that token
Yeah, just go onto their website. It shows. It says
All right, I'll
there's
look
only
into
two
it.
options. There's only two options: mint and then off ramp.
Yeah, you would buy their stable token, send it to your account with Trust token, or you would buy the stable coin True USD. You would send it to your account with Trust token. They would put that money into an escrow account, and then you would tell them where you want it sent, whether it's your bank account or to a title company of some sorts or whatever.
Hey, so PropX, I just ran some numbers on the go.hex.com/stake, and when I do it, it's basically saying if I stake X amount of dollars for the maximum period of time, the understanding is since only approximately 10% of the people are staking and the annual inflation rate is 3.69, that those 10% are going to get all that, which multiplies it by 10, so it's about 38%. I put in X amount of X for 55 days, and I did the math, and it's only paying out about a 24% APY based on what it's showing me on the website here. Is it me doing the math wrong, or is it the? I'm pretty sure I'm doing this right.
Using go.hex.com, is that what you're using?
Yeah. So I put in 500K hex for 55 days, and then it's approximately 6.25 hex per T share. So then it says 68 T shares based on 500K hex, 55 days. So then to find my daily hex that I'm receiving, I would just multiply the number of T shares, 68 times 6.25. It's an approximation. So that's 425 hex. And then I multiply that for a monthly by 30. So I get 12,750 hex. And then I multiply that by 12 to find the yearly. And that's 153,000 hex. And then I multiply that by 15.2 to find the overall number of hex. And that turns out to be 2.325 million. Then I divide that by my original purchase of 500,000 hex, and that tells me the number of doublings. So that's 4.6512 doublings. And how often did it double during that 15.2 years? I just take 15.2 and I divide it by 4.65 doublings. That's once every 3.26 years. So I'll round that off to 3 years. So then you take the rule of 72, and you basically, rule of 72 says you take your APY and you divide it by 72, and that tells you the number of years it takes for your investment to double. So 24 goes into 72 3 times. So 3 times 24. So the percentage would be 24% APY. So
Is that giving you a compound interest rate, or just an APY though?
Well, you can Google it. The rule of 72. Let me see what it says here. Hold on.
Yeah, but I think the rule of 72 is used for compounding, not for just APY necessarily.
It says it's a calculation that estimates the number of years it takes to double your money at a specified rate of return.
I'm pretty sure they're auto compounding that when you use that rule of 72. If you go to hexcalc.net, it'll spit out the numbers for you, right? So if you take the 500,000 hex, you you put it out for the 5555, right? You hit that 10-year mark, so you get basically an extra million hex for the longer pays better bonus. You end up with a 68 shares, right? Which is all lining up so far pretty good. But then the yield in hex, it's saying here, based off of 6 hex per T share, is 2.99 million, right? So you had 2.3. So maybe there's some rounding issues.
Let's see. This
Possibly, it
says,
seems like it wouldn't be that
on
much, but
hexcalc.net, total payout APY. Yeah, this says 40%. So it's just weird that math. When I did it, it just seems so simple because I come from a finance background. And then this here on hexcalc.net is saying 39%. But this is weird.
I think, like PulseX said, you might have a couple of rounding errors since you did 30-day months and 12 months and 52 this and that. You just take your hex per day, per T share per day, multiply by the T shares, and just multiply that by 365. Like, don't get all into the 30 days and 12 months and all this stuff. Just go through 365 days at that rate, and that should give you your annual APY number of tokens for those T shares.
Yeah, look at what that business degree got you. Use a hex calc.
So what is that again for a T share? For one T share per day is how much?
6.
You can go to hexdailystats.com, hexdailystats.com, and it'll show you the spreadsheet of everything there is to know about the numbers within the hex contract. It shows you what the payouts are, how many people are staked, how many T-shares are in the system, how many people in stake. There's a plethora of information on that site. You can see what the
Currently,
current
the share
daily
rate
price
is
is.
21,000 or 60.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
6.2 right now, by the way.
so I was just gonna say, so if you just do the straight up calculation of the 5555 times 68.608 times the 6 hex per T share, you do end up with that 2.3 million number at the end. So the hex calc actually does, I believe, ratchet up the hex per T share rate by like the 3.69% inflation that's compounded annually. Right. So I think that's probably where the difference in numbers is coming from, is because as time goes on, the T share rate is going to go up. That's pretty much a given, right? Or the payout per share, I should say, is going to go up. So that has to be factored in as well, right? And it's not necessarily factored in if you do it by hand.
Roger that.
So the total number of T shares in the system will go down as time goes on.
Yes, most likely, because it's going to be harder. It becomes more and more expensive to get a T share, and so from
Right,
that,
okay.
we assume that it's going to reduce in size.
Okay.
Not a guarantee, but it's with the same amount of hex being staked all the time, it should go down.
Yeah.
Another good resource would be look into hex.com /shares. There you can see some more detailed breakdown of the T-share rates and how they develop over time. It'll make a bit more sense because it's a bit more visual.
All right, I gotta take off for a little bit. You guys have fun. I'll see you later.
Thanks, Professor.
See ya.
Yeah, I'm just doing errands today, so I'm hanging out.
Wish I had as many T-shares you got, Gamma. You're correcting me.
Hey, I wish
I'm
I
like
had
6.
more.
No, dude, I said 6, and you're like, no, 6.2. I'm like, okay, you got that.
I just looked at it yesterday because someone had talked about it, so I
Yeah,
had to
that
look
too
that up
helps.
yesterday.
Right. I mean, it's starting to creep up,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it does. You know.
Oh, I know. The extra 2 does help. Jeez, but it's creeping up. I haven't looked in 3-4 weeks. I don't know what it's been doing.
Yeah, there's been
6.
a lot of early instakes lately, so the payout's been creeping up a little bit, which is pretty awesome. Because I'm like really trying to like just increase my number of T-shares and not decrease them. So, because like the 5-year mark and like over time, like right now we're in this dip. Everyone's freaking out, and people are fucking selling. Like people are early in staking and selling at these prices, which is crazy to me, unless you have like a fucking emergency. But if you're just like, you don't really need the money, like you're gonna die if you don't have this money, then why the fuck would you early in stake? I don't even understand it.
Oh, I know. There's a good chance where if it drops a little bit more, it's going to be easy double. So I'm going to add a little bit. Hopefully it rockets up.
So H-man, on just switching gears a little bit, is that trust token is a trust token or a true token? I have 2 different websites.
It's called Trust Token, and then True USD is the stable coin. So go to
Is that the website?
trusttoken.com.
Okay, great. Thanks, J Money and H-man. Appreciate it. I don't want to get duped.
Right. It's really easy too. They KY'd me, KYC, like within 6 hours. It's just basically a license and your bank account, and I was verified. So no more Coinbase for me. Haha.
Isn't it a free transaction as well, H-man?
If you don't use Coinbase, what are you going to use?
Okay, hold on. Was that free? Yeah, I think it's free, or $2.
Yeah, I believe it's a free transaction. Yeah.
And it arrives right into my ledger. No, I don't have to forward it or anything. But it was $25 wire fee from Chase and 30 from US Bank.
If you don't use Coinbase, what are you going to use?
It's Voyager.
Take it, J Money. Take it.
Yeah, that was to you, H-man. But basically, the protocol that we were just talking about, Jig, is called Trust Token. It's an escrow service. You can KYC with them. You can wire them the money directly, and you give them the address you want your token sent to, which would be the TUSD stablecoins that they would send you. Like H-man just said, he gave them his ledger address.
Talking too fast. You're talking too fast.
Where did I lose you?
Start from the beginning. You talk too fast.
Okay, no problem. Cool, no problem. So Trust Token is an escrow service. Okay, and they have their own stable coin called TUSD. So if you KYC with this company, you give them your information, you can wire them money directly, give them your Trezor wallet address that you want the token sent to, and once you wire them the money, they will mint new stable coins and send those directly to your wallet. Then you can take the TUSD to Uniswap and swap it for whatever you want, like HEX or whatever.
Right. So right to your vault. It goes directly to your vault wallet.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Is it true then, anytime you want to change fiat into crypto, you have to KYC somewhere?
I think there's a couple out there that don't KYC. I don't know what they are off the top of my head. I don't know that there's very many.
Let's just tell to your friend.
If it's going to your bank, you're already KYC'd. But if you're going to do a OTC, I think there's brokers. One guy in here, he uses a broker. The veteran, I forget his name.
So this would serve better to
So guys, I just want to say, don't worry that much. The reason why HEX is dumping a little bit because people who are waiting for the PulseChain launch got angry and sold. They will come back. They'll come back as soon as Richard gives us the final verdict of the date.
Yeah, Crypto 7 surmised that what was happening was people were trading in the expectation of HEX of Pulse launching, and when it was delayed, they're dumping until they have a better idea of when Pulse will launch. So that seemed like good theory.
Yeah, it cracks me up that people think that they know what anonymous people of why the psychology behind what they're doing. Nobody really knows why people are doing what they're doing in the long run, but they're good theories.
I know.
Yeah, it's all speculation.
People are mad, so they're selling.
What you're hearing is the opinion of the person who is in the psychology mindset of that, and that's what they think is happening because that's how they feel. Nobody really knows what thousands of people that are anonymous are doing what they're doing. The opinions you hear are from what people think in their own mindset.
But it can't be a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence, like when Richard told us that, the Pulse is not launching this month, that a lot of sales occurred.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I believe that people give these opinions based on their own personal psychology and what they think is happening because that's how they feel. We really don't know at the end of the day, but you could be right.
You can't know. The only thing that you do know is that you're using correlation equals causation, which is a flawed concept. And we all can all agree on that. Sure, you can draw those, but that's your prerogative. It's nobody else's. Like we've had this many times actually in crypto and in fact in any other market, where it's like, oh, recent thing, their price drop, therefore recent thing caused price drop. I can do that with a lot of things. Like, oh fuck, I dropped an apple, price drop. You know, these things, they can coincide also, right? Time is there's only 24 hours in a day. You need a little bit more than just time. I think it's a reasonable assumption, but you need a bit more than just time.
The Luna depegging kind of held true though.
I guess the basis is that when something happens, everybody needs to understand why, and so we come up with these theories as to why.
You know, and then you can, if you can get to a point where you can just see things happen, then you don't stress about the why so much. Then that's a better place to be in too.
I was gonna say,
because this is the bear market. All the crazy shit in chat, the market's going fucking shit. Yeah, I lived through it before. Like this is not new for me. And
right,
like just strap in, right, and then fucking take it is the advice.
You know what else keeps your mind at ease and not worrying about the why is when all your shit's staked, so it doesn't fucking matter anyway.
That's
I know
true.
a few
I'm
people.
always getting more
I know a few people who can tell you what the price will do, not when, but what price will do without looking at the ticker symbol. You just show them the entire chart, remove the ticker symbols. They don't care what it is. Maybe you need to tell them if it's stocks or crypto because there's a slight difference. Because stocks have closing days on weekends and stuff, but they can tell you what kind of things are likely to happen. Not sure what will happen. So do they know anything fundamental or like all the drama happening on Twitter? No.
But
Well, if
I've
you
never
see
heard
it in the chart,
anybody.
I mean, if everyone's whining and bitching in social media, then it's going to be, you're going to see that in prices of assets across like many
Yeah, but
different things.
the whining and bitching is not leading. It's lagging. Okay.
Yeah.
The whining and bitching doesn't cause a price drop. It's very often the other way around.
I've heard very few TA people predict this crash. It's no one had seen this coming.
Well, there are several support levels, and one of them is 7.4 cents, which it hasn't even hit yet. So I would say it's unlikely that not a single person who's done TA was able to say that this is a probability. And again, with predictions, you don't have certainties ever. Like nobody in TA should be doing that anyways.
It's about 7.6 right now.
Yeah.
That red candle down to 5.7 doesn't matter.
That happened. I haven't opened in a couple hours, so who knows?
I don't know. I'm in a place where I try not to even look at the chart, but I look at prices, but I don't look at the chart. So I'm definitely not a TA person, but you know,
Where are you
whatever.
seeing 5 at Hex USDC mostly? Or whatever has the most liquidity at the moment.
So I want to get some people's thoughts on this staking, and I just
Well, the markets are primed for a nice scandal, and then we'll get a bigger crash.
I did a little research, and I'm kind of late to the game for staking, and so a
Because
lot
it
of people are
happens so
a lot of,
it's just
a lot of people are ahead.
Hey, yeah, I can hear you. I'm not sure if the other guy can hear. HCrypto's trying to ask a question. I think he's been cut off a couple times. Can we let him speak?
So Hex launched what, like a year ago, 2 years ago? Not too certain.
Over 2 years ago, December 2019.
All right, so a lot of cats jumped on the bandwagon 2 years ago, so they're about to punch out on their stake of 5 years or 6 years. I don't know if I feel comfortable staking for 15 years, you know, because a lot of people are going to pull out early at 5 and at 10. And I might be looking at way less than what I'm looking at now. I think, man, my best strategy right now, since I'm, not too far behind, is just to do a 5 year, do a couple 5 years at $1,000 in, and or 5 or 6 years, and then maybe have a couple stakes. If that makes
So if
sense,
you
like have them
were
all separate.
go to hex.vision, then I think on the left side you click on staking. There's a chart that shows you open stakes by the expected end time. Keep in mind that that of course changes every day as people do new stakes, but it gives you a pretty decent idea of the amounts of hex stakes ending and so forth.
Yeah, and I noticed on Stake HEX today on that website, it gives me option for a number of stakes. Should I just be like doing one stake? Because I typed in like 15 for 5 years and then 1 for 5 years, and there was like just a difference. And I'm just curious on what that is corresponding to. But like when I put 15 stakes, is that like, yeah, I'm
No.
Just
confused
split
right
the pure amount that
you're
you want to stake into different time periods, whatever you set there. So you just do like if you have 1,000 US dollar and 10 stakes, then they're split up, I think, equally over the 365 days or whatever you chose. But you can of course adjust that. And if you just one, then it's just one. It just shows you the payout. What's the difference between those? Just play around with it.
Yeah, man. Today I get my hardware wallet in. So is it best to set up my hardware wallet and get my hex and everything all in my hardware wallet before I start staking, or can I go ahead and do that and then
You
kind of be
have
secure with my hex?
hardware wallet. Have your hex in your hardware wallet. Stake from your hardware wallet.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the hardware wallet, and obviously don't use that hardware wallet to interact with anything else. It's just a cold storage for your sticks.
So that's why Papa was saying have 2 hardware wallets and all that, because one is like
Yeah,
a
one
vault, another one is a staking
interact
vault.
with sketchy Web3 apps.
Yeah, like if you want, you can just create the seed from that one hardware wallet, and then do your stake from that, and then just wipe it, and then you use your same wallet for other stuff. Just leave your long stake, leave that alone, because you're not going to touch it for another 10, 15 years. So you reuse your hardware wallet.
Not a big fan of Stake HEX today because the US dollar chart thing is a bit too easy to
Moon
use. So
math.
if you like, oh
It's
look, it's
moon
gonna
math.
be 25. Yeah, it's
I mean, I like
it's
the
moon math,
numbers. I'm
literally.
just
Yeah.
like, let's be more realistic here, guys. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying not to be moon
Oh
mathy
no.
here.
Oh no. I kept it real conservative, like dollar amounts on hex. I wasn't going too crazy like $20 in the future, but I do believe in hex long term. I just, want to see some ROI in 5 years and at a pretty hefty amount, and I just want to know, I'm doing the right thing, and uh, safely and securely,
For me,
But here's the
conservative means I make three charts. One is worst case scenario, which is the lowest price it's ever been, which of course is still not the worst. It could be lower. Then somewhere in the average, like 16 cents, and then the highest it's ever been. And anything above that is again moon math.
Well, here's, I mean, say moon math. Like I looked at Stake HEX today and it said something like over $30. I was like, could Hex hypothetically be over $30 one day? Sure, the probability exists, but is it like anywhere near like beyond like my 15-year stake? I'm like, maybe that's on my second 15-year stake. We hit $30 just to keep it like realistic, but like we don't know what's gonna happen, so it's fine. But I try and keep it like more like under 10 if I'm doing moon math.
Sure, there will be a candle one day in the future that'll hit 20 something, maybe. Well, actually, I'm not sure at all. But the point is, you know, will that coincide with your stake ending, or will it be after your stake ended? You don't know. Like, so you're narrowing it really down to literal moon math.
Yeah, I mean, so does Hex hit $30 in my kid's lifetime? Probably. So I can go there. And my kids, I have like a 3-year-old, so I think I'm safe saying in my 3-year-old's lifetime, we hit $30. Unfortunately, milk is like $1 million each. So there you go.
Yeah, and that's actually decent. I had a friend who laughed at me when I recommended to him Hex to him, but I still got him to buy in, I think, $800 worth of Hex, and then said, "Look, just do a 15-year stake. By the time your kid's 18, congratulations, college, you know, everything paid for." And let's see.
Yeah, that's true. That's like not bad. I mean, $800, 15-year stake. Yeah, at least college is probably covered. Sure.
And I
Well, I
mean,
hope for his
you know,
sake
after
I'm right.
the States, you still have your Hex, you still have your Hex shares, your Hex tokens. And I mean, you know, watching the market, if you see a whale or a couple whales tank the market down, or if we're in a bear market or it's, you know, at its low, I could just wait for the market to turn around, you know, to to cash out some of my Hex. You know what I mean? In 5 years' time, 6 years' time, I don't necessarily have to cash out to US dollars right away if I feel like the market can turn around, you know?
Okay, you need to understand cycles more, and I know you're newer, so you have a lot of understanding. So you can look at cycle. I mean, there's so many things, but like look at cycles, look at like prior cycles. Not saying that that's going to happen again, but it gives you kind of like a reassurance when you're in a bear market, like of what hopefully will happen in the future. And then you don't come out and say like in 6 years it'll be another bull, because obviously the cycles aren't that long. But I'm just saying, welcome to the party. You have a lot to learn. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I have a lot to learn. A lot to learn. I got to watch out for the rallies, man.
And like in your case, doing a 5-year stake, sure, like $1,000 5-year stake, yeah, I'd probably do that on Pulsechain, so that the gas fee is like reasonable. But you know, I'm not a huge fan of doing anything less than like say 10 or 15 years on Ethereum because of the gas fees. Like or staking more or staking less than like say 10,000, 20,000 hex coins, right? You can't, like $100 even 15-year probably isn't something you want to do on Ethereum.
Oh, nah, nah. But I really like Hex because it's it's way different, man. I mean, from all these other altcoins and some of these projects and stuff, this is like a crypto bond, if you will. I mean, I know it's not the technical term for it, but it's like a bond.
So see, what you're learning is the reason why Hex is awesome, and then that's also the reason why a lot of people hate it. So it's like kind of like a weird situation. The things that make it awesome turn a lot of people off, which I find strange, because the things they like are usually or sometimes complete shit, and I don't like them. So it's like a complete opposite thing. Like this Luna thing,
Well, I can
right?
tell you why.
Talked about it. Yeah, go for it.
Don't make me think. It's a thing. It's why Apple did so well versus Microsoft. It's maybe it's oversimplification, but people like easy and quick to digest. If you need to make like strategies and planning and math, oh, get the fuck out of with that.
Exactly, dude. I'm not very literate in crypto at all, and I'm totally grasping this every day, more and more. It's not like I have to search a lot of things or ask a lot of questions. I'm kind of grasping this idea and you know interacting with it very well. And definitely the community helps out a lot.
Yeah, and you're relatively lucky to enter now, not in terms of price maybe, but in terms of the resources available, because in the early days, first couple weeks, months of Hex, there wasn't that much to go on. Like there wasn't HexCalc, and there wasn't all the nifty websites to look at data. They appeared relatively fast, but you got How to Pulse, which tells you a lot of things. So it's great. We got a lot of resources. I heard a lot of YouTube videos, and TikTok is also growing at the moment. I think those things will help with the "Don't Make Me Think" crowd.
Yeah, because we live in a world where people want their money right now. They want instant gratification right now. Sad but
Yeah.
true.
Well, I think I used to believe that this mentality that you just said conflicts directly in stark contrast to being your own bank. And that's somewhat true, but I think we can get somewhere where it's a lot easier to be your own bank. Let's just say it like that. You're still responsible. That will never change in DeFi, I think, but it can be easier, I think. I do think there's improvements that we can make to the Hex front end, or maybe somebody else will make a better one, whatever. There's a lot of stuff that can be done.
Say that again.
So if somebody buys Hex on Ethereum mainnet, swaps to Hex, and then decides to swap it back to USDT or C, does people that do the people that have staked?
Are you asking if stakes are getting copied as well? As like
No, like
Stakes get copied.
yeah, but like what I'm trying to say is like if I stake today and a year later I decide to opt out and I get hit, I know that people that still are holding on to their stake reap benefits from me selling out. But if somebody on the Ethereum network, buys some Hex and then decides to swap over or trade it or whatever, is there any kind of penalty for that? And do people that are staking, do they get some benefit from that dude switching out of Hex?
When you say
No,
switching
there's
out,
no.
selling out, etc., what do you mean? Stake early?
No, he means just like the transferring of liquid assets. Does that have any effect
Yeah,
on the staker class?
yeah,
And the
like
answer is
no
no.
staking.
Ah, no.
No, I mean, other than the price, right? If there's more money going out of the system than there is money coming into the system, obviously the price is going to drop and vice versa for the price going up. But none of that movement is going to have any effect on the staker class whatsoever. We sit in our money printing machine, works perfectly fine just as it is. The only thing that changes if, say, more people go onto the post-chain side and begin to stake more over there, and we start to see less and less stakes on Ethereum side, the payout on the Ethereum side per T-share can increase. And again, vice versa for the payout per T-share on post-chain side. And then obviously once, the two split, or I guess once the fork happens, to put it correctly, we're going to start to notice like a divergence in the cost of T-share in relation to HEX. Granted, when the fork happens, the entire state's being copied, so the T-share rate will be the exact same as it is on Ethereum side, but we will start to notice the two kind of, go off into onto separate paths, and still only up and to the right, just with different amounts.
So it's
Is the no
beneficial to stake ASAP on Pulse Chain when it launches. I mean, if
If
we
you're in
have
it
the
for the long
capability.
term, if you're in it for the long term, stake now, right? Because you're gonna get your copy on Pulse Chain, and then you're chilling. Now, if you're trying to play some whale games, which is what I had thought about doing for a while, but I'm no longer doing, as in like, oh, maybe the price of Hex on Pulse Chain will cost less than the price of Hex on Ethereum, and I'll bridge all my Hex from Ethereum over to Pulse Chain to get more Hex on Pulse, so I can stake it and get more T shares. Then consider holding some liquid. Personally, I don't think that's gonna happen. Like from the looks of it, we're gonna be launching at a new all-time low, and I think Hex will reach price parity real freaking fast. And I don't think I have time for those games. So my next plan is to get all of my Hex stake as soon as possible to get the best T-share rate and get a copy of that on the Pulse Chain side.
did you say new all-time low?
I think so. At least in regards to like what we've seen previously, not like all time low, but like lower than the what was it, 8.5 cents or something that we saw before.
Yeah, the all-time low is 4 zeros and a 6.
Yeah, no, I mean obviously I'm not fucking saying that's what it's gonna launch at, right? That's no, no, like all time low in regards to this most recent all time high that we saw.
Yeah. Is the liquidity pools that are thin in Hex, is that's by design? So it's a double-edged sword. It works when it's a bull market. It works. It causes price to go up quickly and go down quickly. Is there a reason there's not more liquidity in there, or is that by design?
I don't think it's by design. I would like to say no. I think just a lot of people that have Hex don't want to get rid of it, at least not to the point where they're willing to let it sit in a pool and get, drained out. When they want to get rid of it, they want it gone and they want it gone now, you know. So that's why it doesn't take much buy pressure to move the price. Like if we were to see 50 to 100 million dollars in buys right now, I honestly think we'd see an increase in price, pretty decent amount.
How
Made
many people
crypto
out
good.
there use crypto right now? How many people out there?
300 million.
The future's looking bright.
I mean, we are on the extremely lowest low point of the adoption curve. Like, we're literally at the point where we can't imagine what it'll look like, right? Just like back in the day, like I remember my father getting a phone in his car door, and people like neighbors would be talking shit, but at the same time they'd be coming around like from around the block to make a call from his car just to tell the people they were on the phone with, like, hey, I'm calling from a car right now. And nobody at that point in time envisioned the world where everybody had a cell phone in their hand and could call, text, message, video each other with apps and all this other shit that came along with it. Nobody at that point in time could envision that world. So I think we're at that point in time. I think we're literally at the phones in a car door point in time with crypto. And what mass adoption will look like, we don't fucking know.
Well, one thing is for certain, it ain't going anywhere because it's already reached some sort of mass, well, not mass adoption, but popularity, or maybe
Mass
rather
recognition.
notoriety. Not notoriety. Mass
Yeah,
recognition, yeah.
notoriety is a good word for
But
it. I
it
like
has to go
notoriety.
through that phase. It has to experiment, weed out the garbage, and spring up the beautiful flowers that remain in the end. The dust has settled.
So what we need is more people in this Hex community and Pulse community. That's what we need. We have to spread the word.
Well, now's the best time ever, I think, to get people involved. Like, honestly, you go and show people a chart. You say, hey, look, this thing was at 50 cents. You can get a T-shirt right now for under $2,000. That's going to print you 6 hex a day. That 50, that 6 hex a day, all of a sudden is $3 a day for $2,000. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. And that's not even taking into consideration the fact that with us hitting the new all-time low right now, we're more than likely going to see a new all-time high. Just my humble opinion. How is everybody today?
I just think a lot of people cashed out, and uh, the price hasn't corrected itself yet.
That's fine. That's totally fine with me. Shit, if I see 5 cent hex, I am calling my boss and I am asking for 2 weeks pay advance, and I'm aping.
Yeah, I'm sort of at crossroads today. I'm contemplating on, and I'm going to just start putting all my money into a stable coin out of my bank. I'm not afraid of the bank system or anything going down, but I'm going to move it all off of my stupid banks, put it into my ledger. So all my money's going to be in my own hands. That's a little scary. In my own hands on a ledger, and I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, because what
What is
forced me to
your
do this? Hold on. What forced me to do this? It put me over the edge. Is last week I got found from a Midland credit card company, a 12-year-old debt that I forgot about. It was like $7,000, and they caught up with me. And our company changed hands and put out feelers, and I hit. So they found me. I wasn't really running or anything. I forgot all about it. I thought it went away after 7 years. Apparently not. They got a court order. So I think my company told them all my banking info, and it's 10 grand I owe them, and they're going to be garnishing me now. So I have to call HR and
Yeah,
say, what did you give them? What did you give them? Did you give them all my fucking information, my banking account? Because they could probably go in and grab it. So I'm pulling it. I'm gonna start moving it now into crypto land. That's a little nerve
yeah.
wracking.
So the same exact thing happened to me, right? I just got hit up by these folks for it was to the day it was 7 years, right? It was like 2 days after 7 years. And they were calling me about some payday loan I had taken out 7 years ago. And, I get this voicemail, we're going to move forward with court proceedings. Next step. What the fuck? Like, with no, and gave them a call, and they were talking about attorneys, and they're going to, with all the court fees, it's going to cost this much, or I can pay this much today to just wipe it out. I'm like, well, fuck, man. All right, just wipe it out, Here. Paid it off, and like what they did. As far as I have been told, after 7 years, you're pretty much clean slate. So that was my need.
Right. So I'm figuring in 6 months. You're breaking up quite a bit. I'm thinking like 6 months. I might not be here at work, so they're gonna get like 6 months worth of like $250 a pay cycle. So they'll get some back, and then once I quit, I'll offer them a payout. So that's about what's going on.
Yeah, that's probably a good call because I'm pretty sure like any activity, even them garnishing your wages, kind of brings it back to the front of the board. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's all fresh, starting this week. So they can watch me for another 10 years if they want. So yeah, I'll take care of that. So I'm just saying I'm moving my stuff over to crypto. It's kind of a big move.
If you don't mind me asking, what is your way of turning fiat into crypto? Because I wanted to throw a bunch in the HEX last night. Okay,
USD.
yeah, then I need to go get an account. I haven't been able
check
to
out
open a bank account in 7 years, and I finally can. I'm verified. I'm all good with them, so I just need to have a bank account now. Word, thank you.
Yeah, trust token. True USD.
True USD.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, TrueUSD.com or .io.
Trust token.
I don't know. I'm not in front of my computer. It's at home. So yeah, it's really a plain Jane website. Yeah, it's super plain Jane.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you give them the right URL. I'm not sure of the correct URL, but there's like two different projects that people keep on using, and I'm not sure the difference of them myself actually because I don't use them.
Yeah, I'm tired of the extra fees from my bank. I'm already charged a lot of fees doing stuff in crypto, and then find out I'm getting. I mean, it's a couple dollars here and there, but that shit adds up. I'm just tired of getting extra fees and stuff. And then to your point of paying these creditors back, I didn't really catch a lot of it, but I had to pay a credit card back that I maxed out, and I did that, but they never took it off my credit score. Like they never took it off my credit at all, and I had to contact them, and it was pretty easy to say, "Hey, I paid for this, and I have proof," even though maybe it went to the wrong entity. They still validated it.
Yeah, those stupid credit reporting sites. Yeah, they run you even when you try to get a job.
Oh,
I tried
dude,
to get a Lyft job. The
this dude
fuckers
knew
wouldn't hire me.
everything to the dollar amount, to my last four socials, to where I live. He knew everything, everything. So I was like kind of scared and worried. I'm like, fuck, it's gonna ruin my credit. I need to pay, you know. The big scams going on right now is repaying your college loan. A lot of people want you to pay to start doing this government forgiveness thing, and that shit's free to do with the bank that you pulled out the loan with.
Yeah, see, you just become rich, and then you don't have to worry about that because you can just pay them off, right? Is that what we're working on? I think we're all working on that.
You know, yeah, a bunch of scammers out there. People don't care. They don't give a fuck. Even people in here, you know, there's people listening, but most of
Like
us
scammers
are
everywhere,
good
man.
community. I know. But,
But
Good
the
morning,
really
guys.
scary ones are if I've been in other groups before, and like people that I've like literally talked to and I thought were good people, like ended up being scammers because they just build up like a trust and they just try and scam the shit out of everybody, and they like really invested like building a reputation. Sometimes they do that. They're not always like the random. Sometimes they're like literally people who build like a reputation in the group, and then they just scam the shit out of everybody. It doesn't happen that often, but it has happened.
Yeah, those are the best, worst scammers.
Well, and those are the ones where like nobody believes. They're like, really? No, that didn't happen. And then it's like, they're like, no, like it literally happened. It was like, yes, the guy's been in our group for 6 months, but he scammed the shit out of
no
like
shit.
20 fucking people for like $1 million. Yes, this person really is a scammer. They're like, no, I don't believe it. It's like,
Oh,
there's
yeah.
no way that's true. And they're like, oh my God, now
Well,
we're in a debate whether or not a fucking scammer is a scammer.
That's why.
right.
That's
A
why
lot of
I'm really
people got
leery about these
butthurt.
third-party stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people got butthurt though, and with the, you know, in 17, 18, lost all their money and shit. Now they're coming back, scamming, get their money back. Some are hurt.
Hey, does anybody know Richard Hart's debate? Is it going to be live on YouTube? Guaranteed to be a show, though.
Yeah, they said that it's not going to be live streamed. It'll be videotaped. But in what format will that be released? Will that be released only in the documentary, or will that be released in like later on? I mean, it's like the highest stakes right is doing it, so maybe that's only for the documentary. I do not know.
I didn't know that.
What
I don't understand. It's gonna be recorded, but it's not gonna be live. Are we gonna be able to see it or no?
Well, I don't know. I literally, it's been confirmed by the dude who's filming the thing that it's not going to be live streamed. Now, at what
Oh,
point
okay.
are
That
we
sounds
going to be able to see
weird.
it? That's the question. I don't know.
Well, Richard Hart tweeted it, so that's weird.
Well, he tweeted that it's happening. So yeah.
So
I don't know.
I'm a little suspect of anything that's recorded and post edited.
Yeah, and then you got the 100 people who can watch. I mean, we're not going to get any video out of that, obviously. I don't think anybody's going to be allowed to live stream that. like
Right.
secretly or anything.
So I think with these scammers, common sense pays time and time again. You know, just having bare common sense of stuff, you know, helps you in tremendous ways. Because what really threw me off as this is a scam, you know, paying back my loan, was he was wanting to charge me $800 up front. And if I made more money at the end of the year, I would have to pay him and I would have to pay my bank a little bit more. And then I just started thinking, like, why would the government, if I can't pay back my loan now, why would the government make me pay in order to start something that I can't pay initially? And then, you know, I figured it out. It was a scam.
But I bet he was super believable at first.
Oh yeah, Judy knew my college, knew everything about me, like 100%. I was freaked out. I was like, fuck, you know?
Yeah, I get constant calls. I paid off my student loans in full last year, and then as soon as I did that, every day I get constant, "Hey, you need help paying off your student loans? Call us back." And then it's like constant like text messages that I'm just constantly blocking. And I'm like, nobody bothered me when I wasn't paying my student loans, didn't deferment. And then when I paid them off, now they just come out of the woodwork. Like a little late, guys.
They're hoping you have more. They're fishing for more if you've had more loans.
Yeah,
If you
probably.
got one loan paid off and it worked out, they're probably be on the hook for another loan that they paid out. There's lots of people who, you know,
Yeah.
some people make a living out of getting money from the government saying they go to college.
Yeah, you got fucking Biden opening his mouth about paying off those loans. Everybody's fucking scammers' ears perk up. Jeez.
This is what happens when you don't know the entities and they sell your information. For all I know, I could be on I could be splattered on a bus, a picture, my face in North Korea. You know, nobody knows who I am over there, but I might be famous over there, you know?
Hey, get those North Koreans for copyright infringement. Trademark. So I'm in a Office Depot getting a printer for my house. And I just walked past a time card, so I can put my time card next to my desk so I can clock in and clock out before I come into the chat. I'm kidding. It's just funny. I mean, this chat is the closest thing to. I mean, it feels like I'm going to a job. Honestly, I mean, I like coming in. I like hanging out with you guys, and it's like a routine thing that I do like every day, which is nice. You gotta have routines in your life. Yeah, I think before it was a few weeks ago, somebody was talking about retiring, and then it was like older, and when you're older in age and you retire, then you end up like a lot of people like just die like as soon as they retire, and you're like, oh god, like that would suck.
But I can definitely understand like not having their team anymore would be kind of boring.
Because they stop moving. They stop moving. You know, you're working all the way up to 65 years, and then you retire and you start relaxing and taking it easy. You know, and then old age just gets the best of you. You stop moving. Shit happens.
I mean, I gained 15 pounds. Dude, that totally happened this last year when I wasn't working 12-hour days in a factory, like in a warehouse, like basically running my ass off all day. I would gain like 15 pounds.
I
I'm
mean,
trying to work that pounds off now.
should you
Hey, you can give them to me,
just
man.
buy?
I can't seem to hold weight down. I eat to live, not live to eat. You know.
I'm eating salads for lunch sometimes more than I ever have in my whole life. My wife is happy with that. She seems to want to have me around for a while.
Dude, salads are the bomb.com, dude.
So yeah, I started doing that, trying to eat healthier, doing jujitsu, sweating it off, sweating the pounds off on the mat a couple times a week. It's all good stuff. They still sell faxes. Okay, I didn't think that was a thing still, but apparently it is.
Yeah, I like the toner cartridges. Don't be getting those ink. That ink is
Oh my
expensive.
god, you got to put out a second mortgage just to buy an ink cartridge. It's pretty expensive.
Right. Toner's pretty cool. Pretty good. All I did, I bought a black one, just black only. Bunch of paper, so I just print everything. One color.
Yeah, I have this Canon printer that I've had literally for like 6 years, and it's finally gotten to the point where it won't copy anymore. So I need to buy a new one to copy at home.
I don't know. I haven't felt this way about crypto in a long time. I'm eager to get home, set up my hardware wallet, buy some Hex, stake it, and just sit and just wait for the fork, all these good things in the future. Like I don't know. I just haven't been this excited about crypto in a while.
Well, you know when to buy, my friend. Because a lot of people, first time in, they get in at the top.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, I got someone in last year at 7, and now she's like, it's almost back to this. I'm like, well, lucky you didn't get in when some other people did. And then the new guy, he's
I
gonna
have an
be.
I have an onboarder that I onboard at 49.7, so
Oh
he doesn't
no.
talk to me that much anymore.
Okay,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Whoopsie. I told him, I said, well, you still got the same amount of coins that you bought.
Mm-hmm.
Just had to take that one on the chin a little bit, but I didn't know. I told him I didn't have a crystal ball. I told you, I told him, I said, look, man, I told you it's crypto, so you never know, but things seem to be hot at this point. Everybody's talking about things going great, but yeah.
Yeah, she put a 10-year stake in though for her son, so that'll do okay. It was like 1,000 hex or something. She didn't go too deep into it, like $800 back in June. So
I bought my son's hex at 13.5 in a 15-year stakes, and so it's just like hanging. It's fine. Now my own personal one, do I like that number going down? No, I don't at all. But it's okay. It's like PulseChain will come soon. It'll be all right.
Yeah, see, I want to do like a 5-year stake, then maybe, a month or two, I do another 5-year stake, and then when my son, you know, gets a little bit older, maybe I do a 10-year stake for him, you know, because it's all about what you can leave behind for your next generation. Are they going to have a leg up and have some money in their pocket to have a good life and to invest and essentially grow their wealth so they can leave their wealth behind to their kids and so forth and so on, building your empire. Like Rome wasn't built in a day, you know?
I just would love for the bank transfers to go faster.
I second that.
Why didn't you use instantaneous wire transfer?
are you in the middle of a transfer too, waiting for some funds to arrive?
Yep.
Me too.
Me 3.
Any question, Mr. Escobar down there? Escobar. Remember to unmute yourself.
No, sorry. I pressed that by mistake. But no. They were talking about some people bought a 20 something, but I had initially bought a Hex 15, and I was just holding off, and then it finally touched 10 cents. I was like, all right, let me make a purchase. That was about 4 days ago. And of course, the moment that I buy a 10, that shit dips to 7 cents. But it's whatever. What can I call it? It is what it is. I made a nice purchase too, a nice little sum. I was like, what the frick? Never seen 7 cents in a while, but hey, what are the odds?
Well, we are basically at the level of pre-first Pulse Sacrifice, which some may say it's a more level evaluation.
Also, just to chime in, I was reading an article. People were speaking about, just leaving that generational wealth, to your kids and so on. And it makes sense. It's like right now, if you think about it, like you are required to have insurance for every single thing, right? Like car insurance, rental insurance, medical insurance. But for whatever reason, life insurance is not required. It's not even mentioned. But if you look at all the wealthy people, that's like they all have, life insurance, and that's really how for the next generation, you start leaving wealth, for the next generation. But I think crypto, life insurance, that's good calls to make, I think.
Yeah, I think so. At least I have 15-year stake that I hope my kid will benefit from.
Yeah, I actually made the decision that I did a stake for my all three of my sons, and I decided I'm not even going to share them what the amount is. It'll be surprised. They won't even know how much money they have until they get it. Because I don't want them to be corrupted by the belief that they're somehow wealthy when they're not. Like, go to college, make something in your life.
I'll see how long that lasts, bro. They may talk it out of you later.
Possible, but we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Well, I agree with you that the best thing.
I'll need to know.
I agree that the best thing we can do is teach them the value of money, and then they'll be able to give it the thought and consideration that is needed. I probably am where I am today because I learned that from my parents, and that's what I want to teach my kids.
I want to teach my kids how to manage money. Like I never learned that. I had to learn it. God, I'm still learning it, I guess. I wish I had learned more earlier. Learning like basic money and finance skills are so important, and they don't really get taught. And if your family doesn't teach you, then you don't get it anywhere.
And what do you exactly mean by like educating regarding managing money? What is it include? What is it included
Like
in managing money?
savings, budgeting, how credit works, how the monetary system works, what money is, where does money come from, like all that stuff doesn't get taught in schools. It's like self-taught. Unless you go into a finance program, probably in like maybe graduate school or maybe undergraduate finance, probably cover some of that stuff.
Don't you think that the best way of educating any kid is just not spoiling him and just teaching him like the value of money, and that basically he shouldn't basically spend uselessly the money, and on top of that, regarding like trading or even investing, not just enough. Because if you send your kid to school, even at the university, he's never going to learn that. He's never going to learn about trading, about crypto, about clever investment, market cycles, etc. So basically, you don't need to do a lot of work, I would say. And if he's poor, if he grows poor in a poor environment, but with like good mindset and explaining him the sense of the value of money, I think that's the best thing that you could do. But then, of course, if you give him a good life, of course, it's even better. But university will not help him much, except taking your money and wasting his money.
Well, I think there's value in college. I don't, now that I have a master's degree, I don't value it as much as I did before I went through all that work, because I definitely value it less. I think it's absolutely less important than I did before I went through the effort of getting a master's degree, but I still think it's valuable.
I agree with you, but I think, in my opinion, I think a little bit differently. I think it's just for pleasing the whole system and the companies in order to get a job. But let's be honest, because I also have a master's degree, software development and trading, and I can tell you that basically what you are going to learn at school, you're going to use let's say what 5% of what you learned at school for most of the subjects. And then the rest, and on top of that, is going to be like outdated after like 2 or 3 years. So the only thing that you get from basically college is like for American a huge loan to be found. Then the second thing, which is good, the pro is like, okay, you are going to enter basically in the system and please basically the employers, and being able to apply for a job and having your CV on top of the pile because you have what they require. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it, basically. And also, basically, you are going to learn how to learn because you will have to sit down, shut the fuck up, and listen to the teacher. And you will have even to produce like theses, reports, and so on. But most of the interesting stuff, I mean, if you don't keep your skills up to date during your career, or even if you don't think out of the box and you don't look up for like contents after your master's degree, I mean, it will only allow you to basically have a comfortable job, but you are not going to go to the moon, You're just going to avoid to be
Yeah,
like a builder or stuff like that.
you always got to keep learning. What you're saying is after the master's degree, you still have to keep adapting and learning, and technology moving forward, you kind of have to adapt.
And on top of that, they don't teach you everything, A lot of important, they just teach you how to be a good slave. That's what they teach you at school. But they are not going
Correct.
they are not going to explain you how to break the bank, how to control this motherfucking world, because if they knew how to do that, they wouldn't be there. As simple as that.
Hey, so what do y'all think about the Staker app? Do y'all have it? Do y'all like it? Is there a better one?
I use it for read only on my wallet to like see my stakes, so it's pretty awesome. But I don't actually use it for stakes.
So
Same.
you purchased the wallet in there. You had it's prompting me to buy the wallet, and yeah.
It's $10. I would do it. I'm fully staked on Staker. Love it.
Roger that.
I mean, I went the hardware wallet side. I mean, you can go the hardware wallet way. With Staker, they're not going to be able to support hardware wallet signing, like say multi-sig, until after PulseChain goes live and they go to like their V2 or whatever. But since I use a hardware wallet for like say 5 years now, I couldn't even use Stake if I wanted to use it because I refused to use anything other than a hardware wallet. But it's great for new people. It's awesome for new people who are like new crypto.
On my Trezor wallet, I'll be able to see my stakes on there as well.
You copy in your public address into a field in the Staker app, and it'll just read your public address and all the stakes. But you do everything from your hardware wallet. It's you only.
So my hardware wallet's not going to read my stakes, and I'm going to have to apply my Staker wallet to my hardware to actually see my stakes.
No. Basically, your public address is copied onto the Staker app for you to be able to view the stakes that exist associated with that public address. You don't have to connect your hardware wallet to Staker or do whatever else. It's just a copy paste of your public address, and they'll be able to show you all your stakes plus the yield or the penalties that you're accruing.
Now, isn't it staking? Isn't that just public knowledge on the blockchain in general? Yes or no?
Yes, but then you would need to be able to verify which X was sent to the stake address, so the 0x000, and then calculate the yield that you're accruing. So in that sense, Staker gives you a lot of benefits because it allows you to see right away all the stakes you have and give you the numbers of the yield that you're accruing.
What? Thanks, Elmeyer. So what kind of information do you have to put in Staker app for it to know what?
Just the public address. Just your public address.
Okay, so that was my question. So all you really need is a public address. So that's a software that basically is a convenient public address listing that has
Reader,
that you
yeah.
can refer to it quickly and easily, right? Reader, right? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a public address reader.
That's what I thought it was. That's what I thought it was. I mean, there's no smoke and mirrors going on. All it is a software written to make it all conveniently listed. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, and then they still support PulseChain, and so I'm hoping I haven't gotten confirmation. Maybe MR can confirm this, but if Pulse and PulseX was also listed as one of the assets to total up the value, but I know they're going to support Hex on PulseChain. I just don't know about if they're going to add like Pulse and PulseX, which would be nice to be able to see a roll up of the total value on the app, and I would be able to continue using it.
Well, I would assume that since some people sacrifice through them, that they will allow people to see their balances. So I would assume so, but again, it's not something I can confirm.
Yeah, I'm assuming the same thing, and I haven't been able to. Right, I don't know, but I'm hoping. Anyway, that would be really great.
Yeah, would be nice, and I use it mostly just so I don't need to actually connect my hardware wallet to MetaMask and then connect to the go.x.com website just to see the state of my stakes. I just paste it there and good to go.
Yeah, it's really convenient having it on my phone. And because there's no private keys on your phone, you're good there. Just a public address. Like you're not secure. Like your public address is named public for a reason. So it's really nice to be able to like just have that available, like you said.
And get that shot of adrenaline or panic when you look at while the price fluctuates.
True. And then I look at I'm looking at my total balance of Hex that like increments up, right? And what's great is you can add multiple addresses. So if you have multiple addresses that have stakes, and you just add them all, and then it totals them all up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. That's a good feature.
It's the funnest thing in crypto. What are you guys talking about? So much fun.
Yeah, I'm more excited about the boring stuff. Honestly, that's where all the money's made, I believe.
Yeah.
It's in the boring stuff. The problem is that takes longer, so you got to like have a longer outlet.
Drone, do you have any stakes? I wonder if Drone has any stakes. He's got to get himself on HEXradio, man. Just read only. Yeah, when I was in Vegas a year ago, newbie, the guy showed me it, and I'm like, what? These are revolving out, what, 200 $1,000 stakes for 7 days, or is that just Hex? He goes, no, that's money. Like, what? Wow, that's a lot of money. Drone, crypto drone. Do you have any stakes? Just wondering.
How you gonna call me out like that, man? No, I don't have any stakes yet. Just
Oh, that's
because.
fine. No big deal.
Yeah, I'm getting married.
Boo, kick him, kick him.
I know, right? I know,
got
boo.
liquid.
Hiss.
I got liquid shit. I'm all fucking liquid for the last 6 months.
Well, I've been waiting for this launch for a couple days, and I thought maybe I'd keep it liquid to see what I might want to do.
Hey,
I'm going to stake.
me
I'm going
too.
to stake it for the higher APR. I just don't know how much I'm going to stake. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know how much. I got a bit in there, right? And a bit is not that much to others. It's a lot for a single dad. But it's like, all right, well, once this thing launches here, I said this like 9 months ago. I'm like, oh, once this launches, maybe I'll go ahead and see what I can stake. But apparently, I got to wait for a couple more days.
Yeah, a couple more days.
See, like most of us, you wait for PulseChain, right? To stake your HEX, your native HEX on
Yeah.
on PulseChain.
I'm waiting to see if I want to take any more of my EHEX, which I probably won't, because I'm going to use my EHEX for the higher APR, because stake more, earn more, more pays more, right? So I like the attraction of EHEX. EHEX not going anywhere, people. I mean, it's going to fluctuate, but EHEX ain't going anywhere. EHEX will be the executive hex. PHEX will be the common man hex. You know what I'm saying?
No, in relation
I
to
like
that,
that. I like that one.
here's a controversial opinion. I think over the long term, EHEX is going to be worth more than PHEX.
Oh, dude, that's kind of water. Water's wet and the sky's blue. Everybody should know that. But it's gonna be more valuable in the long run. If people use it the way it's supposed to be used. EHEX isn't going away by no means. And anybody listening here that thinks that EHEX is just going to go away and you're thinking about bailing, carry on, because it's going to be just a few hours before I make my decision how long I'm going to stake my EHEX. I mean, X on Ethereum, right?
Can you give your reason, Gamma? I agree with you, but I just wanted to know your reason.
My reasoning is based in like say the velocity of that actual currency, right? So it's a whale. This is the place for whales to go. The larger stakes, longer stakes, I believe, are going to drive a higher price, a higher premium on EHEX than on PHEX. Because PHEX is going to be where a majority of the people stake. The APR is going to be lower. There's going to be a lot more T shares. The payout of HEX per T share is going to be a lot lower. So I think it's going to be less. It's still going to be awesome, right? I mean, I'm not saying that Pulse on HEX isn't going to be awesome. I'm just saying the premium to own EHEX is going to be higher.
Yeah, I agree.
In my opinion,
I agree with that. And you guys are a lot smarter than I am about what's going on, and I realized that early on. I mean, when I say early on, I realized it like 6 months ago that EHEX is going to be the executive style hex.
Most people, when they talk about it, it seems like when they're talking about PulseX, it seems like, maybe I'm wrong in my thinking, they think that PHEX is going to be worth more, when I actually think the opposite. That's all I'm saying. Over the long term.
It's only the hex on Ethereum is just going to be worth more because people with more money is going to be using it, and it'll be like I said, a higher end executive style hex usage rather than the common man, with PulseChain, and that's the way I'm going to use it. That's exactly how I'm going to use it. I got my big bag for me, going to go long, going to go for that touchdown, going long. If I don't die, get hit by a truck by then, that's fine, but whatever. I'm going to go long on my Ethereum hex, and I'm going to play around and do my thing on the PulseX because I want to put, money monthly in, right? So then also I got my, once I start making my gains, allegedly on PulseChain, and I'm going to acquire some PulseX because I blew my game on PulseChain. Didn't know about PulseX back then. So that being said, it's all good. I feel pretty good about it.
Drone not clever anymore.
Interesting observation.
Right,
Interesting
Crypto John,
observation.
I'll give you some PX for Pulse.
Say again, bud. What's that, Jigsy? What'd you say?
I'll trade you some PX for Pulse.
Well, you know what? I may be interested, but I don't know if you'll be interested in my ratio.
No, if I don't hear it, how would I know?
Drone no cares about pleb X, only royalty X.
Yeah, that's I'm seriously thinking about swapping people who might be open to it. There, Jigsy.
All right, let me know.
Speaking, guys, I have a total different opinion regarding like the future of Hex, which one is going to take over the other. My arguments are the following ones. First of all, I mean, it's like the same asset, and at the beginning, maybe you will be right, but on the long run, if PulseChain encounters success, okay, if it gets successful and massively adopted, I don't see any reason for anyone each time that a stake will end up to restake, okay, whatever the time frame on Ethereum and get more fees when they will unstake in the future. Doesn't make any sense. That's the first argument. Second, I'm not done, please. I'm just finished with my argument.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem, man. You couldn't know. Second argument, as you already knew, RH wants to introduce his wallet, okay, because he doesn't like MetaMask, and because of what happened like 3 months ago with MetaMask, with the flag of the PulseChain token, etc. And on top of that, he also explained that between the lines, he wants to introduce fiat on ramp directly into his basically own MetaMask wallet. Okay, so and that's the second argument. So when people are going to use that, basically they will not want to use the Ethereum because he's currently creating a whole ecosystem on PulseChain, okay, in order to, of course, attract people and money from the Ethereum network, but in order to fix a problem. So this whole ecosystem, if one gets successful, which means if PulseChain gets successful, I mean, there would be no reason to continue to stake on the Ethereum network. But then I can understand your concern because you already stake, etc. But because the two assets are like the same asset, just a different representation on each of those blockchains, and because of price parity and the bot and so on, I think the overall price will be quite the same, but it will become more popular and people will tend over time to restake more or to create new stake on PulseChain. And also the success of a blockchain is to attract as many people as possible, and also the small wallets. You cannot basically only let whales play with each other. See what I mean? If you want to have massive adoption, think about like the big coins, like Matic, like Solana, etc. That's what he wants to reach. So if you want to reach that, I mean, that's what he's building right now, is a full ecosystem. So yeah, and even as a whale, why would you do that? While there is all those fundamentals and things that basically are tied to this new ecosystem, and you believe in that, and you understand that he built that in order to how can I say that, increase or fasten the adoption of basically HEX via lower gas fees, and also in order to be totally independent and bypass the gatekeeping which has been settled by the coin exchanges and the coin ranking website that you know. And that's
I'm gonna
So,
tell you. Go ahead,
so
Elmeyer.
do you know what happens when people end their stake on the Ethereum side and go to the Pulse chain?
Yeah, the other one on the Ethereum side, basically, no, if they what do you say? I think if they don't
Unstake.
unstake, exactly, because if they unstake, for example, prematurely, I know, and I already heard by a hodl dog that it increases the value of the T-shares of the what's the name of all the stakers.
It increases the payout.
That's not
Yeah, but
what
then
I'm asking. So if
okay,
you
okay.
win your stake on the Ethereum side and
Yeah.
people decide to only restake it on the Pulse side, then the people that have stakes on the Ethereum side will have a bigger APY. So let's say half the people end their stake on Ethereum and move on to the Pulse side, then the people that were left have double the APY. And so
I know.
that
Preach it,
that
Elmeyer.
double,
Preach it.
and so maybe I don't mind paying more fees, or $50 to end my stake and $1,000 to, so $50 to start my stake or $1,000 to end my stake, if my APY is so much bigger that I'm earning more than I'm paying.
But there is one
So
thing that
it's a
I
self
didn't
mechanism.
understand. Yeah,
Yes,
but
go
there is
ahead.
one thing, if you allow me, there is one thing that I didn't understand, and I would like to hear you regarding that. Is like, let's imagine you are even a whale, you unstake prematurely or not, you know, at the end of your stake or just a little bit before. Then, at that moment, okay, you get your money, no problem. But if you restake at that moment, the T-shares would have had increased just as soon as you unstake. Okay.
So
What would be the perk of restaking on the Ethereum side and not on the PulseChain at that moment?
So there's two different things, and I'll explain first the increasing T-share rate. So your stake ending might not increase the T-share rate if the T-share rate was already increased enough in order for you not to be able to stake your interest, your yield, plus the principal for the same amount of time and get the same number of T-shares. So when every stake is ended, the contract checks that if that person would be able to use the principal plus the yield that they got to stake it for the same amount of time and get more T-shares than they would than they had previously had. If that's the case, the T-share rate ratchets up in order to make sure that doesn't happen. If when the verification is done and the code already sees that you're not able to get more T-shares for that same stake, then the T-share rate won't ratchet up. So it's not guaranteed that by ending your stake, you will ratchet the T-share rate up. So that's one thing. The other thing is, it doesn't matter if you emergency unstake or you unstake later or you unstake on time. It doesn't matter for what I'm saying, because the daily T-share payout is based on the percentage of the coins that are staked. So if right now 10% of the coins are staked and it drops to 5%, the same amount of X is given to those 5%. So the yield that everyone gets, it's doubled. So if a big chunk of the community decides to do what you said and leave the Ethereum ecosystem and only stake their X on the Pulse chain, then the ones that remain get a higher APY, which in turn might be enough or more than enough to account for the increase in fees that they have to pay.
And I understand, but now also you also have to take in consideration that you guys and us actually are going to enter in a new paradigm, whether you like it or not. And this is for getting massive adoptions. You are going to have like newcomers, which are going to basically buy this asset, and that's the goal, to basically push to have more
Yes,
growing.
and newcomers will probably buy where it's cheaper. I agree with that. But if
Exactly.
more
And
people
they're
stake on
not
the
going to
Pulse
stake.
side,
Mhm.
and they're not what, sorry?
Not going to stake basically, because if you take, for example, the number of in
To
terms
stake
of
where?
the whole whatever the blockchain, if you take, because even Richard Hall talk about that, if you take the total number of users on Hex, like the total number of people who possess Hex, and if you compare the number of wallets who possess Hex in a liquid way, and the number of wallets that which basically have already staked and possess illiquid Hex, you will see that they represent a really small proportion. So you also have, with this new paradigm, take that in consideration, that a lot of people are going to also simply, because then now there will not be this really expensive entry ticket with that you guys had before the launch of PulseChain with the Ethereum blockchain. Then you are going to have all those new buyers from the Polygon, from the Avalanche, from the Solana blockchain, from the Binance Smart Chain. It's going to be really good. And those guys, they are going to time this asset, guys, whether you like it or not. And it's obvious. The community is going to open.
What does it have to do with the staking mechanic? Because what you said is people will stop their stakes on the Ethereum side, and when those stakes stop, they will not restake on the Ethereum side. They will only restake on the Pulse side. That's what you said, right?
No, not totally. I also took in consideration, and that's what I meant, the fact that what's going to drive the price to the upside, because there is also, even with your stake, you also have like a correlation with the price action of the asset, right? And if a lot of people coming from everywhere on the crypto market go on the Pulse chain to buy the native Hex, I mean, of course, it's going to drive the price to the upside. That's what I also meant. So you also should take that in consideration. And I didn't even mention like farming, single-sided staking pool, etc., which will also attract a lot of people. And then at the same time, push people to buy Hex over there, and whether basically stake it or like trade it.
So let's assume that people are going to buy on the Pulse side, okay? Because the fees are cheaper, it makes more sense, right?
Yeah, right.
But then you have someone that wants to buy it and wants to stake it because it looks at X on the long term, right? It sees it for what it is. It wants to stake it to get yield and to can be 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. and he stakes, or he checks what the yield to that will be. And the yield there is only 5% a year. But then he has the same asset with the same code and the same behavior on the Ethereum side, for which you have to pay higher fees. But the yield on the Ethereum side is, instead of 5, it's 10%, which is double, or whatever other number you want to give. So those people will need to decide: will I buy it on the Pulse side and stake it there to get 5% APY per year, or do I incur a higher fee to stake it on the Ethereum side, but I get a 10% APY? And they need to do their math to see if for them the 5% extra, it's enough to account for the Ethereum fees. And if so, it's a no-brainer, right? If for me $50 or $1,000 or $2,000, it's irrelevant, that 5%, it's a big number.
I have an argument regarding that that goes against that. Two arguments, actually. The first one is, generally speaking, without entering in crazy mathematics, because of the fact that on PulseChain, the entry ticket and the staking and unstaking ticket will be really cheap, especially because people will even be able to stake for a short amount of time. It will also lead the price of the t-shirt to increase, of course, because a lot of people are going to. Yeah.
No. You're not accounting for something, because the t-shirt rate ratchets up higher the bigger the APY or rewards you get. So if on the Ethereum side the APY is higher, actually the t-shirt rate will ratchet higher on the Ethereum side.
You mean because it's a full state copy? You mean it's going to be copied as well, or it's going to start at 0 for the t-shirt?
No. It will be copied. Maybe I understand what you said wrong. But after the copy, the two systems will differ in terms of t-shares, because you won't have the same stakes on one side or the other. Well, for a long time, you'll have the same ones, the ones that already exist and are long-term, but there will be new ones, right? And if people do what you said and they leave the Ethereum chain and stake only on the Pulse chain, but the APY on the Ethereum chain is actually higher, then those stakes on the Ethereum side get a higher APY. And so when their stakes end, they make the t-share rate go up higher than on the Pulse side. So there are multiple factors that enter into play between the two chains, and it will be a self-balancing system. It's not guaranteed that one t-share rate will rise higher than the other just because there are more stakes there. That's not how it works.
I see what you mean. So basically, because it will be like a balanced system, so basically the t-shares, from what I understood, are going to grow simultaneously in parallel at the same speed, right? They are going to
No. It won't be at the same speed. It will depend on multiple factors. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They will diverge. They will fork at the same amount, but then they will diverge paths. Depending on stakes ending on each chain and multiple factors, just like Omar said.
I mean, I think that over the long term, the t-share rate on Ethereum is going to increase faster over time than on Pulse chain. There's a lot more users on Pulse chain that has smaller stakes. It's an impact the share rate increment increasing at a much lower rate. And then everything that Elmar just told you, I agree with.
I
But
think what people might be confusing in this conversation, and it maybe not, but the T share rate is a different part of um, the metric of price per T share. So the uh, the price per T share will vary, obviously, from price per hex unit.
Take US dollar. Well, we're talking about kind of inferring US dollar from these metrics, but if you take the US dollar out and you just think in hex terms, then I think it makes more sense if you just think in hex terms.
It makes life so much easier.
But and also take in consideration that, especially, let's say, for example, you have a difference of with higher basically
Wait
gas
a second.
fees on.
Wait, one more
Okay.
thing. Because I think you discounted what I said. So if Ethereum hex is 7 cents in USD, but P hex is 28 cents, and I'm just exaggerating. Now it matters.
Said, man, I told
No,
you the
and
same as
that is the self-balancing act that will exist, because people will look at the price of both. They will look at the fees on both sides, and they'll look at the APYs on both sides, and they need to do their math to understand that which one benefits them the most for what they want to do. And again, by saying that, if the APY, if everyone leaves the Ethereum side, the APY on the Ethereum side will get so high, then people will then be enticed to go back to get that APY.
Okay. APY
But
aside, let me just say.
Yeah,
APY,
but I was.
just
He
one second.
interrupted me.
APY,
Yeah, but he interrupted me. I just
no.
wanted to talk. I was
I just
talking. He
wanted to
already
talk too.
interrupted me. Yeah, but I just
No, you
respond
weren't.
because he
Guys,
interrupted me.
keep it
See?
safe. Just finish your point. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say something, and I almost forgot. It's like regarding the thing is like also because you mentioned, I listened to you. You mentioned like 5%, 10% like a difference, right? And then they will think twice. Absolutely, but they will also think twice because if you are a loyal staker, you could think about like staking for 5,555. And if you intend to do that, you will also have to bet on the future and tell yourself, okay, 10, 15 years is like an eternity, it's like a century in the crypto field. So what does it mean? It means that am I going to basically stake that on like a network that okay has already proved itself, or am I going to basically invest on the future? Because I shouldn't forget that this hex coin that I like, this crypto asset, no, it belongs to basically a new ecosystem, and that it has been made for that. And what will be basically the price, the value of that? Because at the end of the day, according to me, the most important before all your basically APY on any asset and whatever your APY is the price, guys. The price in dollars. Sorry. That's what I
basically, so basically, BTC right now BTC is almost 14 years old. So if you consider the maximum stake length, it's close enough. And why is BTC not dead yet? We have Ethereum, we have better blockchains, we have a lot of throughput. Why is not Bitcoin dead? It's 14 years.
Marketing and adoption.
Exactly.
Easy answer.
And did you have?
What's his name?
I just wanted to add.
Okay,
let me just add.
What you have?
I just want to add.
What can you buy for $1?
Okay, forget the APY. Hex on Ethereum has $40 billion in liquidity, something like that, with stakes. When it gets copied over, zero. We're going to have to add liquidity. That's going to take time. Stakers needs adoption on his plan. We're going to have to adopt so many people to create pools over on PulseChain. So that's going to take a while. So I don't see how how instantly, even to go to parity, you're going to need half as much money over on the other side.
I
That's all I wanted to say.
got an answer. I got an answer for you, and
Yeah.
maybe I'm going to convince you. And it's exactly in phase with what Richard Hart has already basically planned, and it's going to make sense to you guys. So listen to me, and I'm going to make a parallel, and then you are all going to understand the game theory behind with the free copy. So basically, it has already happened, and it has already proven on the blockchain. How? There is, for example, Uniswap. Okay, Uniswap. Then one morning, a guy decided basically to do a clone of Uniswap. This clone of Uniswap has been named SushiSwap. If you are familiar or if you already heard about that, the developer of that is called Chef Nomi. What did he do and how did he get famous and how did he basically attracted all the money in even 1 week from the Uniswap, from all big whales and investors? He did what is called a vampire attack. What does it mean? And this is what he's going to do basically with PulseChain. What did he do? He said, okay, all the liquidity providers who have LP tokens, who possess LP tokens, right? You can continue to have your LP token on and make money on the swapping fees on Uniswap, but on top of that, I have a gift for you. Okay, right, Chef Nomi, what is this gift? And then he says, okay, you can come on Uniswap, take your LP token, stake, you basically farm and restake your LP token on SushiSwap, and then you will get sushi. Look at the sushi chart. It went to the upside massively, huge success. And that's how he basically fastened the adoption of its DEX. And what is the link with RH? Simple. Basically, because those two blockchains are different, because SushiSwap has been launched on the Ethereum network, while Richard Hart is going to create a fork of Ethereum, which is EVM compatible.
You're counting on a vampire.
You're counting on a
vampire attack. You're counting on a vampire attack.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I am not done with my explanation. I'm talking about RH, what he's going to do, and you're going to understand. If you just listen to half of my explanation, you're not going to understand. So what does he do? Because he cannot do the same as that. Because you cannot, technically speaking, take an LP token and restake it on for example, PulseChain and do that. So what did he think at that moment, which was obvious that's why he did that, not because he came up with an idea like that, because he just adapted it. He said, okay, instead of basically enable people because it's not possible and difficult because those two are two different blockchains, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to give a free copy to all basically ERC20 token holders on the Ethereum blockchain. And like that, they will be able to come on my blockchain and whether dump this token and then having like a first view or basically an initiation on my new blockchain, or pair basically their free token in order to provide the liquidity. And that's what he tries to do. So this is not something done. And if he chose to do that, and it has already been proven and be successful in the past, with the example that I gave you, a real example, I think it makes sense for me.
Right. You don't need that amount of money. The liquidity pools will slowly bring it over.
Slowly, though. Keyword slowly. I kind of agree that it'll take time for parity.
Illuminati, your mic is killing us.
Sorry.
Sorry, Crypto says trade. I wasn't able to listen the last part of what you said. Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah, no problem. Until which part did you hear like the?
You talked about the vampire attack. You then said Richard Hart was going to launch, and the last part I missed it.
Okay, I was saying just quickly to make a long story short, but he cannot do like Chef Nomi. I don't know if you heard about that with Sushi Swap. What he did basically,
I know
the
about
LP
it. Yeah.
token. Okay, the LP token, it cannot technically take. It doesn't make sense. Take this LP token and say, okay, you can basically restake this LP token and get any incentive token on PulseChain. So what did he do? Simple. In order to attract, and that is goal, money and like big investors and also users from the Ethereum blockchain, he gave them a free copy to any ERC20 token holder, free copy on the PulseChain network in order to basically force them to have an initiation, dumping their token on PulseChain, or provide liquidity in order to give them the possibility to make money. And the people who have a lot of money, when they are going to see that it's low gas fees, plus that there is a lot of money to make, because you make money at the beginning when you are like an early liquidity provider, when you are you are part of the early adopters, not when any asset is big and they don't need them. Okay, of course it's risky. Yeah, it's riskier to be at an early stage, but that's the crypto world. No risk, no gain. So yeah, those guys who have a lot of money, they will do that potentially, and that's why he did that. So basically, that will allow basically PulseChain to attract new users, and that's the goal. And it's quite similar to SushiSwap.
I agree with what you said, but how does that correlate to what we were talking about in terms of EX versus or X on Ethereum versus X on Pulse and the mechanic of it?
Okay, because maybe you went away in between, because then there is someone who said like, yes, I don't see how it's going to basically drive the price to the upside for basically the native HEX, because this new blockchain will need time to basically see a massive adoption and price spiking up, because we will need LP provider. LP. We need LPs, and getting LPs is going to take time. And then also reaching price parity and so on is also, of course, going to take time because of that. And then I said, no, do not underestimate his game theory and his game plan. And here is the path. Here is the story. Now you know the story about SushiSwap and what was his technique. And it's quite similar what he is doing right now at RH. And that's pretty much it.
Yes, but what you already said, I think most of us are aware. And it doesn't really have nothing to do with what we are talking, because we are talking long term, what will happen in terms of between X on Ethereum and X on Pulse, and the mechanic we were talking about will exist either way.
Of course, but when basically everybody will see that liquidity LPs are present on the PulseChain network, like everyone will talk only about that, because they will be able basically to trade for almost no fees this asset. See what I mean? And the growth that is going to encounter if it goes like that. I mean, even with your mechanism, the most important will be the price value. And also people don't want to have a headache with the how can I say that, the gas fees, etc. So basically, the PulseChain, the HEX, the native HEX on PulseChain can easily take over. And to just answer your question, because just finish, because before we got interrupted and you talk about Bitcoin, and I think we stopped there on that. For Bitcoin, you cannot do this comparison, because that's the genesis of crypto, and this crypto asset leads the market. So it's normal that this crypto asset has never been basically replaced. See what I mean? Of course, it has never been replaced. And it's going to be really difficult, because it's the first one, it's the mind of everyone, and the marketing that has been done along the years, because it has been the first one. However, and it answers you, it goes against what you say. what you just said is like for regarding the altcoins. Again, another example is like Ethereum. Ethereum, back in the days, they had Ethereum. Then they did a fork. They called it Ethereum, and the previous and the oldest one, the former ones, still exist nowadays, and is called Ethereum Classic. See what I mean? So it doesn't mean that, okay, Hex on Ethereum is going to disappear and has no value. I didn't say that. But what I said is like, it will exist according to me. You will see stakers, and they will also have like high T-shares, no doubt on that. But to see it like more appealing than Hex on PulseChain, in my humble opinion, I don't believe in that. But then at the end of the day, time will tell. And whatever happens, personally speaking, I prefer to bet on the future. So for me, this whole ecosystem, the future is Hex on a PulseChain. And why? And this will be my last argument, because then I don't have any other. It's like and this one is really, really, really important, and nobody talk about that here. Is like the user adoption. If you go to look into HEXradio.com, a website where you have tons of charts and graphs, etc., you see the users adoption. And now, of course, we are currently in a bear market. So, of course, for the altcoin, it's difficult, even crypto and the world economic context. So you really need to take this information with a grain of salt. But we see that there is the user adoption and comparison. I can even post it here if you want, between like the growth of the Ethereum crypto asset and the growth of the Hex crypto asset. And you see that the Ethereum crypto asset, even during this bear market phase, is taking over and really massively Hex. So what does it mean? It means that this community needs a way to be able to attract new users, and even without the help of coin exchanges. And how can we do that? I only see two possibilities: DeFi, fiat on ramp with the wallet, and that's what he has in his mind. Logical, guys. And the second thing will be the listing of PulseChain on a coin exchange. He talked about that, Richard, and that will indirectly basically push the adoption of this new ecosystem. And those are my arguments, guys. And it's really important, because only staying with this community, it's not going to work. Now, this community needs to see more adoption. And the only ways are the following ones. And that's what RH basically chose to do via those plans.
Again, but that is beyond the point we were discussing on X on Ethereum versus X on Pulse.
But
can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can, Illuminati.
What drives the price up?
So
what drives the price up? Because
I really,
Illuminati speak.
I just thank you for laying out sushi and the explanation you gave. I didn't actually know that, and it helped me out a little bit. But I am wondering, because like, you know, the way you put it, basically for Hex on PulseChain to, you know, have the value go up, we're relying on adoption to trickle in, as well as liquidity again to trickle in. Meaning it'll come slowly and take time. And I'm just wondering how, I guess, you know, how long will it take until we see parity, until we see it start to outperform Hex on PulseChain?
How long? I have no guarantee, man, to give you. But then you need to believe. As much as you believe in Hex on the Ethereum blockchain, and maybe you are even an early adopter. How did you believe in that? Because you had a game plan on the long term, and it's the same for PulseChain, man. You know, and maybe you will change your mind, and maybe we will talk to each other, and you're going to tell me, man, you were freaking right. I was blind. You were just able to see the future, and I was just blind. See what I mean?
I have a feeling a lot of people are gonna dump and then come back. You know, they're gonna dump their airdrops, and then be like, oh, like, you know, leave PulseChain for a while, and the dust will settle, and then we'll see a lot of people come back after they, you know, interacted with it and then left it alone for 6 months or a year.
Possible, or possible as well. Yes, but then we will see, like, yeah, even the next bull run, etc. Me, I'm there for the long run, you know, long term. I have a long term vision, and yeah, and when I feel like, how can I say that, a limitation, then I tell myself, okay, what will enable this community or this asset to go higher, you know, to evolve.
Illuminati,
No,
I
he
don't think they're
definitely did it.
Illuminati. I don't think they're going to leave for a year, bro. Why would they? When they come over here, they see the inexpensive gas fees. Why would they leave for a year? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I guess not. I don't know. Maybe they just might not see the liquidity. They might not see the same liquidity that they see on Ethereum, and that might stoke them out. But RH definitely won up to like everyone. Like the way CryptoSafe put it, you know, you can't let them stake their LP tokens. So let's just airdrop everyone free tokens. You know, all other swapping fees are what is it, 0.3? He took it down to 0.9. You know, made the buy and burn higher. Made the liquidity providers get a higher percentage, like just and it's just in tiny amounts, you know, we're talking like 0.01%, less than 0.01% more, but still, like, you know, outdoing everyone just by one little step, which I'm really happy about.
Regarding what Illuminati just said, I totally understood, and I just tried to explain regarding the month during 6 months, and then they're going to come back. And yeah, it's quite possible. What he meant, and correct me if I am wrong, Illuminati, it's like he said, like, okay, at the beginning, of course, they will want to take advantage, etc. But then, if like the LPs do not take off to the upside, of course, and if there is not enough LPs, then people are going to be discouraged. But it will not be because, in my humble opinion, of the whole project. It will just be because of the bad economic context and also the crypto market cycle. And then when he said, yeah, they are going to come back, of course, because when BTC is going to start to take off, and when the BTC halving event around May 2024 is going to be to happen, of course, I mean, whatever is on the market, and especially when it is at a low price, I mean, it will attract everyone, because what attracts everyone, they don't care about what it is. That's like that. They don't care. They are cupid, and they just want the X and the money, and they will make pump that because opportunity, whatever it is behind, they don't care. This is how crypto
Well,
world works.
especially people that have a lot in ERC20s right now that aren't HEX. Like, obviously, we're kind of Puritans. At least I know I am. I speak for myself. PulseX and HEX all the way, right? And that's all going to be on PulseChain. But for a lot of these people that are you know, really dedicated to the other ERC20s that they hold, they're going to get their copy of it on PulseChain and, you know, dump it for Pulse or PulseX, I guess is what I meant to say, and then leave and go back to their ERC20s on Ethereum and stay there because the liquidity is there, right? And it's going to take some time, and I do envision it happening because people realize lower gas fees, higher throughput, all this good stuff. Then, you know, maybe we'll start to see LPs as far as other ERC20s, non-Richard Hart related ERC20s are concerned. We'll start to see those stack up and stack up and stack up, and eventually, hopefully, reach parity with the liquidity that's available on Ethereum for these ERC20 projects that these other cats are in. And that's when it hits. That's when we get the people we need, we get the liquidity we need, and things really start taking off. I think for a while it'll take a second again for the dust to settle, because it'll be all of us Richard Hart Puritans on the pulse chains sitting there waving our flags, you know. But everyone else, they're still going to be who they are, you know. We only account for so much of the current market, and even when PulseChain comes, we're still only going to account for so much of the current market. And so that's what I mean when I say people are going to leave. I don't mean they're going to like leave the chain. They'll probably dump their copies for PulseX or Hex on PulseChain and hold that, but they will not be bridging their ERC20s over immediately. And once that liquidity starts to trickle through, that's when I think we'll see the adoption that we all want to see. and that's when I'll catch you guys on a rooftop in Rome.
But if what you exactly described happens, and if you want to take opportunity of that, and if what you described is going to happen, I just want to say one thing. Who are going to be the next whales? In terms of dollars, in terms of stake, in terms of whatever you want, are the people who are going to bet on that, on the native hex on PulseChain, are going to stake that. They will be able to choose even the time frame. And then, my friend, the guy who will have like hex on the in the Ethereum side will not be able to compete with them, if you see what I mean.
No, I totally agree. And that's, I have my stake, I'm getting copies, but the only hex I hold liquid, the first move is going to be bridging that in on the Pulse chain and, getting more hex in my bag on Pulse chain and then long-term staking. So I can be one of those guys. I got hella faith in it. I guess just, time will tell. Super excited to find out. I got to hit this next job. But again, thank you for that explanation on sushi. I didn't know the history behind that, so I really appreciate it.
Well, I need to go, guys,
I got a question.
for a while. So
Thanks, Elmer.
if it's the fast one, or if it's for me, or
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying what. Well, I don't know.
Appreciate you.
Do you think we'll be able to get hex cheaper by buying it over on Pulse, or will the copy? Will we be able to buy hex cheaper than our copy that we're getting?
Well, that's what everyone wants, and for you to be able to do that, a lot of people will need to dump their X for Pulse or the tokens on the Pulse chain. That's the only way you'll be able to get it more affordable. So hope guys dump it for Pulse so you guys can buy cheaper. That's it. That's the only way you can get cheaper X on the other side.
Fingers
And
crossed. I want to
anything-
get a t-shirt
Yeah.
cheaper than I can get from you guys.
Yeah. So
Okay, thanks.
No problem. See you later, guys. Be back in an hour or so.
Take care, Elmire.
Take care.
So, like, I'm going to buy hex at 7 cents when I get home, hopefully, or 9 or wherever it's going to be at. Now, will I be able to? What's its copy? Will it be cheaper on Pulse?
I think so. A lot of people argue this point against me and think that it'll reach parity before I can even click the buy button. But I really think deep down that a lot of people, because almost everyone that comes in here and says, how do I get Pulse? How do I get PulseX? Is told, buy some hex, wait for your copy, and swap, right? And I think a lot of people are going to be doing that. And with that, I say I'll wait a couple weeks for Pulse and PulseX. I don't mind. That's long term, things. Those are long term things that I can hold on to. Hex, however, on Pulse Chain, there's only going to be that really short window of time where it's going to be available, hopefully cheaper than on the Ethereum side.
Right.
And
like a penny
happens,
or something.
Exactly,
You're thinking
man.
a
And so
penny
if
or
that
2.
happens, I want to bridge my hex on Ethereum in and just buy up as much as I can. Because why not? If we have faith in Pulse Chain, we know the hex code works. Why would I not get as many t-shirts as I can for as cheap as I possibly can, as quick as I can, and stake those
Why
bitches
not?
for 5 to 10 years?
Why not with dry powder though? And just keep your hex, maybe. On
Well,
the east
because
side.
because I've back for the past few weeks, so
You don't have dry powder. Oh, I know.
Exactly.
right. I hear you. I know, me too. But they get that extra 10,000 hex.
Yeah, I mean, I always have some reserves. I got some reserves, and that I'm kind of dedicating to Pulse and PulseX. Again, that's something I think I can wait a week or 2 on. But Hex is my first move. Hex is it's my thing.
Yeah, my
It's
first
real
gut
big stuff.
feeling was P hex, back in August. Gut feeling, PHEX all the way. And then, you know, it went up and down. Then your viewpoints change. You go full circle. And now I think I'm back to PHEX. May do well in the long run.
Absolutely, but on top of that, if you look at, for example, also all people, if you just listen to all people in this chat, etc., there is another argument. Is like each time that you talk to them, they say, "Oh, I have Hex, or I wait for the launch of PulseChain to buy Hex native Hex on the PulseChain and then stake over there." So you already see that people really want to avoid those gas fees. And especially new buyers, definitely, they all say that. We want to buy, but you just wait for PulseChain to launch because we don't want those horrible gas fees.
That's such a split decision, right? Like it's this crux of like, man, like really everything in me wants to just stake all my liquid right now and get my copy and then still have my Hex on Ethereum, but that not everything. 50% of me wants to do that. The other 50% wants to hold it, get my copy, bridge it, get more of Hex on PulseChain, and then stake there. Because like even looking at it now, you know, I have a 225-day stake coming close to ending, and like a third of my yield is gonna be gas. You know, silly, absolutely silly.
Yeah, I understand exactly.
Which one are you gonna listen to?
No, man, I'm gonna feed both wolves for now and just keep them happy.
Sure, especially when you believe in the project and you tell yourself, okay, I am basically wasting time and I'm wasting yield and so on, you know? Or basically I even bought at a higher price, like let's say 18, 20, because there are people who bought at that price level, even 30, etc. And yeah, just basically those people, they should, depending on the length of their stake, they should better like stake it. But yeah, for the others, I mean, of course, they want to stake on PulseChain. Guys, think about all those new adopters that this PulseChain is going to bring. It's going to be open to everyone. All the shitcoins, all the things, everybody is going to come on this blockchain and swap. Massive adoption, guys. Entry ticket really low. That's what matters, according to me.
So when PulseChain launches, is it gonna immediately come out with its own token, or is that gonna take some time?
I mean by own token, like the PulseChain, the Pulse token? It's the layer.
Yeah, when PulseChain launches, is PulseX launching with it, or is it just Pulse
course.
PLS launching with it?
Of course, because for basically being able to trade or to basically swap, because that's the verbiage, to be able to swap tokens on the DeFi and especially specifically speaking here on the future PulseChain network, you will need to get access to a DEX. And the first and biggest DEX for the moment, an official one, is the Ritual Hall DEX, which is PulseX. So yes, they are going to be launched simultaneously because the Pulse token is the gas fees token, layer 1 token on this blockchain, so that you will need to basically spend for any like swap that you want to do on this blockchain, whatever the token that you want to swap for. Another one, and the PulseX will be the DEX. So no PulseX, no Pulse, no Pulse, no PulseX. They go via pair, you know. They work hand in hand. PulseX DEX, Pulse token, gas fees token, like Ethereum and Uniswap, if you want to have like an example to make a parallel.
Hey, Gamma, are you still here? Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Okay, thank you. I think you opened me up. Okay, great. Sorry about that. I had the darn speaker. I had the hit on speaker instead of iPhone. Sorry about that. I have a
No problem.
question regarding my MetaMask. I'm brand new to this. Like I'm 6 weeks in, so I'm not exactly brand new, but I'm pretty much brand new. And my question is, I learned that I should probably have all of my crypto stuff on a separate computer. So I bought a laptop, but I have my MetaMask on my desktop and I want to move it. I also understand that I'm never, ever, ever supposed to use the keyboard to enter my 12-word seed phrase. So in order to move my MetaMask wallet over to my laptop, how do I do it without using the seed phrase?
Hardware wallet.
There you go, Papa.
Okay. So
How could you jump to all those things and miss the most basic thing in the whole explanation? Who didn't remind you to get a hardware wallet? I'm gonna
well, it wasn't
plug into
you.
the chat a beautiful video. Hold on, Jim.
Yeah.
You got one choice to make right now. Do you want Trezor or Ledger? I recommend Trezor.
Papa,
Which one
I don't
is
mean to
it?
interrupt. It's Treasure. I don't mean to interrupt. But when we talked before, you told me go back and get your hardware wallet. In fact, get two, Jim, so you have a backup vault unit. And
Yep,
I've
you
done
got them
I've
then,
done that.
right?
Yes, of course. But
See, you got the
problem.
video.
Yes, I watched your video twice, and where I'm at is trying to figure out how to get my MetaMask over to my laptop. And I guess what I'm hearing you say is I can put it on the
That's
hardware wallet
okay.
and
Hold on.
import it.
Stop.
Yeah. Okay.
Stop. Once you do the migration, you can simply use it in your laptop, your desktop, wherever you want. That's a secure environment that you control. You can just jump back and forth as much as you want. Just plug in your hardware wallet into a dummy instance of MetaMask. Wherever you have it loaded, you will have infinite flexibility once you do your migration.
Okay, so when I put it on the hardware wallet, it actually takes it off of the MetaMask.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Okay, now I'm clear. Then
That's why we
I'll
call
get
it a
that done.
migration. It's a migration.
Hold on now. Wait. It doesn't automatically take it off. You have to remove the MetaMask.
Of course not. Of course not. If he watched the video twice, he already knows that he has to uninstall and reinstall MetaMask and create a brand new 12-word seed phrase wherever he migrated from.
Okay. Okay, now I'm clear on this. That was the one thing I somehow I couldn't get it in my mind, and I thought, well, I got to find out about this because my time is getting close. And
Exactly.
Okay.
But look, take it slow, watch the video one more time, and just pause and take notes if you have any questions and come on back and ask, because yes, time is coming close, but there's no reason to screw it up this late in the game either.
No, I get it, and I'm not going to. Believe me, I've been trying to figure this out, and I just for some reason that part about the about the hardware wallet somehow didn't gel with me, and I just wasn't clear on it. Now I got it; it's crystal to me now. But I don't know. I guess I'm being super cautious. I guess is the problem. Maybe overcautious, but
No, I wouldn't say cautious. I would say you're just not paying attention, and now you are.
Okay, great. I appreciate your help. Thank you. I will be back as soon as I get that done to ask some more questions.
Absolutely, that's what we're here for. And
Thank you.
Look, when it gels, it gels. When it doesn't, you ask questions, and we invite you to ask those whenever you want.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Papa,
Have a great day.
Can you DM me that video, please? HEXcrypto. I'm setting up my hardware wallet as soon as I get home. Do you need to see my video?
Cool, man. Very good.
Wait, I don't know how to do this. Hold on.
What's going on? What are you showing?
Jim, you're sharing your screen, brother. Your camera and your mic's open, Jim. We can see you.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to figure out how to get my speaker back on.
You're good.
But no, I'm setting up my hardware wallet tonight when I get home. Can you DM me that video that you're speaking of, and then that way I can reference
Go into
point
the
of
main chat,
Just
and I
post
want
it
you to
in.
write this down. Exclamation mark HWMIG stands for hardware migration. That's exclamation mark HWMIG. Type that into the main chat. The Combot will give you the links to all the videos.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Probably had me laughing my ass off this morning. I almost spat out my coffee when you were like, "We have never shelled Hex on here," and someone was like, "You shield hardware wallets." And you said, "Yes, buy a condom, but don't have sex."
That's so silly.
So fucking silly. I loved it.
There's somebody in chat who said that Elmer's wrong because you can bridge your hex over to PulseChain, and that wouldn't be a sell. I'm like, but if you do that, you can only put your EX into a liquidity pool or perhaps a yield farm. You can't stake it, which is, I think, the entire point of the discussion they were having. So I think maybe the person who said Elmeyer was wrong was maybe not understanding the context of the discussion. To stake on Hex, if you have EHEX, you literally have to sell it for PulseX at least, and then you can stake it on Pulse. There is a sell event involved in that.
But the sell event would go towards the EHEX, right?
Yeah, if you had EHEX, and say you bought EHEX like after the bridge, so you're not getting a copy. So you'd have to sell your EHEX for PHEX to stake it on PulseChain. Like, I don't know. I mean, why you wouldn't just buy it like directly, whatever. But I'm just saying.
You know, with that specific cause, I feel like that would be I don't think that would be considered a sell event because you'll be selling that side for the Ethereum side, for the Hex side, for the Pulse side. So it'd still be a plus. So I think it would help even with parity, kind of. So I don't feel like it's a sell event. You would consider not to be.
Well, no, I mean, if you literally have the Hex on Ethereum, depends on what you want to do with it. So if you want to stake it on PulseChain, and you say you wanted to take the earlier discussion was about value, right? What is going to have more value, either Ethereum Hex or Pulse Hex. But this particular situation of say you have EHEX and you wanted to just move it all over to PulseChain and stake it. You stake the copy, and then you'd literally have to sell the EHEX for PHEX and stake it. I don't know. So I guess it really just depends on what you're going to do. Like I would put it in the liquidity pool, but that's just me.
Oh, that's the other idea I've had on the back burner. It's kind of that's the trader side of me talking, I guess, but I intrinsically want to stay bridge in my Hex from Ethereum and pair it with Hex on Pulse and just make some money on trades. But I also want to stake.
I mean, it is possible to get too much in the weeds on the technical, and I understand that.
Yeah, Pepe mentioned, you're probably going to end up with a lot more Hex on Ethereum. And it's well, does that really matter? In my mind, yeah, kind of, yeah. I'd rather have all my Hex on PulseChain, stake, and see what happens. and I can always go ahead and set up that pair when my original Ethereum hex stakes and copies of those stakes end. I can set up that pair then, because still have the same amount of each.
Hey,
Why
Gamma.
wouldn't you want to diversify and stake on Ethereum? Just a little bit of stake on Ethereum for X amount of years, and stake on Pulse, and contribute to the liquid side. Like, why wouldn't you want to do all three?
That would be
I only have
recommended.
so much money.
Because maybe
I only
he
have
thinks that
some odds.
PulseChain is the future. That he wants to embrace the whole ecosystem on PulseChain.
Yeah, but Ethereum ain't going anywhere anytime soon. There's still money to be made on that side.
Pepe's in the house. What's up, Pepe?
No,
Liking
yeah,
his hand
Pepe.
raised.
You're talking about being on Ethereum. Like my hypothesis or theory or opinion, whatever you want to say, is that EHEX is going to be very, very valuable because there will be a bunch of people who are going to move over to PulseChain, but I will remain on Ethereum and I will collect that hex and I'll be happy. I will collect the higher APY. I will maintain my T-share account while other people in stake and then move to PulseChain. I will remain and I will collect the hex and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna remain.
Sure, you can take advantage of that. But the future, I don't think it's there. The future is on PulseChain, according to me.
You. Hey,
If I'm the
Gamma.
sole remaining hex staker on Ethereum, then that'll be a shit ton of hex. Obviously, that wouldn't be worth anything, but then I'll have bragging rights, and that's worth something,
So
right?
everything from Ethereum is getting copied over to PulseChain. Does that include NFTs?
Yes,
T,
everything.
smart
NFTs are a
contracts, yes.
contract. The entire Ethereum state gets copied. NFTs are just a contract.
Good to know. Good to know.
Hey, Gamma.
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up?
Okay. So, I was trying to catch you in here. You speaking on endpoints before, and said I think you said something along the lines of you were going to be running one. And I wanted to get some information.
Sure. Yeah, I have been running one since testnet started. So I can DM you.
And
no big deal.
The endpoint. These are when you were speaking on it last time. These are the endpoints for RPCs, right? Not had nothing to do with validators.
No, I'm not running a validator at all. I mean, I could.
Okay.
It's the same hardware requirements,
There we go.
basically.
Now we're on the same. I finally found you. Okay.
RPC.
Can I DM you?
Yeah, you can. So, it's not recommended. You wouldn't want to run a validator and then have that same hardware run an RPC. That's not secure. I mean, it's okay secure, but it's not you don't want to do that. Plus, you're overloading. Right? You want the validator to just be a validator. That's hard enough. And then you have a separate system that's an RPC, which is the exact same client running separate hardware. The hardware is pretty similar, actually, but then it has an open reverse proxy out to the internet, and then you can connect to it. So that's basically the difference. That's what I've been running for 4 months. It's like a little small little thing that I run myself. Other people can connect to it. It's cool, and I'll just DM you. It's no big deal. The main dev
I just wanted to
RPC
get,
is pretty robust.
Yeah, I wanted to just get some information because somebody was talking about me and a friend was talking about it, servers and everything, and the speed of everything, and we were just thinking if there was to be a lot of more, I guess, endpoints, just like how Polygon had, it would maybe take some of the transactions or some of the volume off of that one server, and it could just, it can all function properly through the whole network. So I was just thinking about that, and wanted to get some ideas or understanding about specifics. And I heard you speak about it. That's all.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. I just DM'd you where you can get the information. And yeah. So like Ethereum has multiple RPC endpoints. There's the main one ran by the foundation or whoever runs the main one. Infura is ran by MetaMask, right? Which is ran by Consensus, which owns MetaMask and Infura. So they have theirs, and that's like a big one. The problem with RPC endpoints right now is like Infura and some of these other large providers, they don't support PulseChain, right? Well, for one, it doesn't exist, right? PulseChain hasn't launched yet, but there's a lot of functions that are built into these large, like Infura. I mean, they have custom middleware that helps to direct traffic, high load traffic, to specialized servers that serve data so that they can serve a lot of like event calls and like contract events faster than, say, if you're querying that from like, say, like a regular full node, which is like basically what mine is. Mine's like the same client that the validators run, that the devs run, because I get it from them, right? Like no alterations. It's like I literally run the exact same thing they all run on a hardware with an RPC like settings, like the HTTP settings like turned on. And then, but there's no middleware there, so you directly interact with the blockchain. You get the chain data, so that's not so fast. Sometimes, if you're, say, a developer with like an app, a DApp that has like really high volume, you might want to either run your own RPC endpoint, which would be probably preferable, because you could run your own RPC next to the server that's serving the data to the public. Or if there is like one of these large providers like Infura, then obviously they offer plans and they have. So here's the difference. To give you an example, say 300 milliseconds for contract call event data versus, say, 10 or 15 seconds. So 300 milliseconds versus 10 or 15 seconds. That's huge. And that's because they have custom middleware.
That's the point where I was trying to get to, is that traffic, it will help processing times as well.
Yeah. So if you were running a DApp on Ethereum or on PulseChain, the best solution you have is basically to run your own RPC. So you're the only one using it, and so you're taking all the bandwidth, all the CPU of that node, and you could run your own archive node. So it depends on what kind of data you're talking about needing. But yeah, those are technical details that like developers care about and not so much end users. But I mean, I'm using my thing for me, and I opened it up to my community or whatever, my little Telegram group, and people like can use it if they want, or they can use the main dev one, or they can use yours if you make one, or whoever.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not planning on doing that, but I just wanted to know because it kind of helps projects if they know that, and so I just wanted to clarify some. Thank you.
No big deal. It's like my little side project. I'm not going to be able to serve as much data as, say, the developers have much bigger pockets than me. And so they're running like huge, like very, very robust servers, and they're running like 6 of them behind a load balancer. Me, I'm running like a modest server with 2 of them behind a load balancer. So I can easily serve like 1 billion calls a day. It's like 1 million RPC calls a minute. Like that's what I can support. So that's what I'll support. And then eventually, maybe if there's a bunch of people using it, then I'll have to turn on rate limiting, and then I'd have to basically limit the people who can actually use it. But that's all like mainnet, down the way. I'm really hoping that there's like some large provider like supports PulseChain, which would be really awesome. You know what I mean? Where you can like sign up for a plan and they have the middleware and developers can go there and use that stuff. That'd be great.
Definitely, yeah, hell, yeah, definitely. Because definitely. I'm gonna continue this in the DM. Don't want to bring in any extra things into the chat.
Yeah. We'll drop it now. Don't want to over talk about it.
And do developers will they be like able to use your RPC nodes for free, or do you intend to basically charge them? Because their RPC nodes are used.
Here's the thing. So here's the thing. I thought about making like small business behind it, but the problem is because of the issue with the middleware, I can only provide the bare like the client and the endpoint, which isn't exactly what developers need. Developers need this middleware. So I didn't feel like would be able to provide a service that would be worth charging people for it. So what I've decided to do is instead of doing like a paid subscription situation, I'm actually just kind of made it kind of like a small personal project. And I'm only kind of providing the link inside my own little Telegram group where it's more like a developer chat kind of a group, trying to keep it more technical focused on PulseChain. No like altcoins and all this other stuff. But because I'm more focused on the tech, and so I just decided to like provide it for free for like a small group of people who want to like use it. For the most part, most users use the main developer one. Works fine. It'll be supported. It'll be scaled. It's like going to be ran really well. I don't think anyone's going to have any problem using it.
Hey, so but also with that specific, I don't think it could work. That's technical. But now, aside from that, if anybody was to get your chain ID and URL, like they can just resell it, or they could just give it out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm having rate limiting, so it's not like it's going to be a thing that's, yeah. I mean, I have links, and then once I hit like a certain amount of usage, then I'm going to start rate limiting, and then if I need to, I can start blocking IPs, and then you know what I mean.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's ways around it. All right, that's good to know. Thank you. Hey, JK and JK, what's going on?
What up? Just getting unmuted, guy. Thank you.
Okay, so every few days I come back to my office to update my servers here. Then I'm running ETH 2.0. So everybody who's concerned about ETH 2.0 and how awesome it is, this shit sucks. I leave this shit for 2 days, and my computer like it crashes every time. Like I can't leave it overnight. And this thing, the client for ETH 2.0 that I'm running on prod or testnet, crashes overnight, like constantly. Like I came in today, the shit crashed, and now I have to reboot my system and then turn everything back on again. Our network, like I've literally been running the nodes for a month, like 2 months straight, and I've never had a single problem. Like I literally walk away from for a week. I went on vacation and I didn't have a hiccup at all. I left, it was running, didn't have any updates, so I didn't have to update it. And I came back and it's been working flawlessly. And like people are like, oh, ETH 2.0 is coming out. It'll be awesome. Like, fuck. I mean, I'm technical over here using the shit. This shit sucks. Plus, they're going to 12-second block times from 13-second block times. Whoa, woohoo! Let's roll out the red carpet on that one. And gas fees aren't going to be going down or anything. So at this point, I'm just hoping that it's functional when they do the merge. We'll see. Maybe they'll push back because they haven't even merged the test net. The one I'm running. I haven't done the merge yet on the test net that I'm running. So I'm hoping that it doesn't break everything when they do that. So, we'll cross our fingers on this one.
Hey, Dinkle Winkle.
Yeah, guys, don't mute me. About the stream tonight, that the Highest of Stakes film are doing between Richard and that other guy. They announced on Twitter that it won't be streamed. However, Richard Hart has stepped in himself personally and output a tweet asking for one single hexagon alone to live stream the debate. So it looks like Richard Hart has stepped in and the stream will be debated live this evening. You can get updates from looking at Richard Hart's Twitter, where he announces and requests one single hexagon alone to live stream the debate. And I'm sure in his comments a hexagon would have been chosen. But that was the urgent information, and I think it will make everybody happy.
That's a good update. I didn't know that. Awesome.
That's why I've been trying to get in, because it's legit verifiable. If you go to Richard Hart's Twitter page, you'll see him request a hexagon. But I know everybody was very disappointed when we found out that the Highest of Stakes wasn't going to live stream it, but Richard Hart stepped in and said, "Hey, no, this will be live streamed." So yeah, that was the update, and thanks for giving me the opportunity, Melo. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Richard,
like how long ago, okay, one question, Pepe, and then you can talk. So this is starting when, in like 10 minutes, or is it starting like an hour or two? Did anyone know exactly like how many hours from now? Because I'm fucked up on my time zones, unfortunately.
Last time I heard it's in 10 minutes. Last time I heard it's 10 minutes from now.
Okay. Well, I was thinking that it was 10 minutes, but I wanted to confirm.
Is that going to be on YouTube?
Well, I hope so. But now we don't even know who's live streaming it.
No, Richard is asking for someone who's attending the event to film it on their phone and stream
it. The representation of that decision is wonderful. It sort of means that the Cantillon effect is in full force, and we're closer to the faucet. The notion that we can appeal to our founder and have him make a decision on behalf of the community in lightning speed is very comforting. I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, I'm happy to hear that we can live stream it. That'll be pretty awesome.
Pepe, you sound a little under the weather.
I was climbing stairs last night and this morning, so I'm in recovery mode.
I'm curious about the guy that he's going to be debating here shortly, Eric Wall, whatever. He obviously had a lot to say about the project. I was going through his tweets, and from what I was hearing yesterday, it sounded like most of what he was saying were accurate and valid criticisms. It was just more a matter of picking out only the bad stuff and not focusing on the good aspects of the project and all the real utility and value that it has. Instead, he was just focusing on any of the little things that weren't perfect, that didn't really matter at the end if you're looking at Pulse's use case. Is that about right? Or are there people that are saying, hey, everything he put out was total bullshit and none of that's correct or valid? I was wondering on the community read of that.
JK, just to be on a safe side, bring a body bag. I think it's going to be necessary. But yeah, no, this guy knows blockchain. This guy knows crypto. This guy knows Richard. I think it will be a respectful discussion, and Richard's going to be rolling out, his explanations, and this other guy is going to be rolling out his explanations, and let's see where it goes.
Where can you hear this now? Tell me again.
We don't know yet. One of the Swedish members.
I'm on Twitter right now. It was like he tweeted out 20 minutes ago about how he needs somebody to live stream it, and we haven't gotten over. I'm sure when he has a link or something, he'll tweet it out.
It may be a guy in the audience with a cell phone. I mean, so
like literally, that's what he said. It's literally, I do it, and it's in the audience with a cell phone.
Audio may be bad, the video may be obstructed, but at least the content hopefully will be clear.
Hey, let me take these hands right quick, guys. Sorry to bother. STE, are you here?
Okay, so hey, there's this dude called PulseChain who's in the chat a lot. He's got, it looks like a decent camera. So we'll see if this dude is a one. We may have found the one. We'll hear what he says.
Hey, sorry to bother the guys. Can I get these hands raised? STE, you're unmuted. Can you give me proof of life?
Yeah, I was just going to add to the to the time for which the stream's going to happen, but it's already been covered by the time you got to me.
Okay, no problem. You can stay in. I just wanted to get proof of life. No Sphinx. No Sphinx. You here? Hex ambassador.
When is the stream going live again? 1 hour, 2 hours?
I think the rumor is like 5 minutes. We just don't know where we're going to be able to see it.
It's not a rumor. The time in Sweden's 8 o'clock in 5 minutes. That's how we're arriving at that number.
Is that like, oh, that's like math and stuff. Yeah, we don't do that here.
Hey, no.
Yep. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I'm quite disappointed about the fact that Richard decided to come to Sweden and made it an impromptu visit, because I live in Sweden and I've been like in Hex from day one, and I was hoping that when Richard comes to Sweden, he will let us know in good time. I don't live in Stockholm. Sweden is a very big country, so to hear that Richard is going to be in Sweden and I can't get there, and it's quite disappointing, I have to say. And there are a lot of Hexicans that live outside Stockholm. I would have loved to see him, but right now we can't really see him because we didn't know he was coming. We just saw like yesterday he's going to come. And we have lives, and we can just pack our bags and leave and just move and stuff. So I'm really quite disappointed that Richard is coming. He made that impromptu visit, and most of us Hexicans can't be there to see him. So that's just, it's really annoying.
Get over it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
heard you.
bet. That's
Yeah, I mean, I'd love for him to come to my city too, and that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd love for him to come to my country.
Yeah. Like,
He's like in Europe and he won't come to the States. Like if he showed up in Las Vegas, I knew he was coming. I would totally go to Las Vegas. It would be like a thing. I would prioritize it.
It's just like most of the Swedish guys I know, we have regular jobs, and Sweden is a very traditional country. We're quite traditional, so most people have jobs, and we kind of up and leave like in the States and stuff. Here, you have to like put a notice that you can't go to work if you got to skip work. And if I knew he was coming like last week, I would have told my boss, and I can't make it in 2 days, and I would have to travel to Stockholm. It takes me like 6 hours to get to Stockholm. So, but I just heard
Yeah.
yesterday he's coming, and it's like it's quite painful that I
dang.
can't be there.
Yeah,
Those
we
dang
understand.
bosses.
It's okay.
Mhm.
It'll be okay.
It's all right, man. You'll get over it.
You're still gonna be a millionaire.
And I have something to say about the dynamics of the hex, the EX and Pulse. I put a tweet this afternoon about the dynamics of the E hex and P hex and the parity. I think people should give that a serious thought because if the price of E hex is cheap at the time where PulseChain launches, it means the price of E hex and P hex will reach parity much quicker than if the price of E hex was very high when the PulseChain launch. And its chance for arbitrage will be wiped out because if you have the same price on both PX and EX, you won't have the same selling pressure on the Ethereum chain when PulseChain launches. So whatever price you have on EX, I believe will be the same price you have on PX. And if that's the case, both will be correlated for like the next few months, which means that if the price of EX is going higher, it will affect the price of the PX because people would want to sell their PX to go to EX, but find out that since both EX and PX has the same price, there'll be like a natural parity and correlation. So the price of EX going down right now, people are quite fretting and thinking it's quite a bad thing. But I think it's a good thing because if you have the same price of EX and PX, be it a low price, it's going to go up the same rate. So instead of having people dumping EX to buy PX, being at parity will totally wipe out the selling pressure and the buying pressure too. And both will have to go up when the as in the PLS launches and PulseChain. So that's just my own 2 cents this morning. I thought about it that the price of EX going down right now is quite a positive in the long term. If you look at it that way. Is anybody there?
Yeah, that's a thought. The only advantage PHEX is going to have is the low fees to interact, to transact,
Yes.
to stake, to move around. So that's an advantage.
Yeah, but if there's parity between EX and PHEX, and there's the trading volume on PHEX, which most likely will be much easier thanks to the cheap gas fees. If anybody is buying up the PHEX, it's going to affect the price of the EX because there's still going to be folks that would think they can arbitrage, be it a 1 cent difference or half a cent difference. And each time they move the chain and buy on either of the chains, it's going to affect the price on the other side. So I think parity is most important right now, more than price appreciation in the first few weeks. If you can reach parity in the first 2 days of Pulse chain launch, that will really be very good for both EX and PHEX because your bags will move at the same rate. That means nobody will be rushing to arbitrage or to So I think the price of EX going down now is quite a positive if we look at it from that point of view.
It might be on purpose that the
Yeah, I
price is
think
getting
it
dumped
is.
this
I don't
way.
want to speculate because I don't know what Richard does, but I think it's safe to say it's on purpose. Because the announcement he made about Hex not launching, not being able to launch, Pulse not being able to launch in May, there was no reason behind him putting out that tweet. But he did it nonetheless. And if you look at it, if you read between lines, you will find out that he did that so that those that want to get out can get out right now. And I was around during the big payday, and a similar dynamic took play when there was rumors that people would sell down the price after the big payday. All of a sudden, the origin address woke up and staked and made that impossible to happen. So I think the last tweet about the launch of PulseChain that Richard tweeted out was meant to flush out those that wanted to arbitrage and buy up the EX to sell and dump the price when the snapshot is done, go to the PLs to sell. That's to chase all of them out. And as low as the price goes, it means that when PHEX launches, it's going to hit parity faster since the price of EHEX is lower. So I think, Richard, I don't want to pretend to be in the mind of Richard. That might be one of the reasons why he did.
Yeah, so the Highest of Stakes movie team just confirmed that PulseCan will be streaming from YouTube. So PulseCan, PulseCan. That's where it's going to be, YouTube.
Is it Boris the Pulsekin?
On
Anyone
YouTube.
know?
On YouTube.
I'm on YouTube.
I'm on YouTube.
I don't
When
know.
it says Boris
I'm-
the Pulsekin, it could be a different YouTube account. That's all I'm
Yeah,
asking.
this guy's from Stockholm, Sweden.
Yep,
So
I will post the link on the PulseChain chat right now. I'm about to post it there right now.
Sweet.
I'll post the link when I find it on the PulseChain chat.
have it now, or you're going to hunt
No,
for it?
it's not there right now. I've gone through YouTube. It's not there right now. So when I get it, I'll post it on the chat as soon as I'm on my PC right now, looking for it.
Looks like Richard's got his Playboy bunny with him. That whatever Lacey, whatever.
Yeah, I saw her roll up in a Bentley along with him. Must be nice.
Yeah. Lucky bastard.
Uh-oh.
Where is the link to the live stream?
We're all hunting it right now, Lady Viking. We don't know.
You can find it.
But there's no YouTube channel, only Pulsecan. It's called something else, Pulsecan the Barrett, or what was it?
I'll get it in a few minutes. Just give me some time.
Yeah, I'm looking at this guy's Twitter feed to see if like he posts it.
Paris the Pulsecan, but there's nothing to see.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if that was his account.
There's nothing right now. I'll keep an eye out. As soon as I find something, I'll post it on the PulseChain Telegram chat. Okay.
I think he's gonna stream it through Motley's account.
Yeah. There's a guy called HEX too. He's there live. So I'll send him a DM to see if he could send me the link. So as soon as he does, I'll let you know.
My bad. My Mike just screwed up my settings. I didn't hear what anyone said. Is he streaming on another platform?
I don't think Richard is streaming right now, but he's asked someone of the community to stream. So we're looking for the stream right now. We heard this a guy called Barish the Pulse account. So we're still looking for the stream. No one has found it so far.
Brad, are you thinking Motley's YouTube or Twitter?
Motley isn't there.
I think it's Twitter, guys.
Okay.
I think it's gonna be on Motley's YouTube. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, so it looks like he didn't have a YouTube, so he didn't have a pre-made YouTube to live stream, but Motley suggested they do it in his stream, so we'll see what happens with that one. I think they're trying to figure out streaming.
Yeah, they just posted from the official documentary account that Pulsekin's going to stream it. They're going to post the link on Twitter and then actually stream it on YouTube. So as soon as we have it, I'll post it in here.
Hey guys, hope you're all well. I just had a quick question regarding staking on PulseX.
Just wait a minute. Eric Wall, he writes he's going to live stream. I don't know if it's on his channel, but he's writing that he's live streaming 8 o'clock.
Who is?
Yeah, so it's going to be on Motley's YouTube. Give them just a minute. They're working on that now. Let's go ahead and answer that question real quick. As soon as we have the link, anyone can interrupt me if I'm answering. Go ahead with the question on PulseX.
Hi, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. I was just curious about PulseX staking. If there will be a one-side staking on PulseX, like I would love to stake my PulseX tokens without any LP token, just a PulseX. And the question is, what would we get for as a reward? Is there a rewards token, or do we get a PulseX as a reward token? What are you guys planning on doing?
Yeah, there is one-sided staking. It's similar to the mechanics if you want to do a little research of what you see in Spooky Swap. So you can stake it in a one-sided pool with no externalities as far as like LPs and impermanent loss or anything like that. And the rewards are actually third-party tokens that get sponsored. So as projects come on, they're going to sponsor pools, and then you'll be able to stake into that pool and get the yield, which will be that third-party token.
Awesome, appreciate it. And Spooky Swap is on the website spooky.fi //
Yeah, I think you could find that in the testnet. Go to the testnet and you could see all the stuff there.
Oh, I'm using the testnet. Is it going to be the same way with this?
Yes, exactly the same. It's going to be the same on the testnet. That's what you're going to see. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, in that case, I believe there is no one-sided staking because I've chosen Pulse and PulseX LP token. I create the LP token and I stake that one, and then
there was a one side, but it ended. But that's going to
continue. You're right. I'm sorry. It was, yes, and it ended. Yeah, correct. Okay, amazing. All right, sounds good. Oh, was Richard Hart supposed to do a live stream on the 18th, and he didn't? Instead, he did 2 other live streams with the Playboy Girls and another one, or is there one coming?
Yeah, there's
Like,
one coming right now in a few minutes. We're looking for the link to it, and when we get the link, we'll post it on the Pulse chain Telegram.
really amazing.
He
I'm
just
so excited.
posted on Twitter. He's like, I need one hexagon to live stream the event now, one and only one. So there's people working on it, and I will have the link in here as soon as possible.
Link's already up, guys. I just posted it down there. I'm about to post it on my Twitter as well to make it easy.
Thank you all.
Yep. It's a reminder. It's on Motley's. It should be out in like an hour and a half, but we're set. I'm about to post it on Twitter as well.
Good job.
Job, Boris.
This is gonna be an interesting one.
So it's not streaming live because it should already have started, right?
Yeah, it should be live. Actually, there it is. Gamma posted the right one.
When is it, Boris?
Should be starting anytime here.
Damn, Motley must have Motley must have flown out or something, unless he's got someone else there videoing it.
Yeah.
And he's just
Pulsekin's there. Pulsekin's there. He's just using Motley's YouTube.
That's what's up. We put this shit together quick. Isn't the person that he's debating? They have like 3,000 followers or something.
Yeah, guys, you should try and post the link on your Twitter accounts as well.
Hopefully
Yeah,
that
I
guy
just
has a
tweeted
phone.
it for everybody.
Hopefully he has a phone charger someday.
He has a pretty nice camera, actually, so it should be relatively decent.
Awesome.
Can we talk for a second about how big of a deal this is? Like the first time we've seen Richard out of his element, like leaving the castle, coming out into the public sphere. I think that's a pretty big deal.
No, he had a whole European tour, don't you remember?
No.
Rolling up in style with 2 Playboy bunnies, not too bad.
Rolling up with his future baby mamas.
Lucky bastard.
Excuse me. Hey,
That
Noel,
lucky
Noel,
because
can you
only
please mute your
one
mic?
was a Playboy bunny. The other was the videographer, the photographer.
Correct.
And what a shame. The other one was even cuter than the Playboy bunny, for real.
Yeah, I'll take them both.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the They have 440 people in the room already.
We started.
Can we have the link for the stream?
Did you say it started? I don't see
Yep,
nothing.
just started.
Yeah.
Is the
Yeah, the
email
link is on. Yeah, it's in the PulseChain chat.
Where's the link on the chat again?
It's there. I just posted it. Go down the chat. I just posted it right now.